Chapter 2792. Faced with Duan Lingtian's humility, Sita Ming and the other two felt slightly embarrassed. After all, they had secretly underestimated Duan Lingtian's skill in alchemy earlier. At the same time, they had a better impression of Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was only a rudimentary prominent celestial alchemist, he had mastered such an outstanding prominent celestial fire and was a prominent celestial alchemist at such a young age. However, not only was he not arrogant, but he was also extremely humble. Master Duan, Sita Ming, won't take back my words. From now on, you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. I, Sita Ming, acknowledge you. Sita Ming was the first to speak. That's right. Yang Chong was the second to speak. Master Duan, although your alchemy skills rely on your prominent celestial fire, it's still a part of your alchemy skills. Perhaps your alchemy skills are inferior to mine, but I have to admit that your alchemy skills are far superior to mine. For this reason, I'm willing to acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. After Yang Chong finished speaking, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Me too. Yu Zhongjing was the last to speak. Based on his words, he was also willing to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. What's going on? Meanwhile, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, was confused. He did not know what was going on. Based on Master Yang and Master Duan's words, it seemed like Master Duan's alchemy skills were not high. If his alchemy skills were not high, how could he refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Moreover, he had refined 5 overarching heaven pills at once. Sect leader, Bai Ping finally understood what was going on after Yang Chong's explanation. Master Duan's alchemy skills are so high because of his prominent celestial fire? His alchemy skills are only comparable to a rudimentary prominent celestial alchemist? Bai Ping suddenly understood. However, for Master Duan to be able to reach such a standard in pill refinement before he's even 100 years old, he can be considered as a monster in the field of pill refinement. After all, even the shortest among the three of us has lived for more than 10,000 years. After explaining to Bai Ping, Yang Chong looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Among the three of us, Master Yu, who became a prominent celestial alchemist the latest, has been a prominent celestial alchemist for 3,000 years. After a long time, even the stupidest person will be enlightened. So, our pill refinement skills are still slightly better than Master Duan's. Yang Chong paused for a moment before he added, of course, as I've said before, prominent celestial fires are also a part of alchemy. Therefore, I accept Master Duan as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. At the other side. Although Duan Lingtian knew his alchemy skills were mediocre, he did not expect Yang Chong and the other two would only regard him as a rudimentary prominent celestial alchemist. It seems like there's a difference between the alchemy skills in the Devata realms and the alchemy skills in the alchemy realm. My experience comes from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the mundane realm. Although I'm a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm still a rudimentary celestial alchemist. It's just as I thought. I still have a long way to go before I can become a prominent celestial alchemist. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized his inadequacies. All three of you are seniors. Although I was lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire that allowed me to refine the overarching heaven pill, my alchemy skills are limited. However, my alchemy skills are limited. In the future, I hope that the 3 seniors will take care of me and give me pointers. Duan Lingtian said to Sita Ming and the other two. Based on Yang Chong's words, Duan Lingtian learned that although Sita Ming and the other two's alchemy skills were ordinary, it was mostly due to their prominent celestial fires. Their alchemy skills, under the accumulation of time, could be considered pretty good. What he needed to do now was to improve his alchemy skills. Perhaps, he would be able to learn a lot from the 3 of them in the Tai celestial sect. Everyone liked a humble person. Duan Lingtian's modesty instantly made Sita Ming and the others like him even more. At the same time, they repeatedly said, "No problem." Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian and the three celestial alchemists got along very well. Bai Ping, who was standing at the side, sighed in relief. At the very least, now that Duan Lingtian had become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, the three celestial alchemists would not leave. In addition, he also discovered that, in the end, the way Sita Ming and the other two looked at Duan Lingtian was similar to how an elder would look at a junior with high potential and had high hopes for him. Initially, he thought he was imagining things. However, he was certain it was not an illusion. It seems like Master Situ, Master Yang, and Master Yu all think that Master Duan is a material that can be molded. Bai Ping was not a fool. It was not difficult for him to figure this out. Based on what Master Yang and Master Duan said earlier, Master Duan's alchemy skills are ordinary. The reason he's so skilled is because of his extraordinary prominent celestial fire. After listening to the conversation between the four celestial alchemists, Bai Ping realized that Master Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were not ordinary. For this reason, Master Duan still had a lot of room for improvement in alchemy. Master Duan, with your prominent celestial fire and the fact that you're not even 100 years old, you have great potential. As long as you don't die prematurely, it's only a matter of time before you reach the top in the spirit overarching heaven. Sita Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "There's no place for a hidden dragon like you in the wasteland." That's right. Yu Zhongjing nodded in agreement. Compared to Sita Ming and Yang Chong, Yu Zhongjing did not speak much, but his words were always on point. "Master Duan, the three of us don't dare to speak about other things in the wasteland, but in terms of alchemy skills, the three of us are definitely in the top 5. Therefore, if you have any questions in alchemy in the future, feel free to look for us," Yang Chong said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded repeatedly as he stood at the side. "Master Situ, you think so highly of Master Duan? You think he'll reach the top in the spirit overarching heaven sooner or later?" Bai Ping was stunned when he heard Sita Ming's words. When he regained his senses, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Duan Lingtian. When Bai Ping saw Duan Lingtian and the other three chatting happily as though it was hard to find a soulmate, he did not disturb them and left silently. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had learned about many things that he did not know in the past while he was chatting with Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. For example, he learned about the supreme-grade celestial pills and the supreme-grade celestial alchemists. As it turned out, just like the supreme-grade celestial weapons craftsmen, the supreme-grade celestial alchemists were divided into various grades and ranks. Above the prominent celestial alchemist was the supreme celestial alchemist. Above the supreme celestial alchemist was the king celestial alchemist. Above the king celestial alchemist was the royal celestial alchemist. Above the royal celestial alchemist was the emperor celestial alchemist. Correspondingly, the supreme-grade immortal pills were divided into various grades and levels, just like the supreme-grade immortal artifacts. Above the prominent celestial pills were the Duke celestial pills. Above the Duke celestial pills were the King celestial pills. Above the King celestial pills were the Royal celestial pills. Above the Royal celestial pills were the Emperor celestial pills. I was wondering why the supreme-grade celestial weapons craftsmen and supreme-grade celestial weapons are divided into different grades. Is it the same for supreme-grade celestial alchemists and supreme-grade celestial pills? I didn't expect them to be the same. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. As the saying went, listening to a wise man is better than studying for 10 years. After chatting with the three experienced prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Duan Lingtian felt his horizons had broadened. The four of them continued chatting until night fell before they decided to leave. "Master Duan, if you have any questions about alchemy in the future, feel free to look for me. I won't hide anything from you," Sita Ming promised Duan Lingtian before he left. After conversing for half a day, Sita Ming gained a better understanding of Duan Lingtian's character. He could see Duan Ling Tian was a humble person who knew how to repay kindness. He was a promising person who was worth nurturing. Master Duan, Master Sidhu's words are my words as well. Me too. Yang Chong, Yu Zhongjing, and the other two celestial alchemists chimed in as well. In the eyes of the three celestial alchemists, not only was Duan Ling Tian a promising talent, but he was also a rare hidden dragon. In the future, they would be left in the dust by Duan Ling Tian in terms of cultivation base and alchemy skills. For this reason, they cherished this opportunity to be on equal footing with Duan Ling Tian. After all, when Duan Ling Tian grew stronger, they would have to look up to him. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for them to have any interactions with Duan Ling Tian. They believed that Duan Ling Tian was a good friend to them. After all, the good karma they had with Duan Ling Tian today was enough to last them for the rest of their lives. Apart from alchemy, you can also look for me if there's anything else. Apart from being a prominent celestial alchemist, I've also broken through and become a phenomenal celestial duke a few years ago. Sita Ming said to Duan Ling Tian, as long as it's within my means, I'll help you. If I can't, I'll look for the sect leader and the supreme elder. If that's not possible, I'll look for the patriarch of the Tai Yi sect. The patriarch of the Tai Yi sect. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was his first time hearing about the patriarch of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Based on Sita Ming's words, it seemed like the patriarch of the Tai Yi celestial sect was more important than the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Everyone knows that the sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect are 7-star celestial dukes. Chapter 2793. Duan Ling Tian had learned from the mysterious Brother Pei that each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had an 8-trigram celestial duke. However, in the wasteland region, the 7-star celestial monarchs were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the wasteland region. At that time, he had guessed. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland must have hidden their 8-trigram celestial dukes. Otherwise, no one would think that the strongest person in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland was a 7-star celestial duke. Today, when Sita Ming mentioned the supreme ancestor, it made Duan Ling Tian realize this. As Sita Ming spoke, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes when he mentioned the ancestor Tai. This was not the case when he mentioned the sect leader and supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to make the judgment. The supreme ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect was the 8-trigram celestial duke of the Tai Yi celestial sect. That's right. Master Duan, if you need any help in the future, feel free to ask. As long as it's something that I, Yang Chong, can solve, I will definitely not refuse. After Sita Ming, Yang Chong also expressed his opinion. Me too. Yu Zhongjing nodded. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect knew Duan Ling Tian would have a bright future. Therefore, they knew it was important to maintain a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. They knew in their hearts, at this time, they could only help Duan Ling Tian a little. In the future, even if they wanted to help the Duan Ling Tian, they wouldn't be able to. There were plenty of people who were stronger than them in various aspects who would fight to get involved with the Duan Ling Tian. Many thanks to the 3 alchemists. The enthusiasm of Sita Ming and the other 2 immediately made Duan Ling Tian feel flattered. Compared to Sita Ming and the other 2, Duan Ling Tian did not think so much. He was polite to the 3 of them because he felt that it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Moreover, he had many things he wanted to ask the other prominent celestial alchemists about as well. Since these 3 people were also celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi celestial sect, it was naturally easier for them to communicate with each other. Now that I've obtained the approval of the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, the left guardian of Dharma, and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect, I've finally gained a foothold in the Tai Yi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. News of the chief celestial alchemist in the Tai-E celestial sect spread like wildfire in the Tai-E celestial sect. Even Tai City, which was very far away, had also received the news. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? Heavens! That young man, Duan Lingtian, really became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? I thought Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma, made a promise to Duan Lingtian to make Duan Lingtian the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. I thought he was just joking. I didn't expect him to be serious. It said that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. Did the Tai-E celestial sect's decision-makers consider the feelings of the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai-E celestial sect when they appointed him as the chief celestial alchemist? The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect are all very experienced prominent celestial alchemists. Now that a brat is riding on their heads, they'll most likely leave the Tai-E celestial sect in a fit of rage. If that's the case, the martial dragon celestial sect and the Tai-E celestial sect will benefit from this. After all, the two sects might be able to recruit the three prominent celestial alchemists. Similar remarks were being spread all over Greater One City. Based on the discussions, one thing was certain. The Tai-E celestial sect's decision-makers had ignored the opinions of the three prominent celestial alchemists and appointed a brat as the chief celestial alchemist. He really became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? Are the Tai-E celestial sect's high-ranking officials crazy? They're abandoning three experienced prominent celestial alchemists for a young prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's like throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. I really don't understand what the Tai-E celestial sect's high-ranking officials are thinking. Is it worth it? In the residence that the Tai-E celestial sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, many people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom found it hard to comprehend. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the news that was spreading like wildfire. At the same time, they felt it was the right decision to appoint their 13th son as the crown prince. Brother Duan really became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had also heard the news. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the news. I didn't expect him to become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in just a blink of an eye. Qiu Ling stood behind Long Feiyun, his face full of emotions. Brother Duan is my benefactor. Ever since I met him, everything has been smooth sailing for me. Now, I've even become the crown prince because of him. This is something I wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. Long Fei Yun sighed emotionally. A look of gratitude appeared in the depths of his eyes, and it did not dissipate for a long time. He was grateful to Duan Lingtian. Although the accommodations arranged by the Tai-E celestial sect for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were not as lively as the accommodations arranged by the Tai-E celestial sect for the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, many people were still excited. Among them, Qin Yu was the first to feel excited. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. I'm really happy for him. However, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Qin Yu was happy for Duan Lingtian. However, at the same time, he felt the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was getting bigger and bigger. His desire to improve was getting stronger and stronger. It's impossible for me to catch up to Duan Lingtian. I just hope I'll be able to get closer to him in the future. Regarding this, Qin Yu knew himself very well. I didn't expect the purple-clad young man who escaped from the Celestial Duke of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to have such a high status. The former King Qin of King Qin's mansion, the current emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, could not help but sigh when he heard that Duan Lingtian had become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. Previously, the purple-clad young man could only rely on a celestial talisman to escape from the celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Now, he had become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. His status in the Tai-E celestial sect was not inferior to the sect leader of the Tai-E celestial sect. If I have the chance, I must visit him and thank him properly. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been able to join the Tai-E celestial sect, and I wouldn't have become the emperor of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. King Qin thought to himself. As news of Duan Lingtian becoming the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect spread, news of Ting Qin, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, and Shui Lang, a guardian of the thousand spiders celestial sect, being killed by Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E celestial sect. Although the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect could not make a fuss about this matter, they were secretly restless. The source of their restlessness was the news of Duan Lingtian becoming the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. After learning that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they did not think Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were high. For this reason, they were certain the other three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect would be dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian becoming the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. As long as the three prominent celestial alchemists showed signs of wanting to leave the Tai-E celestial sect, they would be able to convince them to join their respective sects with just a little guidance. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. No matter what the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect did, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect remained unmoved. In the past, both the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect had tried to recruit the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect. However, at that time, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect were not as stubborn as they were now. What's going on? The martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect were dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was going on? This did not make sense at all. Little did they know the reason the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect were so unyielding was due to the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. In the eyes of the three prominent celestial alchemists, it was better to stay in the Tai-E celestial sect and befriend Duan Lingtian than to leave the Tai-E celestial sect and join the martial dragon celestial sect or the thousand spiders celestial sect. In the past, they did not care if they stayed in the Tai-E celestial sect or not. However, now, they wanted to stay in the Tai-E celestial sect because of the chief celestial alchemist. This was something the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect did not expect. Time flew by. The day of the grand contest of the wasteland was getting closer and closer. At this moment, many figures flew out of the thousand spiders celestial sect's estate and made their way to Tai-E City. Apart from high-ranking officials and disciples of the thousand spiders celestial sect, they were heading to Tai-E City for the grand contest of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? How's this possible? Zhou Shuqiu had been in closed-door cultivation ever since she returned from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was unaware of the happenings in the outside world. She had only come out of closed-door cultivation today to observe the grand contest of the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Chapter 2794. He's actually a prominent celestial alchemist. Zhou Shuqiu was shocked when she learned that Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist. At the same time, the questions in her heart were answered. No wonder Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was willing to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for the prominent celestial pill cauldron. As it turns out, he's also a prominent celestial alchemist. Zhou Shuqiu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions at this moment. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old was also a prominent celestial alchemist. This was her first time encountering such a freak. At the very least, among all the people she had met and heard of, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had become a great overarching golden celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist before the age of 100. Moreover, he's also the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. I heard from Master and Senior Sister that the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect are hot-tempered. Why are they willing to let a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old rule over them? Apart from being shocked, Zhou Shuqiu also learned about the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's secret actions from the people around her. Qiu, your senior sister has sent people to contact the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect many times. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that they're dissatisfied with the Tai celestial sect appointing Duan Lingtian as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect to recruit them to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The person standing next to Zhou Shuqiu was a young woman dressed in a plain robe. She had an ordinary appearance, but her temperament was very attractive. She gave off a comfortable vibe. However, they rejected it forcefully. Furthermore, it was a rejection that left no room for negotiation. In the past, your senior sister had also sent people to contact them in private in an attempt to persuade them to join the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. However, their attitude wasn't as tough as they are now. The young woman said. How could this be? Zhou Shuqiu was puzzled. What was the reason for the change in attitude of the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect? There must be something fishy going on. She was convinced of this. Initially, we thought the Martial Dragon celestial sect had taken the lead and found a new master. That's why their attitude became so tough. However, we soon discovered they didn't go to the Martial Dragon celestial sect. The white-robed woman continued. Your senior sister and I have made many assumptions about this. In the end, we came to the conclusion that the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect is the reason the three prominent celestial alchemists became so unyielding. The white-robed woman's expression turned solemn as she spoke. How is this possible? Now that the Tai celestial sect has a new chief celestial alchemist, shouldn't they leave the sect out of dissatisfaction? Zhou Shuqiu found it hard to understand. Theoretically, yes. However, what if the three prominent celestial alchemists managed to gain something from the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? For example, what if the chief celestial alchemist promised them something? For example, the more precious pill formulas, the white-robed woman said. If that's the case, it's possible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuqiu pondered for a moment before she nodded. Qiu, I heard you've met the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? The white-robed woman asked. Yes, junior aunt. Zhou Shuqiu nodded. The white-robed woman was one of the only two 7-star celestial dukes in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. She was the second 7-star celestial duke in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect was only a 6-combination celestial duke. Zhou Shuqiu's senior sister, whom the white-robed woman had mentioned, was the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. This time, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were going to recruit disciples from the grand competition of the wasteland. They would be allowed to enter the little world left behind by the Celestial King to search for the treasures left behind by the Celestial King. For this reason, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect placed great importance on this matter and sent one of the two 7-star celestial dukes to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. I heard he bullied your fourth sister, but you didn't hold it against him? The white-robed woman asked. Yes. Zhou Shuqiu nodded. Rumor has it that you found out about his extraordinary background. However, as far as I know, you didn't manage to find out anything about him. Moreover, he was once hunted down by an elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and had to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman to escape. However, it's normal for you to think he has an extraordinary background because of the Shadow Void escaping talisman. However, if you want to stand up for your fourth sister, even if you don't make a move yourself or mobilize the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, you can still ask the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to deal with him. However, you didn't do that. As far as I know, you're best friends with Murong Bing, the genius disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Although I don't know why the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wants to kill him, since they've sent a core elder, it means he's on the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's blacklist. If you tell Murong Bing about his whereabouts, she'll report it to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? However, you didn't do that. I'd like to know why. The white-robed woman looked at Zhou Shuqiu as she spoke. Her sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through Zhou Shuqiu. Junior aunt, I really don't know where he came from. Zhou Shuqiu felt guilty when she saw the white-robed woman's gaze. She truthfully told the white-robed woman the reason she did not look for Duan Lingtian to avenge her sister. However, the reason why I didn't deal with him like you said was because of my good friend, Murong Bing. Murong Bing asked me to take care of him and prevent him from being killed by the powerhouses of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If possible, I'll lend him a hand at a critical moment. Zhou Shuqiu replied truthfully. Murong Bing asked you to take care of him? Isn't he being hunted down by a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? The white-robed woman asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. However, this is indeed the reason I didn't make a move on him and didn't inform the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect of his whereabouts. Zhou Shuqiu replied. Although Zhou Shuqiu had told the white-robed woman the truth, she did not tell the white-robed woman the truth. However, there were some things that she did not tell the white-robed woman. For example, the complicated relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing. Naturally, the reason she did not tell the white-robed woman was not because of Duan Lingtian, but because she was concerned about her sister, Murong Bing. With the Wasteland Grand Contest drawing near, Tai East City was bustling with activity. On this day, all of a sudden, the east gate of Tai City quieted down. Even the passers-by stopped in their tracks. They seemed to be from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Many people's gazes landed on the group of people who had just arrived at the eastern gate of the city. This was because the group of people who had just arrived was too dazzling. A group of more than 20 people walked with majestic gait. There was a layer of golden light flashing around their bodies. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was a layer of golden light. If one took a closer look, the golden light around them had formed the golden figure of a giant Buddha. It was particularly eye-catching. Moreover, the golden figure of the giant Buddha seemed to emit a powerful aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. After a while, more and more people's gazes shifted to the bald monk who was leading the group of people. The bald monk was tall and burly. There were 9 scars on his head, and he wore a golden kasaya with a Buddhist monk's knife and a wine gourd hanging from his waist. The most eye-catching thing about the bald monk was his face. He had a ferocious look on his face that could frighten a 3-year-old child to tears. As for the golden figure of the giant Buddha that shrouded the 20 or so people, the source of the faint golden light could be seen from the direction where the golden light was directed at. The golden figure of the giant Buddha originated from the bald monk. He's the golden Buddha, Ting Yunshan. All of a sudden, at the east gate of Tai City, someone let out a cry of surprise. Apart from a few people who were confused, most of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Golden Buddha. Ting Yunshan. Isn't the golden Buddha, Ting Yunshan, the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect? Didn't he fall 3,000 years ago? Yes. I heard that 3,000 years ago, he went out to travel and fought with a sectless cultivator. In the end, both of them perished together. At that time, the wasteland was in an uproar for a long time because of this. He's still alive? Ting Yunshan was a 7-star celestial duke 3,000 years ago. If he's still alive, doesn't that mean the Martial Dragon Celestial sect has a 3rd 7-star celestial duke? As someone started guessing the identity of the bald monk, more and more people cried out in surprise. They looked at the bald monk with shock and disbelief. He's the golden Buddha, Ting Yunshan. I saw him from afar 5,000 years ago. It's him. As an aged old man spoke, he further confirmed the bald monk's identity. If he's the Golden Buddha, then even if he's still a 7-star celestial duke, he's still much stronger than the 2 7-star celestial dukes from the Martial Dragon celestial sect. Even when they joined forces, they were still defeated by him. Outside the east gate of Tai City, everyone was whispering to each other. Although they had more or less confirmed the identity of the person who had come. Although they were certain he had become an 8-trigram celestial duke, they did not think he had become an 8-trigram celestial duke. After all, they were certain he was an 8-trigram celestial duke. If there was an 8-trigram celestial duke in the Martial Dragon celestial sect, they would have already taken over the Tai celestial sect and the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. Chapter 2795. The Golden Buddha Ting Yunshan? Didn't he die 3,000 years ago? How could he still be alive? Could it be fake news? It must be fake news. Otherwise, how could he appear in Tai City today? It seems like the Tai celestial sect places a lot of importance on the grand contest of the wasteland. Otherwise, why would Ting Yunshan, the Golden Buddha who has been in hiding for so many years, personally come? As the group of people from the Tai celestial sect entered Tai City, news about the Soaring Cloud Mountain, the former sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, spread like wildfire in Tai City. All of a sudden, the entire Tai City was shaken. After all, in most people's opinion, Ting Yunshan, the former sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, the Golden Buddha, had been dead for many years. Yet now, he had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. How could they not be shocked? Ting Yunshan? He actually came in person? What's going on? Even if the Wasteland Grand Contest concerns the little world left behind by a celestial king, there's no need for him to personally participate, right? Unlike most of the people in Tai City who were shocked by the fact that Ting Yunshan was still alive. Some high-ranking officials from the Tai celestial sect and the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect were shocked and they found out Ting Yunshan was here. They had long known that Ting Yunshan was still alive. They also knew Ting Yunshan was the only 8-trigram celestial duke in the Martial Dragon celestial sect. He was also the most powerful person in the Martial Dragon celestial sect. It did not take long for the news to spread to the Tai celestial sect. Ting Yunshan? He actually personally led a team here? Tai, the left guardian of the Tai celestial sect, cried out in shock when he found out that Ting Yunshan from the Martial Dragon celestial sect would be leading the Wasteland Grand Contest this time through a communication celestial talisman. Ting Yunshan? Opposite Tai, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Today, Tai happened to be looking for Duan Lingtian. It's the 8-trigram celestial duke from the Tai celestial sect. When he came back to his senses and saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with a puzzled expression, Tai he immediately responded in a timely manner. 8-trigram celestial duke? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tai he's words. He asked, Guardian Tai, what do you mean by the 8-trigram celestial duke from the Martial Dragon celestial sect personally leading a team here? Isn't the Wasteland Great Competition about to begin? After the people from the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect arrived, the people from the Martial Dragon celestial sect also arrived. Tai he paused for a moment before he continued, however, the leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect this time is Ting Yunshan. The 8-trigram celestial monarch is personally leading the team? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Tai he's words. Then, he speculated, could it be that the Martial Dragon celestial sect thinks that with an 8-trigram celestial duke leading the team, they'll be able to recruit more young powerhouses? That's impossible. Tai he shook his head. The 3 major celestial sects have long come to an agreement that those who perform well in the Wasteland Great Competition will be divided equally among the 3 major celestial sects to ensure fairness in entering the little world left behind by a celestial king. So what if the Martial Dragon celestial sect has an 8-trigram celestial duke leading the team? Does the Tai E celestial sect not have an 8-trigram celestial duke? Does the 1,000-spider celestial sect not have an 8-trigram celestial duke? Tai he smiled disdainfully as he continued to say, moreover, the Tai E celestial sect has a king-grade celestial weapon in the hands of the patriarch. With the king-grade celestial weapon, even Ting Yunshan would have to avoid it. Tai he's expression was filled with confidence when he mentioned the Tai E celestial sect's 8-trigram celestial duke. His eyes shone with a burning desire. Then why did he come personally? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That's what I find strange as well. Tai he frowned and said, Tai he, the 8-trigram celestial duke of the martial dragon celestial sect, was the former sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect. However, rumor has it that he's dead since 3,000 years ago. Most people thought he was dead. Only a few high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland know that he's still alive. His appearance in public has exposed the fact that he's still alive 3,000 years ago. I have a feeling that there's more to him than meets the eye since he's willing to expose himself in order to bring a team to watch the Wasteland Grand Contest. He must have something up his sleeve. Tai he's tone was filled with certainty. There's definitely something fishy going on. I think Ting Yunshan's appearance isn't as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. A person who had faked his death for 3,000 years suddenly appeared in public. Moreover, he did not have to appear in public. This was truly intriguing. Regardless of why Ting Yunshan exposed himself, he won't be able to do anything in the Tai E celestial sect's territory. Tai he's words were filled with confidence in the Tai E celestial sect. All right. Duan Lingtian could understand Tai he's confidence. After all, the Tai E celestial sect had more than one 8-trigram celestial duke. Moreover, the 8-trigram celestial duke possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. In the entire wasteland, among the 3 major celestial sects, only the Tai E celestial sect possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. Suddenly, as if he'd noticed something, Tai he made a move like a bolt of lightning, and he grabbed at the air as if he was taking something out of his pocket. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the celestial talisman being torn apart. An immortal talisman gradually shattered in Tai-Tai's hand. In the end, it seemed to have turned into fine powder and dispersed with the wind, completely vanishing into thin air. A communication celestial talisman. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was a communication celestial talisman. After Tai he read the communication celestial talisman, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Master Duan, the sect leader sent this communication celestial talisman to me. He said the Supreme Elder of the 1,000-spider celestial sect wants to see you. The Supreme Elder of the 1,000-spider celestial sect? The 7-star celestial duke who's leading the group of people from the 1,000-spider celestial sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. That's her. Tai he nodded. Apart from her, there's another person who came to the Tai E celestial sect. You should be familiar with that person, Master Duan. Who? Although Tai he said he was familiar with that person, Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it and asked instinctively, what's the matter? Zhou Shuqiu. Tai he replied. Zhou Shuqiu. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard the name. He had seen this woman twice before. The first time was on the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, this woman had told him that the compassionate celestial traveler sect had arranged a marriage for Murongbing. Due to this, he had no choice but to seek help from the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. The second time was in the palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, Zhou Shuqiu had wanted to recruit him into the 1,000-spider celestial sect. Why are they looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked. He was certain Zhou Shuqiu had found out that he was a prominent celestial alchemist and the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect. Could it be that Zhou Shuqiu wanted to recruit him into the 1,000-spider celestial sect? The sect leader didn't say anything in the communication celestial talisman. He only asked me to ask you if you're willing to meet them. If you're unwilling to meet them, the sect leader told me to send him a message and he'll reject them directly, Tai Tai, he said. Alright, I'll meet them. Let's go and meet them. I also want to know why they are looking for me. Duan Lingtian said. He could choose not to meet the two people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. However, he could not help but be curious. Why were the two people looking for him? Usually, the high-ranking officials of the Tai Celestial Sect would meet their guests in the same place. It was located near the main island where Duan Lingtian was currently located. It was a magnificent and spacious mansion on a prominent celestial island. There was only one main hall in the mansion. There were not many decorations in the mansion, but when they were put together, it was magnificent. When Duan Lingtian and Tai Tai entered the mansion, they saw three figures standing in the middle of the main hall. Duan Lingtian was familiar with two of the figures. They were none other than Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. There was also Zhou Shuqiu. Apart from these two familiar figures, there was another unfamiliar figure. It was a young woman dressed in a plain robe. The young woman had an ordinary appearance, but she had an indescribable aura about her. She was very attractive. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at her. It was pleasing to the eye. Even the young woman's ordinary-looking appearance seemed to have become more pleasing to the eye at this moment. She's the other Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, Lu Yanjun. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the young woman's identity. There were two Supreme Elders in the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect who were 7-star Celestial Dukes. The current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect was only a 6-combination Celestial Duke. He was not as strong as the sect leaders of the Tai Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who were 7-star Celestial Dukes. This was what Duan Lingtian had learned before he joined the Tai Celestial Sect. Currently, he had learned something that only a few people in the wasteland knew. For example, the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Tingyun Shan, the Golden Buddha, had faked his death 3,000 years ago. Currently, he was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. Rumor had it that the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect was only a 6-combination Celestial Duke. However, the truth was that the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect had long become a 7-star Celestial Duke. Zhou Shuqiu's master, one of the Supreme Elders of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, had also become an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. However, this news was kept a secret, so many people knew about it. Chapter 2796. Master Duan. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Tai Tai entered the main hall, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, left Lu Yanjun, the guest from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, behind and greeted them. A bright smile could be seen on Bai Ping's face. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and nodded in greeting when he saw Bai Ping walking up to him. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing behind Lu Yanjun, the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, noticed Duan Lingtian. Before she could react, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian warmly. Zhou Shuqiu felt as though she had been in a long time. The purple-clad young man who was not famous in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was now a VIP whom even the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, treated so warmly. Master Duan, this is Elder Lu, the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. I don't think there's a need for me to introduce this person, right? After Bai Ping greeted Tai Tai he led Duan Lingtian to Lu Yanjun and Zhou Shuqiu and introduced them to Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. It was more accurate to say he was only introducing one person. After all, he did not introduce Zhou Shuqiu. Yes. Even if Bai Ping did not introduce Zhou Shuqiu, Duan Lingtian recognized her. She was the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the junior sister of the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. I heard Master Duan is not even 100 years old, but he possesses an extraordinary cultivation base and amazing skills in alchemy. Not only that, but he's also the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E Celestial Sect. Now that I've met him in person, I can see that he's indeed a dragon among men. When Duan Lingtian appeared, Lu Yenjun had sensed through her divine consciousness that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. For a moment, the shock in her heart was not small. She had heard of Duan Lingtian's achievements before. However, hearsay was only hearsay. Seeing it with one's own eyes was a completely different concept and a completely different feeling. Elder Lu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yanjun calmly and nodded. Then, he went straight to the point and asked, I wonder. Elder Lu, why did you ask me to come here and say that you wanted to see me? It's not that I have something to do. As Lu Yanjun spoke, she looked at Zhou Shuqiu who was standing next to her and said, my junior niece was the one who said she was looking for you. According to her, both of you are considered old acquaintances. We are indeed old acquaintances. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Zhou Shuqiu. His eyes were filled with doubt. He didn't know why Zhou Shuqiu was looking for him. Could it be that she wanted to poach him again and bring him to the Thousand Spiders Immortal Sect? Duan Lingtian, I have something to tell you. It's about Murong Bing. Can we talk in private? Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing? If Zhou Shuqiu had mentioned something else, Duan Lingtian would not have been interested. However, now that Zhou Shuqiu mentioned Murong Bing, it was difficult for him to reject her invitation. Let's talk outside. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Zhou Shuqiu before he walked out of the hall. Zhou Shuqiu followed closely behind him. For a time, only Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Lu Yanjun remained in the main hall. Outside the main hall. What happened to Murong Bing again? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. Although he seemed calm on the surface, a hint of concern could be seen in the depths of his eyes. She's fine for now. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head and said, I came to look for you to tell you that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's plan to arrange a marriage for her was a lie. She didn't marry anyone, and she doesn't need to marry anyone. Zhou Shuqiu said. What? As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. You lied to me? Yes. Zhou Shuqiu had no choice but to admit it when she saw Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze. Why did you do that? Duan Lingtian asked with a dark expression on his face. Do you think it's pointless to do that? Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhou Shuqiu was lying when she said the compassionate celestial traveler sect wanted Murong Bing to marry someone else. That was not true at all. He had been so worried that he had made a promise to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to help him get Murong Bing out of the marriage. He did not expect it was all a lie. It was all a lie. I'm sorry. Zhou Shuqiu quickly apologized when she saw how angry Duan Lingtian was. She continued to say, at that time, I only wanted to see how important Murong Bing is to you. I wanted to see if she's important to you. What does it have to do with you whether she's important to me or not? Duan Lingtian asked coldly. Murong Bing is my best friend. She asked me to take care of you and save you when you were being hunted by the compassionate celestial traveler sex powerhouses. It's my first time seeing her care for someone so much, let alone a man. For this reason, before I met you, I was curious about what kind of person you are. Zhou Shuqiu did not seem to notice the coldness in Duan Lingtian's voice. And after seeing you, I want to know even more. You, who is so important to her. Do you care about her as well? For this reason, I made up the story to see your reaction. However, I didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. You even turned around and left. I didn't even have the time to tell you that I made up the story. Zhou Shuqiu sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. Did she really ask you to take care of me and save me when I was being hunted by the compassionate celestial traveler sex powerhouses? After listening to Zhou Shuqiu's words, Duan Ling Tian was most interested in this sentence. There's no need for me to lie to you, Zhou Shuqiu said. Is she alright? After learning that Zhou Shuqiu was Murong Bing's best friend, Duan Ling Tian was much more courteous to Zhou Shuqiu. Not good. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head and said, since you've taken her virginity, she won't be able to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Her goal has always been to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since she was young, her master has been raising her to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Zhou Shuqiu said. Right now, her master still doesn't know that she's lost her virginity. If her master finds out, even if she doesn't get executed by her master will at least cripple her cultivation. Zhou Shuqiu's tone turned solemn as she continued to say, although the current sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect takes good care of her, if her master wants to punish her, nobody will be able to stop her. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. She was raised by her master since she was young. How can her master treat her like that? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. The worry in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. That's because you don't know her master well. Do you know that her master once had an outstanding disciple who was being groomed by her master to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? However, she fell in love with a man and lost her virginity. In the end, her master sentenced her to death. At that time, many high-ranking officials in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, including the sect leader, tried to dissuade her master. However, her master refused to listen to anyone and directly killed her direct disciple whom she had personally nurtured. Zhou Shuqiu's voice turned even more solemn as she spoke. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. It was as though she was afraid Murong Bing would suffer the same fate as her master. Why don't she leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect before her master finds out about this? Aren't you her sister and best friend? Why don't you ask her to join the Thousand Spider Celestial sect instead? Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. That's what I want as well. However, it's impossible for her to leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She completely treats her master as her own mother. When I parted with her the last time, she was still considering whether to tell her master about that matter. However, before I parted ways with her, I told her not to tell her master about this matter, Zhou Shuqiu said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Thank you. As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian thanked Zhou Shuqiu again. After all, Zhou Shuqiu had saved Murong Bing. You don't have to thank me. You weren't even born when I first met her. I only did that because I didn't want anything to happen to her. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head. However, even if she didn't tell her master about this matter, and even if the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was willing to help her hide it, I'm afraid it won't last for long. Although the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could delay the selection of the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect for a while, it's impossible for her to delay it any longer. Zhou Shuqiu said solemnly. What I'm worried about the most is that once her master finds out about this matter, she won't let her go. After all, her senior sister had served as a warning for her. Zhou Shuqiu's expression turned even grimmer when she reached the end of her sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. Initially, I thought it was impossible for you to bring her away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, when I came to Tai Yi City and learned that you've become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, I finally saw hope. Chapter 2797. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Initially, when he found out the compassionate celestial traveler sect did not arrange a marriage for Murong Bing, he sighed in relief even though he found Zhou Shuqiu boring. However, he did not expect this. Although the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect did not arrange a marriage for Murong was still in danger because of her stubborn master. A person who killed a direct disciple whom she had groomed since young. It's not difficult for her to kill another direct disciple who's on the same level as her. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian could not help but worry about Murong safety. How long do you think the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect can delay the appointment of the successor? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. 8 to 10 years at most. Zhou Shuqiu sighed and said, it's a tradition of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to appoint a successor when the time is right. Even if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wants to delay the appointment, the other high-ranking officials in the sect won't agree to it. Are you sure the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect will help her? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Of course. Zhou Shuqiu said confidently, before she told me, she only told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect about you. For this reason, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is delaying the appointment of the successor. Although she's not the disciple of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect treats her like her own daughter. Bing told me she treats the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect as her mother. Duan Ling Tian nodded. If that's the case, can't the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stop her master from harming her? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had a high status in the sect. How could she not stop the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect from killing Murong? She can't stop it. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head and said, put aside Bing's master whose cultivation base is not inferior to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, there's also a 10-direction Celestial Duke in the sect. The 10-direction Celestial Duke is Bing's master's father. So, you should be able to imagine the stakes involved, Zhou Shuqiu said with a grim expression on her face. 10-direction Celestial Duke. When Zhou Shuqiu mentioned the 10-direction Celestial Duke, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. 10-direction Celestial Dukes were peak Celestial Dukes. They were only a step away from becoming Celestial Kings. Previously, when he was chatting with the young man with the surname Pei, he had heard that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had at least one 10-direction Celestial Duke. The sect was much stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. How many 10-direction Celestial Dukes are there in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. That one. Zhou Shuqiu added. 1. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this. Not only was Murong master powerful, but her father was also a 10-direction Celestial Duke in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. There was only one 10-direction Celestial Duke in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The 10-direction Celestial Duke was also the strongest person in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. As the daughter of the strongest person in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, even if Murong master was not the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would not dare to offend her. Instantly, a strong feeling of danger enveloped Duan Ling Tian's heart, and it didn't disperse for a long time. Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, although I don't know how you managed to make the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist, however, I think it's because you have your own methods. For this reason, I hope you can take Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect before her master finds out that she has lost her virginity. Zhou Shuqiu's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. I'll do it even if you don't tell me that. Duan Ling Tian said. I'm relieved to hear that. Zhou Shuqiu sighed in relief. There's one more thing. After a while, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have recalled something. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, I managed to convince my junior aunt to look for you because I told her I'd like to try my best to convince you to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. If my junior aunt mentions this when we return, Please cooperate with her. Zhou Shuqiu said. Since you promised your junior aunt, why don't you try to convince me to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu meaningfully when he heard her words. Even if I did, would you agree to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect? Zhou Shuqiu asked. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's question. Indeed. Even if Zhou Shuqiu tried to persuade him to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, he would not agree since there were many things he had to consider. After waiting outside the main hall for a while, Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Shuqiu returned to the main hall. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the main hall, he saw Lu looking at Zhou Shuqiu. Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, looked at Zhou Shuqiu with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head when she saw Lu Yanjun looking at her. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed the anticipation in Lu Yanjun's eyes was replaced by disappointment. It was as though she was disappointed by something. Sect leader Bai, Enforcer Tai, Alchemist Duan. I apologize for my sudden visit. After Zhou Shuqiu returned to Lu Yanjun's side, Lu Yanjun bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Then, she led Zhou Shuqiu out of the main hall. As for Tai Taihe, he followed after them and saw them off. Sect leader, aren't you curious why Zhou Shuqiu came looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked after he had chatted with Bai Ping for a while. She must be trying to persuade you to join the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, right? Bai Ping asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's the main reason. However, Bai Ping paused for a moment. Bai Ping suddenly thought of something and asked, Master Duan, Zhou Shuqiu mentioned Murongbing earlier. If I'm not mistaken, she's the genius disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Bai Ping knew about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and Murongbing. After all, Bai Ping was the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Although the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect was not as powerful as the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, a sect like the Tai Yi Celestial Sect would definitely know something about the sect. Bai Ping was about to ask Duan Ling Tian about his relationship with Murongbing when Zhou Shuqiu mentioned Murongbing. Sect leader. Outside the hall, a voice rang out. It was Tai Taihe who had returned. HM. Bai Ping and Duan Ling Tian were taken aback by Tai Taihe's return. A few moments later, they walked out of the main hall and learned that the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had returned as soon as the two people from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect left. The person in the lead was none other than the leader of the group from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He was the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the only 8-trigram Celestial Duke in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The Soaring Cloud Mountain was also known as the Golden Buddha. Guardian Tai, come with me to greet Senior Yun Shan. When Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, learned of Soaring Cloud Mountain's arrival, he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately greeted Tai Taihe and brought him along to welcome Soaring Cloud Mountain. Master Duan, do you want to come with us? Bai Ping did not forget about Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to him. Let's go and have a look. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he nodded. I'd like to meet the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect as well. Each of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland had an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. However, the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was the only 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. For this reason, the arrival of the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had caused a huge commotion in Tai Yi City. Many people were shocked by his arrival. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping, and Tai Taihe left the prominent Celestial Island to greet Soaring Cloud Mountain, the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, greets Senior Yun Shan. Tai Taihe, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, greets Senior Yun Shan. When they saw Soaring Cloud Mountain, both Bai Ping and Tai Tai, he immediately bowed respectfully to Soaring Cloud Mountain. From the beginning until the end, they did not dare to be negligent. Although they were 7-star Celestial Dukes, they were still 7-star Celestial Dukes. However, Soaring Cloud Mountain was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke who was above them. Let's put this aside for now. Based on Soaring Cloud Mountain's seniority, Soaring Cloud Mountain was worthy of their respect. While Bai Ping and Tai Tai he bowed and greeted Soaring Cloud Mountain, Duan Lingtian was sizing up Soaring Cloud Mountain. He was a tall and burly bald monk dressed in a golden kasaya. However, unlike the benevolent appearance of ordinary monks, this monk had a ferocious face and an extremely ferocious expression. Ordinary people might not even dare to look directly at him. Duan Lingtian greets Senior Tang. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to greet Soaring Cloud Mountain, Soaring Cloud Mountain shifted his gaze to Tai Tai he and asked coldly, "You're Tai Tai he?" Before Tai Tai he could react, Soaring Cloud Mountain heard Duan Lingtian greeting him. His eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being watched by a poisonous snake. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered Soaring Cloud Mountain was filled with killing intent. Ting Yunshan's ferocious eyes were filled with extreme killing intent as he stared at him. Chapter 2798. Duan Lingtian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Ashy initially, when he found out the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had not arranged a marriage for Murong Bing, he sighed in relief even though he found Zhou Shuqiu boring. But he did not expect that, although the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect did not arrange a marriage for Murong Bing, she was still in danger from her stubborn master. A person who had once killed the direct disciple that she had groomed since young, to kill another direct disciple of a similar level, to her, it would definitely not be something that she could not bear to do. Because of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but worry about Murong Bing's safety. How long do you think the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect can delay the appointment of the successor? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Shuqiu and asked. 8 or 10 years at most. Zhou Shuqiu sighed and said, "This is because it has always been the tradition of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to appoint a successor when the time is right. Even if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is deliberately delaying it, the high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect won't agree to it." Are you so sure the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect will help her? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Definitely. Zhou Shuqiu said confidently, "It's because she only told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect about you before she told me. For this reason, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is delaying the appointment of the successor of the sect. Although she's not the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect treats her like her own daughter. Bing told me that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is her mother." Zhou Shuqiu said. "If that's the case, can't the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stop her master from harming her?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect held a high position in the sect. How could she not stop the sect from punishing Murong Bing? "I can't stop it." Zhou Shuqiu shook her head and said, "Put aside Bing, Er's master whose cultivation base is not inferior to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, there's also a 10-direction Celestial Duke in the sect. The 10-direction Celestial Duke is Bing, Er's master's father. So, you should be able to imagine the stakes involved," Zhou Shuqiu said with a grim expression on her face. 10-direction Celestial Duke. When Zhou Shuqiu mentioned the 10-direction Celestial Duke, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. 10-direction Celestial Dukes were peak Celestial Dukes. They were only a step away from becoming Celestial Kings. Previously, when he was chatting with the young man with the surname Pei, he had heard that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had at least one 10-direction Celestial Duke. The sect was much stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. How many 10 Direction Celestial Dukes are there in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Lingtian asked. That one. Zhou Shuqiu added. One. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this. Not only was Murongbing's master powerful, but her father was also a 10 Direction Celestial Duke in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect only had one 10 Direction Celestial Duke. The 10 Direction Celestial Duke was also the strongest person in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. As the daughter of the strongest person in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, even if Murongbing's master was not the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would not dare to provoke her. Instantly, a strong feeling of danger enveloped Duan Lingtian's heart, and it didn't disperse for a long time. Duan Lingtian. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, although I don't know how you managed to make the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi Celestial sect acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist, however, I think it's because you have your own methods. For this reason, I hope you can take Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect before her master finds out about her. When Zhou Shuqiu reached the end of her sentence, her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'll do it even if you don't tell me that. Duan Lingtian said. I'm relieved to hear that. Zhou Shuqiu sighed in relief. There's one more thing. After a while, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have recalled something. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I managed to convince my junior aunt to look for you because I told her I'd like to try my best to convince you to join the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. If my junior aunt mentions this when we return, please cooperate with her. Zhou Shuqiu said. Since you promised your junior aunt, why don't you try to convince me to join the Thousand Spider Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu meaningfully when he heard her words. Even if I did, would you agree to join the Thousand Spider Celestial sect? Zhou Shuqiu asked. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's question. Indeed. Even if Zhou Shuqiu tried to persuade him to join the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, he would not agree since he had many things to consider. After waiting outside the main hall for a while, Duan Lingtian and Zhou Shuqiu returned to the main hall. As soon as they entered, Duan Lingtian saw Lu looking at Zhou Shuqiu. A hint of anticipation could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she saw Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, looking at Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head when she saw Lu Yanjun looking at her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the anticipation in Lu Yanjun's eyes was replaced by disappointment. It was as though she was disappointed in something. Sect leader by, Enforcer Tai, Alchemist Duan. I apologize for taking the liberty to visit you. When Zhou Shuqiu returned to Lu Yanjun's side, Lu Yanjun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others before she left the main hall with Zhou Shuqiu. As for Tai, he followed them and saw them off. Sect leader, aren't you curious why Zhou Shuqiu came looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked after he had chatted with Bai Ping for a while. She must be trying to persuade you to join the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, right? Bai Ping asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's the main reason. However. Bai Ping paused for a moment. Bai Ping suddenly thought of something and asked, Master Duan, when Zhou Shuqiu spoke to you earlier, she mentioned Murongbing. If I'm not mistaken, she's the genius disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Bai Ping knew about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Murongbing. After all, Bai Ping was the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Although the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was not as powerful as the Tai Yi Celestial sect, a sect like the Tai Yi Celestial sect would definitely know something about the sect. Bai Ping was just about to ask Duan Lingtian about his relationship with Murongbing when Zhou Shuqiu mentioned Murongbing. Sect leader. Outside the main hall, a voice sounded. It was Tai Tai He who had returned. HM. Bai Ping and Duan Ling Tian were slightly taken aback by Tai Tai He's return. After a while, they walked out of the main hall and learned that the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had returned as soon as the two people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect had left. The person in the lead was none other than the leader of the group from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He was also the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the only 8-trigram Celestial Duke in the sect. He was also known as the Golden Buddha. Guardian Tai, come with me to welcome Senior Yun Shan. When Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial Sect, learned about Soaring Cloud Mountain's arrival, he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately greeted Tai Tai He and prepared to bring Tai Tai He to welcome Soaring Cloud Mountain. Master Duan, do you want to come with us? Bai Ping did not forget about Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to him after he greeted Tai Tai He. Let's go and have a look. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded. I also want to meet the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Each of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland had an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. However, the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was considered dead by most people in the Wasteland. Moreover, he had died more than 3,000 years ago. For this reason, the arrival of the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had caused a huge commotion in Tai E City. Many people were shocked by his arrival. After a while, Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping, and Tai Tai He left the prominent Celestial Island to welcome Soaring Cloud Mountain, the 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Tai E Celestial Sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial Sect, greets Senior Yun Shan. Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial Sect, greets Senior Yun Shan. When they saw Soaring Cloud Mountain, both Bai Ping and Tai Tai He immediately bowed respectfully to Soaring Cloud Mountain. From the beginning to the end, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Although they were 7-star Celestial Dukes, they were still 7-star Celestial Dukes. However, Soaring Cloud Mountain was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke, someone who was above them. Let's put this aside for now. Based on Soaring Cloud Mountain's seniority, Soaring Cloud Mountain was worthy of their respect. While Bai Ping and Tai Tai He bowed and greeted Soaring Cloud Mountain, Duan Ling Tian was sizing up Soaring Cloud Mountain. He was a tall and burly bald monk dressed in a golden kasaya. However, unlike the benevolent appearance of ordinary monks, this monk had a ferocious face and an extremely fierce expression. Ordinary people might not even dare to look directly at him. Duan Ling Tian greets Senior Tang. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to greet Soaring Cloud Mountain turned to look at Tai Tai He and asked coldly, "You're Tai Tai He?" Before Tai Tai He could react, Soaring Cloud Mountain heard Duan Ling Tian's greeting. His eyes instantly shifted to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered Soaring Cloud Mountain's gaze was filled with killing intent. Ting Yunshan's ferocious eyes were filled with extreme killing intent as he stared at him. Chapter 2799. Why does this 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect look as though he wants to eat me alive? This is my first time meeting him, right? Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw Ting Yun Shan's cold and murderous gaze. He could not figure out why Ting Yun Shan would look at him with such hostility after he introduced himself. It was as though Ting Yun Shan had a grudge against him. However, after a while, the killing intent in Ting Yun Shan's eyes disappeared. The pressure on Duan Ling Tian disappeared as well. After all, Ting Yun Shan was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. Even though he was only a great overarching golden celestial, his killing intent was still a great pressure to Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial Sect, and Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma, who had bowed respectfully to Ting Yun Shan, rose to their feet as well. They did not notice the killing intent in Ting Yunshan's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although Ting Yunshan's voice was slightly cold, they only thought that Ting Yunshan had always spoken like this and did not suspect anything else. Ting Yunshan is the strongest person in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Why does he look at me with such hostility even though it's only our first meeting? I don't think I've offended him. Did he mistake me for someone else? Although Ting Yunshan quickly concealed the killing intent in his eyes, Duan Lingtian could not forget the pressure he felt from Ting Yunshan's killing intent earlier. At that time, the pressure that assaulted his body was like a mountain pressing down on him, and it pressed down on him to the point he was slightly unable to breathe. Now that Ting Yunshan had regained his composure, Duan Lingtian thought he had mistaken Ting Yunshan for someone else. However, did Ting Yunshan really mistake him for someone else? It's my fault that I didn't know about your existence and didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father. However, I promise you that I'll avenge you and kill Duan Lingtian, Tai He, and that femme fatale. Ting Yunshan muttered to himself after he regained his composure. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Tai He, they did not expect Ting Yunshan to be so strong. Ting Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who was killed by Tai He because of Duan Lingtian, was actually the biological son of the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Tai He did not notice Ting Yunshan's hostility toward him. However, Duan Lingtian had noticed Ting Yunshan's hostility. Even so, Duan Lingtian did not know that Ting Yunshan was Ting Yunshan's death because Ting Yunshan killed Ting Yunshan was killed. Ting Yunshan's son Yuntian was Ting Yunshan's Yunshan to Tai's he to was to kill to Tian. Duan Tai's sect clan S Duan King's S clan Tian to kill Duan Ling clan S clan Tian was Ting Duan Ling Tian was even more surprised that Ting Yunshan was Ting Yunshan's son. Not to mention that Tai didn't know that Ting Qing was Ting Yunshan's biological son. Even Ting Yunshan himself only found out a few days ago that he had a biological son who was killed. About 5,000 years ago, Ting Yunshan had a one-night stand with a maid who served him in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The maid was pregnant, but she did not dare to tell Ting Yunshan about it. With Ting Yunshan's status at that time, he would become a laughingstock in the wasteland if people found out that he had an illegitimate son with a maid. Moreover, Ting Yunshan had a wife who was jealous. If she found out that Ting Yunshan had an illegitimate son, she would not let the illegitimate son go. Under such circumstances, the maid left the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and gave birth to Ting Yunshan's son, Ting Qing. Ting Yunshan inherited Ting Yunshan's innate talent. After he grew up, he quickly rose to prominence and joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect under his mother's instructions. After that, Ting Yunshan became an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and learned many secrets of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He knew that the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was still alive and had been secretly protecting the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, Ting Yunshan did not know until Tai he killed him. The old ancestor of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was actually Ting Yunshan's biological father. A few days ago, when Ting Qing's mother found out about Ting Qing's death, she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. She tried her best to contact Ting Yunshan and told him about Ting Qing's existence. As the old ancestor of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Ting Yunshan, naturally, did not believe that he had an illegitimate son. However, after some investigation, he was certain that Ting Yunshan's son was indeed Ting Yunshan's son. Ting Yunshan was indeed his biological son. Ting Yunshan had married the daughter of a senior in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. His wife was infertile and forbade him from remarrying. As a result, he did not have any children. As long as he was not killed, he would be able to live forever. Therefore, even if his wife could no longer control him, he was not in a hurry to have children. However, when he found out that he had a son and that his son had been killed, he immediately flew into a rage. It was fine if he did not have a son. How could he not be angry when his son was killed? Let's go. Under the shocked gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping, and Tai Tai He, Ting Yun Shan merely glanced at them indifferently before he turned around and left with the two men behind him. He came and left quickly. Duan Ling Tian and the other two looked at each other in confusion. They did not know why Ting Yun Shan had come and left so suddenly. Did he leave because he had something to do? What's he doing here? Bai Ping and Tai Tai He looked at each other before they shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian, who was equally stunned. Master Duan, I'm pretty sure Ting Yun Shan is here for you. Did he send you a voice transmission earlier to recruit you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Bai Ping asked Duan Ling Tian, did you reject him through voice transmission? In Bai Ping's opinion, this was the only explanation for Ting Yun Shan's sudden arrival and departure. Tai Tai He was also looking at Duan Ling Tian. His thoughts were similar to Bai Ping's. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, I didn't communicate with him at all. You didn't communicate with him? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. If that was the case, why did Ting Yun Shan come? Did Ting Yun Shan come to look for the patriarch? Tai Tai He speculated. Impossible. Bai Ping shook his head. If he came to look for the patriarch, there's no need for him to meet us. He could have gone to look for the patriarch on his own. 8 trigram celestial dukes can contact each other through communication celestial talismans. If he didn't come to look for the patriarch, why did he come? Just to take a look at us? Or perhaps, to take a look at Master Duan? Tai Tai He was even more confused now. That's possible. After all, a great overarching golden celestial and prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old has never appeared in the wasteland. Bai Ping nodded. Sect leader, Guardian Tai. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had been looking in the direction Ting Yun Shan had left in a daze, suddenly turned to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He and asked, Duan Ling Tian? The 8 trigram celestial duke of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Ting Yun Shan, and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's elder who was killed by Guardian Tai have the same surname. Is there any relationship between them? Duan Ling Tian asked this question because when Ting Yun Shan turned around and left, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of familiarity when Duan Ling Tian saw Ting Yun Shan's side profile. After pondering for a moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled that Ting Yun Shan's side profile was similar to Ting Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who was killed by Guardian Tai. Master Duan, why do you ask? Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were taken aback when they heard Duan Ling Tian's question. They did not know why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. It's because I think their side profiles are similar. Moreover, both of their surnames are Teng. Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully. If Ting Yun Shan and Ting Qing were close, it was understandable why Ting Yun Shan would hate him. After all, it was because of him that Ting Qing was killed by Tai Tai He. Master Duan, you're overthinking things. Tai Tai He shook his head. It's impossible for Ting Qing and Ting Yun Shan to be related. If they were related, I wouldn't have killed him that day. After all, Ting Yun Shan is not only the old ancestor of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, but he's also an 8 trigram Celestial Duke. Tai Tai He said. That's right. Bai Ping nodded in agreement. If Ting Qing and Ting Yun Shan are related, it's impossible for us not to know about it. Moreover, if Ting Qing is really Ting Yun Shan's descendant, Ting Yun Shan wouldn't have let the matter rest. His temper, back then, he was famous for his fiery temper. Bai Ping said. Perhaps, it's just a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He agreed with Tai Tai He and Bai Ping's words. Meanwhile, old ancestor, both of us thank you on behalf of the sect for your forbearance. Outside the Tai E Celestial Sect's estate. As soon as Ting Yun Shan and the 2 men behind him left the Tai E Celestial Sect's estate, the 2 men behind Ting Yun Shan bowed and thanked him. Clearly, they knew something about this. There's no need to thank me. I'm also a member of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Moreover, I'm the former sect leader. Although I'm anxious to avenge my son whom I've yet to acknowledge, I won't recklessly take the risk of ruining the sect's plan. Ting Yunshan said indifferently. Old ancestor, don't worry. Once the sect's plan is complete, we'll make sure you personally send Tai Tai He and Duan Lingtian to their deaths. One of the two men promised. Not only the two of them, I want to kill them with my own hands. There's also that femme fatale in white. She's the culprit. Chapter 2800. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Teng Yunshan's forbearance. After Teng Yunshan left, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time on alchemy before the grand contest of the wasteland began. Not only did he help the Tai Yi celestial sect refine the overarching heaven pills given by Tai Tai He, but he also consulted the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect about alchemy. After a round of consultation, Duan Lingtian also realized many of his shortcomings in the past. His alchemy level had also improved during this process. Master Duan, your talent in alchemy is truly rare. The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect were shocked and they saw Duan Lingtian's improvement in alchemy skills. However, in the end, they were numb to it. After spending time with Duan Lingtian, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect gradually learned about Duan Lingtian. They knew that Duan Lingtian was not only humble, but he also knew how to repay kindness. For this reason, they did not hold back when they taught Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's pill refinement level continued to improve rapidly. As time passed, the grand contest of the wasteland finally began. However, Duan Lingtian, who was fully immersed in pill refinement, did not go to the wasteland grand contest to join in the fun. Instead, he stayed in the Tai Yi celestial sect and discussed alchemy with the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Among them, Duan Lingtian gained a lot from the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the mundane realm. In the beginning, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect treated Duan Lingtian as a junior. They thought it would only benefit them if they were on good terms with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's ability to draw inferences from one case had broadened their horizons. Their alchemy skills had improved as well. This was a pleasant surprise for them. Alchemist Duan. After the two prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing, left, Sita Ming called out to Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. Today, Duan Lingtian was discussing the Tao of pills with the three of them at Sita Ming's residence. Alchemist Situ, is something the matter? Duan Lingtian paused just as he was about to leave. He turned around and looked at Sita Ming with a puzzled expression. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Sita Ming's expression was very serious, and his eyes were also very serious. Master Duan, the Wasteland Grand Competition is about to end. After the Wasteland Grand Contest, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland, including the Tai Yi celestial sect, will send the top celestial sects of the Wasteland to the little world left behind by the Celestial King. Sita Ming asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Sita Ming saw Duan Lingtian nodding, he continued to say, Master Duan, I know you're not even 100 years old, and you're a great overarching golden celestial. The sect leader must want you to enter the little world to obtain the treasures left behind by the Celestial King in the little world. I'd like to advise Master Duan that if the sect leader asks you to go, you must refuse because it's too risky. Although it's said that riches come with risks, so far, from what I know, those who entered that small world were either killed by the formation when they tried to force their way in or died after entering. Not a single one of them survived. When Sita Ming reached the end of his sentence, he stared intently at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. As long as you refuse, the sect leader won't say anything. As far as I know, only those who are not even 100 years old can enter the little world. And so far, the strongest person who has entered that small world who is not even 100 years old seems to only be an indigo sun golden immortal, right? Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Sita Ming nodded. However, no one dares to say that a violet sun golden celestial will survive after entering the little world. Similarly, no one dares to say that a great overarching golden celestial will survive after entering the little world. Why? Master Situ, are you afraid I'll die after entering the little world? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Master Duan, based on your talent in pill refinement, you're definitely the most talented person I've met in my life. I really don't want a genius like you to enter the little world. Although you might be able to obtain some treasures after entering the little world, you'll lose your life if something happens to you. Sita Ming continued with a solemn expression on his face. Master Duan, with your talent in alchemy, your future achievements in the Tao of alchemy are limitless. When you grow up, you might even have the chance to meet celestial lords and celestial emperors, let alone celestial kings. In comparison, a small world left behind by a mere immortal king is nothing at all. Based on Sita Ming's words, it was clear he did not want Duan Lingtian to risk his life in the little world. Don't worry, Master Situ. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian could see Sita Ming was genuinely concerned about his safety. He felt warmth in his heart. That's good. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sita Ming nodded and sighed in relief. He really did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Sita Ming did not want a genius like Duan Lingtian to die in the little world left behind by a celestial king. After bidding farewell to Sita Ming, Duan Lingtian returned to the main island of the Tai celestial sect and the residence that Tai he had arranged for him and Huan, on the main island. Huan has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. I wonder if she'll be able to break through again. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at Huan Er's room. Currently, Huan Er was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although she had yet to fully master the celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories, she was still strong enough to be a match for an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Not many Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials were a match for her. Moreover, she had only mastered the basics of the celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories. If she could master it further, her strength would be greatly improved. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for her to defeat immortals whose cultivation base was higher than hers. If she breaks through again, she'll be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if she hasn't fully mastered the celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories, she'll still be as strong as most heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation when he thought about this. He could not wait for Huan Er to break through again and become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, Huan Er is still in her teens. It's only natural that she hasn't fully mastered the celestial methods and divine abilities. If she's given another 10 years, a few decades, or even longer to fully master the celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories, she'll be much stronger than most people with the same cultivation base as her. She might even be able to defeat opponents with higher cultivation bases than her. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. It was hard to imagine how strong Huan would be at that time. The Wasteland Grand Contest will end in 2 days. After that, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland will send people to enter the little world left behind by the Celestial King. I want to enter the little world with Huan Er as well. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the mysterious young man with the surname Pei, he would not have allowed Huan Er to enter the little world. Although Huan Er was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she was still a powerhouse. However, after meeting the mysterious young man with the surname Pei and learning about the little world, Duan Lingtian felt more confident. Moreover, he had promised the young man with the surname Pei that he would enter the little world to search for the royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, after the Wasteland Grand Contest ended, he would bring Huan Er with him to the little world. However, according to Brother Pei, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials and above can survive in the little world. Yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials can only protect themselves. Profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials can only protect one person. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he recalled the words of the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. When the three major celestial sects of the wasteland send people into the little world, I'll have to think of a way to prevent more people from entering the little world. Although Duan Lingtian did not think he was a kind-hearted person, he had never thought of himself as a kind person. However, if he were to do nothing and watch a group of people rush into that small world to die, he would not be able to do it. I don't have much time left. I have to think of a way. In the following days, apart from refining pills and cultivating, Duan Lingtian began to think of a way to save the little world. It did not take long for an idea to appear in his mind. I've got it. If we do this, although we can't prevent people from dying in that small world, we can avoid more casualties. On the day the Wasteland Grand Contest ended, Duan Lingtian thought of a way to prevent more people from dying. Naturally, it was only a possibility. After the Wasteland Grand Contest ended, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, returned. Sect leader. As soon as Bai Ping returned, Duan Lingtian personally went to look for him. This time, the Wasteland Grand Contest would be held in Tai-E City, which was under the control of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Since the Tai-E Celestial Sect was the host, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, had to personally attend to the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Master Duan, is there anything urgent that you need me for? The moment Bai Ping returned, he saw Duan Lingtian rushing over in a hurry before he had even sat down properly. Chapter 2801. It's nothing urgent. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm here to ask you about something. What is it? Bai Ping asked. Bai Ping looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, I'll tell you everything I know. Back then, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the Tai-E Celestial Sect, sent people into the little world. How long did those indigo sun golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old perish in there? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Now, he wanted to confirm one thing. The dangers in the small world left behind by the immortal king expert could only be encountered after a long period of time, or could one encounter them as soon as one entered? If it was the former, the method he came up with would not work at all. The person who stayed in there for the longest time stayed for 10 days. Counting from the day he entered, his soul orb shattered 10 days later. He's the strongest indigo sun golden celestial below the age of 100 who entered the little world. Although Bai Ping did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, he still replied, among the indigo sun golden celestials below the age of 100, the one who stayed in there for the shortest time was 8 days. As for those weaker than that, none of them managed to survive for more than 8 days. Bai Ping replied. Based on what I've seen so far, the stronger one is, the longer they'll be able to stay in there. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Theoretically speaking, yes. Bai Ping nodded. In that case, after the grand contest of the wasteland ends, the Tai-E Celestial Sect, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect will send 1 or 2 young powerhouses under the age of 100 to explore the little world first. Duan Lingtian asked, if they die, there's no need for those with similar strength to enter the little world, right? Those people are quite talented. If all of them die in there, it'll be a great loss to the Tai-E Celestial Sect, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Bai Ping nodded again. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had thought about this before the Wasteland Grand Contest began. At that time, each of us will send a violet sun golden celestial to scout the area. If they die quickly, there's no need for the other violet sun golden celestials to go in as well. This way, we can also leave behind some talented new blood for the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. If a violet sun golden celestial dies in there, we can only send a few great overarching golden celestials who are younger than 100 years old in there. However, there are only a few great overarching golden celestials. I hope that the little world left behind by the celestial king will allow young great overarching golden celestials to pass through it unimpeded. Bai Ping shook his head. Otherwise, not only will the wasteland lose a group of geniuses, but the three great celestial sects of the wasteland won't be able to touch the little world left behind by the celestial king. That was a minor world left behind by an immortal king. Those over 100 years of age weren't allowed to enter. This was why the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were barred from entering. Even great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old would die in the little world. If that was the case, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would not be able to enter the little world. To be more precise, they would not be able to obtain the treasures in the little world. A little world left behind by a celestial king would most likely contain king-grade celestial weapons and other precious treasures. How many great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old did appear in the Wasteland Grand Contest? The Wasteland Grand Contest had just ended. Duan Lingtian did not have time to inquire about the details of the Wasteland Grand Contest before he came to look for Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he heard about the great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old. There's a total of 6 people. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland divided them equally. Duan Lingtian nodded. 6 people. Duan Lingtian finally understood why Bai Ping said it was difficult to send a great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old to test the little world. There were only 6 people in total, and it was not appropriate for any of them to test the little world. Moreover, no one would be willing to be the first to test the little world. They could only test the waters together. After all, they were not stupid. Sect leader, when will the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect enter the little world left behind by the Celestial King? Has the date been decided yet? Duan Lingtian asked. The date has been decided before the Wasteland Grand Contest began. Bai Ping nodded. It'll be held a month after the Wasteland Grand Contest ends. At that time, the sect leaders of the various sects will personally lead teams to the little world left behind by the Celestial King and send a group of young powerhouses under the age of 100 into it. Master Duan, why are you suddenly so concerned about this? Are you planning to enter the little world as well? Bai Ping's eyes flickered as he asked, as if a sudden thought had crossed his mind. He hoped that Duan Lingtian would enter the little world as well. After all, Duan Lingtian was also a great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old. If Duan Lingtian entered the little world, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect would have 3 great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old entering the little world. This way, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect would have a higher chance of obtaining benefits from the little world. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to enter the little world, there was nothing Bai Ping could do. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've been thinking about it. In the end, I've decided to enter the little world to have a look. With your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to obtain benefits from the little world. Bai Ping smiled. Up until now, Bai Ping did not think it would be dangerous for a great overarching golden celestial to enter the little world. In his opinion, the little world was not an exception. Since the little world had a rule that people under the age of 100 were not allowed to enter, there should be no danger to the life of a great overarching golden celestial. After all, a great overarching golden celestial under the age of 100 was already a rare existence. If even great overarching golden celestials would die after entering the little world, no one in the wasteland would be able to leave the little world unscathed. Therefore, the little world was left behind by a celestial king to trick people. However, even for a celestial king, it was extremely difficult to construct a little world. Generally, it was impossible for a celestial king to leave a little world behind as a prank. For this reason, Bai Ping felt that the little world was not dangerous at all. At most, it would be slightly dangerous for a violet sun golden celestial who had yet to break through to become a great overarching golden celestial. The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect quickly learned about Duan Lingtian's decision to enter the little world. The three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect could no longer sit still. They took turns to dissuade Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, I've told you before that there's no need for you to enter the little world. With your talent in alchemy, your future will be limitless. Sita Ming tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian did not take his words seriously and still decided to enter the little world to take the risk. Master Duan. Yang Chong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, Master Situ is right. There's no need for you to risk your life in the little world. With your talent in alchemy, you'll be able to become a supreme celestial alchemist in 10,000 years if you encounter a supreme celestial fire and subdue it, let alone 1,000 years. At that time, let alone a king-grade celestial weapon, you won't have to worry about not being able to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon. Yang Chong glanced at Yu Zhongjing who was standing at the side. Master Duan, I agree with Master Situ and Master Yang. There's no need for you to take the risk. Yu Zhongjing tried to persuade Duan Lingtian when he saw Yang Chong looking at him. Masters, I know you mean well, but I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to persuade me. Duan Lingtian said. Sita Ming and Yang Chong exchanged a look when they saw how stubborn Duan Lingtian was. After a while, they called Yu Zhongjing over and went to look for Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. They wanted Bai Ping to persuade Duan Lingtian not to enter the little world. Under the pressure from the three of them, Bai Ping had no choice but to look for Duan Lingtian to dissuade him even though he felt it would not be dangerous for a great overarching golden celestial to enter the little world. Master Duan, I think, what the three pill refiners said makes sense. You're so talented in pill refinement, and you'll be able to reach the heavens in the future. Even if you don't enter that small world to join in the fun, it shouldn't affect your life. Bai Ping, who was forcefully invited by Sita Ming and the other two masters, tried to persuade Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on his face. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. At this moment, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing took out some offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial weapons from their collection for Duan Lingtian to choose from. They hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to protect himself in the little world. Thank you for your kindness. The sect leader has told me that the two great overarching golden celestials and I will be given two Duke-grade celestial weapons in the little world. There'll be offensive Duke-grade celestial weapons and defensive Duke-grade celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian said. For this reason, I don't lack Duke-grade celestial weapons. Although Duan Lingtian was touched, he rejected Sita Ming and the other two's good intentions. Chapter 2802. Duan Lingtian's principle had always been this way. He would not owe anyone a favor if he could. After all, a debt of gratitude was the most difficult debt to repay in this world. If he accepted the Duke-grade celestial weapons given by Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, it would be considered a debt of gratitude. Even if Sita Ming and the other two did not think so, he would still think so. However, he could accept the Duke-grade celestial weapons given by the Tai celestial sect. At most, he would return the Duke-grade celestial weapons to the Tai celestial sect. After all, the Tai celestial sect had given him the Duke-grade celestial weapons so that he could enter the little world to search for treasures. This was at most a transaction, and it couldn't be considered as a debt of gratitude. There's still a month's time before we head to the little world left behind by the Celestial King. In this 1 month's time, I'll stop refining pills and focus on cultivating. I only hope that my cultivation base can improve in this 1 month. Although Duan Lingtian had been focusing on refining pills, he had not neglected his cultivation. Currently, he was only half a step away from becoming an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, Duan Lingtian planned to break through and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial before he entered the little world. I have an endless supply of great overarching pills to aid my cultivation. Coupled with the fact that I'm on the prominent celestial island in the Tai celestial sex estate, my cultivation base is terrifying in the eyes of other great overarching golden celestials. After bidding farewell to Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as they made their way back. Naturally, the 99 heavenly veins in my body are also the reason my cultivation speed is so fast. If I can successfully break through and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial in a month's time, with the celestial methods and divine abilities I've mastered, my strength should be comparable to a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, right? If my strength is comparable to a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, I'll be able to protect myself in the little world even if Huan doesn't protect me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked forward to his breakthrough and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial in a month's time. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian remained in seclusion after he returned. He immersed himself in cultivation and focused on breaking through to become an Earth-realm great overarching golden immortal. Time quietly passed as Duan Lingtian cultivated. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect who came to Tai City for the grand contest of the Wasteland left Tai City with the disciples they had recruited during the Wasteland Grand Contest. After they left Tai City, they returned to their respective sections. Not long after they returned to the sect, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland had agreed to send people into the little world left behind by the Celestial King. The small world left behind by the Celestial King was located in the center of the Wasteland, right in the middle of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The encampments of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. When the time came, a group of people swarmed out of the Tai celestial sex estate. The people in the lead were none other than Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect. Half a month ago, Tai Tai He had become the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect. This also meant that a second supreme elder had appeared in the Tai celestial sect. The purple-clad Duan Lingtian was among the group of people from the Tai celestial sect. Next to him was a woman with peerless beauty. She was leaning close to him like a couple. She was none other than Huan who had just come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. What a beautiful woman. She is the woman in the painting. However, compared to her in the painting, she's even more charming in real life. It's no wonder that Elder Huang Chao lost his life because of her. Such a beautiful woman can be considered as the femme fatale of all femme fatale. Any man would be tempted by her. Among the group of people from the Tai celestial sect were many elders and disciples who had joined the Tai celestial sect during the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago. Although these people had heard of Huan Er's existence in the past and had seen her portrait, this was the first time they had seen her in person. They were shocked when they saw Huan in person. Many young powerhouses were stunned for a long time before they finally regained their senses. Huan your assist-type divine ability. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice the gazes of the others on Huan He continued to communicate with Huan through voice transmission, helping her understand the assist-type divine ability in her inherited memory so that she would be able to master it faster. Among the divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. As someone who had mastered a heaven-grade divine ability, he had some experience in this regard. Although the elementary devouring tactics grade was not as high as the assist-type divine ability in Huan Er's memories, it was similar to the assist-type divine ability. However, all assist-type divine abilities had the same effect. Moreover, Huan Er's comprehension of the assist-type divine ability was not deep enough. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was still able to answer her questions. Huan listened attentively and would occasionally ask questions through voice transmission so that Duan Lingtian could help her. Although she noticed the gazes from the people around her, she ignored them. Her mind was completely focused on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, she was focused on the assist-type divine ability. Since Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, it only took them a day and a night to arrive at the little world left behind by the Celestial King. When they arrived, a group of people was already waiting for them. That person. Isn't he Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Indeed, he's Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. I was fortunate enough to meet him a year ago. Before Duan Ling Tian arrived, he could already hear the whispers of the elders from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. His eyes followed the elders' gazes and landed on the leader of the group. The leader of the group was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. He looked unkempt, but his robe was clean and spotless. However, this unkempt man exuded a majestic aura as he stood there. This was the majestic aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was not something that could be cultivated overnight. He's Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man. After a while, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel someone's gaze on him from the group behind Chai Kongyu. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze away from Chai Kongyu and met the gaze of the other person. Feng Wuji Guang. As soon as their gazes met, Duan Ling Tian saw the owner of the gaze. It was none other than Feng Wuji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was younger than 100 years old, whom he had met in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Feng Wuji Guang and prevented the 7th prince from becoming the first prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian had helped Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, to become the first prince of the selection. Even after a long time, Feng Wuji Guang's expression was still the same. It was as though nothing could affect him. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance among the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. However, he was not surprised to see Feng Wuji Guang among the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After all, Feng Wuji Guang was from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was one of the high-rank celestial kingdoms under the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. I heard that during the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland didn't divide the Violet Sun Golden Celestials equally among the great overarching Golden Celestials. Instead, the Violet Sun Golden Celestials would belong to the Celestial Kingdom under the Celestial Sect. It seems like that's the case. For this reason, he was not surprised to see Feng Wuji Guang among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Sect Leader Chai. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, called out to Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, when he and Tai Tai he approached the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. In just a blink of an eye, sect leader Bai. Chai Kongyu led the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to greet the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. A few moments later, the 2 groups of people gathered together. Of course, they did not mix together. Instead, they stood face to face in the void, forming a black mass. From afar, it looked like a large dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun, causing the entire land to seem as if the sun and moon had lost their light at this moment. Sect Leader Chai, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is early. Bai Ping looked at Chai Kongyu and smiled. We've just arrived as well. As soon as Chai Kongyu finished speaking, he looked at Tai Tai he who was standing next to Bai Ping and said with a faint smile, Elder Tai, I heard you become a 7-star Celestial Duke and the 2nd Supreme Elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Congratulations. At the end of his speech, Chai Kongyu congratulated Tai Tai he. Thank you, Sect Leader Chai. In the face of Chai Kongyu's congratulations, Tai Tai he quickly thanked him. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, right? Chapter 2803. This was Chai Kongyu's first time meeting Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Lingtian was so easily recognizable that it was difficult for him not to recognize Duan Lingtian. Put everything else aside, just the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was a peerless beauty. It was hard to find another woman like her in this world. Chai Kongyu had long heard about this woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, because of this woman, Ting Qing, the sect guardian of the martial dragon celestial sect, had died in the hands of the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Since the Tai Yi celestial sect had a legitimate reason to kill Duan Lingtian, the martial dragon celestial sect could only suffer in silence. Master Duan, this is sect leader Chai from the martial dragon celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Chai. Duan Lingtian nodded at Chai Kongyu as a form of greeting. Master Duan, I heard that apart from being a prominent celestial alchemist, you're also a great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. I wonder if you'll be entering the little world with them? When Chai Kongyu asked Duan Lingtian, he glanced at the group of people who were not even 100 years old standing behind Bai Ping. These people were all Violet's Sun golden celestials. 2 of them were even great overarching golden celestials. Apart from that, they had one thing in common. All of them were not even 100 years old. Since I'm already here, I naturally have to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect are here. Among the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, many sharp-eyed people looked into the distance. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the group of people coming from afar. Most of the people in the group were women. There were a total of 2 people leading the group. Furthermore, they were both women. Duan Lingtian recognized one of the women. She was none other than Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Before the Wasteland Grand Contest, Lu Yanjun and Zhou Shuqiu had come to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate to look for him. The other woman looked very young. Although she was not as beautiful as Zhou Shuqiu, she was still a rare beauty. New. She wore a green robe and stepped out into the air. Her loose green robe fluttered like a fairy dancing gracefully, causing her immortal robe to flutter. Zhou Shuqiu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu followed closely beside the lady in green. They were chatting and laughing with each other as if they were sisters. Is she Jian Xiu Luo, the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Immortal Sect? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate inwardly. When the group of people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect arrived, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly when he saw the green-clad lady greeting Bai Ping and Chai Kongyu as equals. The green-clad lady was none other than Jian Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She was a bona fide 7-star celestial duke. Master Duan. Zhou Shuqiu whispered into Jian Xiu Luo's ear. Jian Xiu Luo turned to look at Duan Lingtian and greeted him with a faint smile on her face. Duan Lingtian greeted Jian Xiu Luo with a faint smile on his face. I've long heard that there's a peerless beauty by your side. I didn't believe it until today. However, now that I've seen it for myself, I have no choice but to believe it. This beauty is beautiful. Her beauty can be said to be unparalleled in the world. After a while, Jian Xiu Luo turned to look at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and smiled. You're beautiful as well. Huan replied to Jian Xiu Luo's compliment, surprising Duan Lingtian. Thank you, my beauty. However, compared to your beauty, my beauty is incomparable. Compared to you, I'm not even close. Everyone loved to be praised. Jian Xiu Luo's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile. At this moment, the people from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland finally arrived. Sect leader Bai, sect leader Jian. Since they're here, should we send them into the little world left behind by the celestial king? Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, asked as he looked at Bai Ping and Jian Xiu Luo. Yes. Bai Ping and Jian Xiu Luo nodded when they heard Chai Kong Yu's question. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland who were going to enter the little world stood together under the sect leaders of the three major celestial sects. The Violet Sun Golden Celestials and Great Overarching Golden Celestials were separated. There were a total of 6 Great Overarching Golden Celestials, all men. There were a total of 52 Violet Sun Golden Celestials, and only 3 of them were women. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although men and women were equal in his eyes, it was true that women were not as talented as men when it came to cultivation. Naturally, this was on a large scale. In a small scale, some women were not only as talented as men, but they were also much more talented than men. Now, all of you should first hand over your spatial rings to the elders of your respective sections. The elders of your respective sects will give you another spatial ring. There's nothing in that spatial ring. As soon as Chai Kong Yu finished speaking, an elder from each of the 3 major celestial sects stepped into the air and collected the spatial rings from the 58 young powerhouses before giving them another spatial ring. The reason he did this was so that after they came out, they could properly count their gains in the small world left behind by the Celestial King. The 58 young powerhouses were already mentally prepared for this, so they did not object. Naturally, it was useless even if they wanted to. In this world where the strong were revered, although they were talented, they had yet to mature. In front of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Not only are there treasures in the little world left behind by the Celestial King, but there might also be fortuitous opportunities and inheritances. These inheritances are different from the treasures that can be passed on to others. As for the treasures in the little world, your sects will give you substantial rewards based on your gains. Chai Kong Yu raised his voice as he looked at the 58 young powerhouses below the age of 100. I wonder, when I go in later, will sect leader Bai ask me to hand over my storage ring to him for safekeeping and give me another storage ring? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He did not have to worry about Bai Ping taking his spatial ring since he had Huan with him. Moreover, she could use the invisibility talisman to prevent the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland from discovering her entry and exit from the little world. Even if he handed over his spatial ring and took an empty spatial ring, he could leave it with Huan, no matter how many treasures he obtained. As for the empty spatial ring in his hand, if he wanted to, it would still be empty when he exited the little world. Chai Kong Yu continued to say, after discussing with sect leader Bai and sect leader Jian, we've decided to select 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials among you to explore the little world first. At the same time, Chai Kong Yu continued to say, if all 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die in the little world, there's no need for the other Violet Sun Golden Celestials to enter the little world. At that time, 6 Great Overarching Golden Celestials can enter. As soon as Chai Kong Yu finished speaking, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Apart from the 6 Great Overarching Golden Celestials, the expressions of the remaining 52 Violet Sun Golden Celestials changed drastically. They had long known about Chai Kong Yu's earlier words, so they were not surprised. However, they did not know about Chai Kong Yu's words at all. They thought they were going to enter the little world as a group. If that was the case, they would have to face the dangers together. Even if they died in the little world, they would accept it. However, based on Chai Kong Yu's words, it seemed like 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials were going to explore the little world first. All of them lowered their heads when they saw Chai Kong Yu looking at them. They were afraid Chai Kong Yu would choose them to enter the little world as his guinea pigs. None of them were stupid. None of them wanted to be the first to enter the little world. We already have 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials in mind. Chai Kong Yu did not seem to mind the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who had lowered their heads. He glanced at them indifferently and said, the 3 major celestial sects will each send 3 Violet Sun Golden Celestials. The 3 Violet Sun Golden Celestials will be the strongest among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who joined the sects during the Wasteland Grand Contest. Chai Kong-yu continued to say, out of the 9 strongest Violet Sun Golden Celestials, each of our sects wants 3 of them. Now, all of you will enter the little world first and explore the little world for the others. If all of you come out alive, we won't mistreat you. If all of you die in there, we'll compensate your families. For those who don't have families, we'll also compensate your friends and family. Upon hearing Chai Kong-yu's words, 43 of the 52 Violet Sun Golden Celestials sighed in relief. The expressions of the remaining 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials changed drastically. Sect leader, I'd like to withdraw. Soon after, one of them stepped forward and said to Chai Kong-yu. This person was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Feng Wuji Guang. The person who stepped forward was none other than Feng Wuji Guang, who had fought with Duan Lingtian in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian did not expect Feng Wuji Guang to be one of the 9 strongest Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old. When Feng Wuji Guang stepped forward and said he wanted to withdraw, the other 8 Violet Sun Golden Celestials were eager to join as well. Humph. Chapter 2804. It's fine if you want to quit, Chai Kong-yu snorted coldly before he spoke in a clear voice. The eyes of Feng Wuji Guang and the others brightened when they heard Chai Kong-yu's words. It was as though Chai Kong-yu had agreed to their request. However, their expressions changed drastically when they heard Chai Kong-yu's words. Their originally bright eyes dimmed at this moment, and their mood instantly fell from heaven to hell. All 9 of you can quit as long as you can survive my attack. This was what Chai Kong-yu continued. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuji Guang and the others knew Chai Kong-yu was trying to stop them from quitting. What a joke! Let alone a powerful 7-star Celestial Duke like Chai Kong-yu, even a casual attack from a 1 basic Celestial Duke was not something they could withstand. Fortunately, I was defeated. Otherwise, I would have been one of the top 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials in the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago. The Violet Sun Golden Celestial who ranked 10th in the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced inwardly. If they're fine, I'm sure the rest of us won't be in any danger as well. If something happens to them, we won't have to leave. We'll be able to stay alive. At this moment, he was not the only one rejoicing. There were other Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old as well. Apart from the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects, Duan Lingtian, Huan, and the 6 great overarching Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old were unaffected. The 6 great overarching Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old were very confident in their strength. The small world that only young experts under the age of 100 could enter must have been specially constructed for them. They would definitely not be in any danger once they entered it. After all, in terms of strength, they were the strongest among those younger than 100 years old in the wasteland. Now, all of you will leave behind your soul pearls and relax. I'll send all of you to the entrance of the little world left behind by the Celestial King. At that time, spatial fluctuations will appear in that area. No matter what happens, don't resist. Let the energy of the little world guide you into the little world. Chai Kong-yu's gaze landed on Feng Wuji Guang and the other 8 as he spoke in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuji Guang and the others left behind their soul pearls. Whoosh! Chai Kong-yu suddenly raised his hand, and a powerful gust of wind blew over Feng Wuji Guang and the others, dragging them 1,000 meters into the void. At the same time, Chai Kong-yu retracted his power. Feng Wuji Guang and the rest of the 9 also froze in the void. Not good. This is the power of the small world that drew us in. As soon as Feng Wuji Guang and the others came to a stop, they felt the space around them tremble and distort. Turbulent spatial power swept towards them like a mountain torrent. The mountain torrent was unstoppable. At this moment, they only felt that they were so small and insignificant. In the distance, under the watchful eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others, Feng Wu Ji Guang and the others had just come to a stop when ripples appeared in the air again. The ripples continued to spread and engulfed Feng Wu Ji Guang and the others when they came into contact with the ripples. It was as if an invisible giant beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Feng Wu Ji Guang and the others whole. When Feng Wu Ji Guang and the others disappeared from Duan Ling Tian and the other's sight, the void that was trembling and distorting seemed to have returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. They went in. They went in just like that. After a while, the group of Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old who had not entered the little world began to discuss among themselves. Many of them felt their hearts in their mouths. I wonder if they'll survive in there. If they don't, there's no need for us to enter. If they survive, we'll be able to enter as well. We'll be able to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters along the way. Many of them felt anxious and excited at the same time. They were anxious about the dangers in the little world, but they were excited about the fortuitous encounters in there. At some point, everyone shifted their attention from the void in the distance to the 9 soul pearls that were hovering in the void. The 9 soul pearls hovered in the void without any pattern. They were hovering in the same position as the Violet Sun Golden Celestial. That's Feng Wu Ji Guang's soul pearl. Among the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old who had entered the little world, Duan Ling Tian only recognized Feng Wu Ji Guang. For this reason, he was more interested in Feng Wu Ji Guang's soul pearl. Let's wait for a month. After a month, if none of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die, the rest of us will enter the little world. Chai Kongyu continued to speak. After a month, if any of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die, we'll wait for another month. After 2 months, if less than half of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die, the rest of us will enter the little world. After 2 months, if more than half of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die, the rest of us will have the freedom to enter the little world. After 2 months, if all of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die, there's no need for the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials to enter the little world. Chai Kongyu's voice reverberated in the ears of the young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old, causing their expressions to turn grave. All of them stared intently at the 9 soul pearls hovering in the void in front of them, trying to see if the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials were still alive. Naturally, the group of young powerhouses who had a grave expression on their faces were the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials. The 6 great overarching Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old were already sitting cross-legged in the void with their eyes closed as they cultivated. It was as though they were not worried that someone would interrupt their cultivation and cause them to suffer from chi deviation. They only dared to do so because the sect leaders and supreme elders of the 3 major celestial sects were present. Under the protection of such a lineup, it was impossible for anyone to dare to go up to the wildfire and interrupt their cultivation, causing them to go berserk. At this time in a month, regardless of whether any of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials die or not, I'll still enter the little world. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to and said, when the time comes, use the invisibility talisman and follow me into the little world. Yes, Brother Ling Tian, replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Before that happens, you don't have to leave. I'll attract everyone's attention when I enter the little world. At that time, use the invisibility talisman to conceal yourself and follow me into the little world. Perhaps, they'll notice you're missing. However, that's not important anymore. Perhaps, they'll think you've returned to the Tai Celestial Sex Estate or somewhere else after I entered the little world. Duan Ling Tian said to through voice transmission. After that, Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Although the cultivation environment here was ordinary and he could not use Er's divine crystal to cultivate, Duan Ling Tian did not slack off at all. He was fully focused on his cultivation. It's only been a few days since I broke through and became an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. My foundation is still unstable, so I'll make use of this 1 month to cultivate properly and temper the celestial origin energy in my body to stabilize my cultivation base. This was Duan Lingtian's goal for the next month. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. He had successfully become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. While Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged to cultivate, Huan followed suit and sat down cross-legged as well. The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland also sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. Some people were resting with their eyes closed. As for others, they were cultivating. After a few days, the anxious violet sun golden celestials finally calmed down. Some of them also sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to meditate or cultivate. As time passed, more and more people joined the ranks of those who had their eyes closed. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. They're all alive and well? After a month, Duan Lingtian was the first to open his eyes. With just a glance, he saw the soul pearls of Feng Wu Ji Guang and the other violet sun golden celestials were still intact. None of their soul pearls were shattered. This meant the 9 violet sun golden celestials were still alive and well in the little world. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland opened their eyes one after another. They're all alive? A wide smile appeared on their faces when they discovered the 9 violet sun golden celestials were still alive. After all, this meant the violet sun golden celestials were able to make a difference in the little world. After all, the remaining violet sun golden celestials would be able to bring more benefits to their sections. Huan, prepare to use the invisibility talisman and follow me. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan, who had also opened her eyes. Then, he flew toward the void that was 1,000 meters away. A month ago, Feng Wu Ji Guang and the other violet sun golden celestials had disappeared into that void. That void was the entrance to the little world left behind by the celestial king. Master Duan. It's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect who's not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian's actions immediately attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects. Chapter 2805. When Duan Lingtian made his move, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred into a blur. Huan Er's silhouette gradually turned illusory and disappeared without a trace. It was as though she had never appeared in the first place. Since everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian, they did not notice Huan Er's disappearance. Naturally, Huan had not truly disappeared. She had used the celestial talisman, the invisibility talisman, that the mysterious young man with the surname Pei had given to Duan Lingtian. She had concealed her aura and was following Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Soon after, the duo made their way to the void in front of them. Huan hold on tight to my hand. Before they arrived at the void, Duan Lingtian turned his right hand slightly to the right as he called out to Huan After a while, Duan Lingtian felt something soft wrapped around his right hand. Naturally, he still could not see anything. Sect leaders, I'll be going in first. After bidding farewell to the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, Duan Lingtian and Huan flew into the void where Feng Wu Ji Guang and the others had disappeared. As soon as they entered the void in front of them became even more turbulent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan, who were still invisible, were engulfed by the spatial energy. The spatial energy surged out like a torrent, engulfing Duan Lingtian and Huan, who were invisible. Naturally, in the eyes of the group of people in the distance, they only saw Duan Lingtian disappearing into the void 1,000 meters away. Master Duan has gone in. The high-ranking officials of the Tai-E celestial sect, led by Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E celestial sect, and Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai-E celestial sect, frowned when they saw Duan Lingtian disappearing into the void. Now, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be in danger. After all, even the 9 purple sun golden immortals were fine after entering that small world, let alone Duan Lingtian, a Daluo golden immortal. 9 violet sun golden celestials are still safe and sound after entering the little world left behind by the celestial king for a month. This means that violet sun golden celestials and above can survive in the little world. As long as they can survive in there, they can find all kinds of treasures for the sect and even obtain some opportunities and inheritances. The people from the Tai Yi celestial sect were not the only ones who had such thoughts. Even the people from the Martial Dragon celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect felt the same way. Now, according to what I said a month ago, as long as the 9 violet sun golden celestials are still alive, the rest of us will enter the minor world. Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect, said loudly. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Why didn't I go in first? If the 9 of them entered a month earlier than us, they would have a higher chance of obtaining all kinds of treasures. If only I ranked among the top 9 violet sun golden celestials in the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago, I would have been able to enter earlier. As soon as Chai Kongyu finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the violet sun golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old. Based on their words, they wished they were among the 9 people who entered the little world a month ago. However, it seemed as though they had forgotten about the matter. A month ago, when the 9 people were selected to enter the little world, they had all lowered their heads in unison. None of them wanted to be the first to enter the little world. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the 6 great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old flew into the void 1,000 meters away from the violet sun golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old. In just a blink of an eye, the void trembled as the 6 great overarching golden celestials were sucked into the void by the spatial energy. Let's go. It's time for us to enter as well. After the 6 great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old left, the group of violet sun golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old also made their moves and entered the little world that was left behind by the great overarching golden celestials. They've all gone in. At this moment, only the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were left outside. The higher-ups of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland did not leave after the young powerhouses entered the small world. Instead, they either stayed where they were, sat cross-legged, closed their eyes to rest, or cultivated. Where's Miss Huan, who's always with Master Duan? At this moment, an elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect discovered that someone was missing from the group of people from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Miss Huan, The high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi celestial sect began to look left and right. They even extended their divine consciousness, but they could not find the person they were looking for. Sect leader Chai, sect leader Jian. Did any of you notice when Miss Huan left? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, grew anxious when he saw Huan had disappeared. He was worried something might have happened to her. He was not worried about Huan's safety. He was worried that if something happened to Huan, Duan Lingtian would leave the Tai Yi celestial sect out of anger. It would be a great loss to the Tai Yi celestial sect. It was not something he wanted to see. No. I didn't see her. The sect leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect and the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect began to ask the people around them. Elder Xiao, Elder Qi, both of you go back to the sect and see if Miss Huan has returned. Bai Ping looked at the 2 elders of the Tai Yi celestial sect and said, if you're sure Miss Huan has returned, report to me immediately. Yes, sect leader. The 2 elders of the Tai Yi celestial sect nodded and left. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the people outside had discovered Huan's disappearance. He was also unaware that the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect was so anxious about Huan's disappearance that he had ordered the 2 elders to return to the Tai Yi celestial sect's estate to see if Huan had returned. So this is the little world left behind by a celestial king? This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had entered a little world left behind by a celestial king. Previously, he had entered a little world left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect with Murongbing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, he could not help but feel excited when he entered the little world left behind by a celestial king. After all, this was a little world left behind by a celestial king. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the person beside him. If it wasn't for the fact that he could feel a soft and slender hand in his right hand, he wouldn't have believed that there was someone beside him. Because there was nothing around him, and he couldn't see a single trace of anything. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in the void beside Duan Lingtian. Although it was only an illusory figure, the charm it contained when it was formed still caused everything around it to be overshadowed. After a few moments, appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Her left hand was intertwined with Duan Lingtian's right hand as she leaned against Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, is this the little world left behind by a celestial king? Blinked her bright eyes and looked around curiously. Her beautiful face was also filled with curiosity. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he began to study his surroundings as well. The two of them were hovering above a boundless lake that was shrouded in white clouds. If one did not look closely, one would not even notice that they were above a lake. Mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a ring appeared in his hand. This ring was completely different from an ordinary ring. There were a total of 9 water chestnuts around it, and they were all of different shapes. It looked very strange. The ring was fiery red, but it was not dyed red. It was the color of the material used to make the ring. This celestial weapon was the royal grade celestial weapon that the mysterious young man with the surname Pei had given him. A royal grade celestial weapon was superior to a king grade celestial weapon. In the wasteland, only the Tai-E celestial sect possessed a king grade celestial weapon. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland had gone to great lengths to recruit a group of young powerhouses below the age of 100 to enter the little world to search for king-grade celestial weapons. Based on this, one could easily imagine how precious a king-grade celestial weapon was. Let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon that was superior to a king-grade celestial weapon. One could imagine this. If Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring, was exposed to the high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, they would not hesitate to kill him to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon. Even Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E celestial sect, who was usually polite to Duan Lingtian, could not resist the temptation of a royal-grade celestial weapon. He would not hesitate to attack Duan Lingtian for the sake of a royal-grade celestial weapon. There's no reaction. After a while, Duan Lingtian put the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring away. He wanted to see if there was any reaction from the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. The mysterious young man with the surname Pei had told him that the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring would not be affected. As long as the mystical Yi 9 Water Chestnut Ring was nearby, the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring would react. The mysterious young man with the surname Pei had asked Duan Lingtian to look for the mystical Yi 9 Water Chestnut Ring in the little world. It was a royal-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 2806. Brother Lingtian, where should we go now? Asked Duan Lingtian as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Not only did the curiosity in her eyes not disappear, but it had also deepened. Let's pick a direction first. According to Brother Pei, this place is dangerous. If one's strength is below that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be difficult for them to survive here. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, naturally, we don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as soon as he finished speaking. Initially, when the three major celestial sects of the wasteland decided to send the 9 violet sun golden celestials to explore the little world, he had heaved a sigh of relief. He thought the deaths of the 9 violet sun golden celestials would serve as a warning to the remaining 40 or so violet sun golden celestials. He did not expect the 9 violet sun golden celestials who had entered the little world would still be alive after a month had passed. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the little world was doomed. The remaining violet sun golden celestials would not be able to escape this calamity. It was not that he did not want to warn the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland that the little world was dangerous. Even great overarching golden celestials would not be able to survive in this little world. It was just that he could not bring himself to say it. If he had brought himself into the little world, others would think he had done it on purpose to take all the treasures and legacies in the little world for himself. Naturally, he could also reveal that Huan was younger than 100 years old and that only overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old could survive in the little world. He could also say that he needed Huan's protection to survive in the little world. However, if he did that, it would put Huan in danger. Moreover, even if he did that, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland might not believe him. For this reason, he decided to remain silent and watch the situation unfold. Before he entered the little world, he had confirmed that Feng Wu Ji Guang and the other 8 violet sun golden celestials who had entered the little world were still alive. He knew the remaining violet sun golden celestials would not be able to survive, let alone the 6 great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old. However, even though he knew, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do now was to stay alive with Huan and help the mysterious young man with the surname Pei find the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could obtain any inheritance or treasures. Huan where should we go first? Duan Lingtian looked at Huan Big brother Lingtian, I don't know. Huan shook her head. I know you don't know. I don't know either. Just point in any direction. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then let's go this way first. Duan Lingtian said as she pointed in the direction she was facing. Okay, let's go this way. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, the 2 of them set off in the direction she had pointed out. Wherever he went, the clouds above the vast lake beneath his feet would ripple again. It was as if a cloud path had been forcefully created. About a quarter of an hour after they set off. All of a sudden, Huan came to a halt as though she had sensed something. Huan what's wrong? Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well when he saw Huan coming to a halt. He looked at Huan in confusion. Before Huan could say anything, he abruptly turned his head and looked straight ahead. This was because, at this moment, he also felt that something was amiss in front of him. All of a sudden, boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous booms rang in the air. The sound grew louder and louder. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly see something. A flock of birds appeared behind the clouds in front of them. Each of these birds was the size of a small mountain. When more than 100 of them gathered together, they looked like a dark cloud that blotted out the sun. What kind of celestial beasts are these? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw the appearance of this group of birds. They were birds that looked similar to eagles, but they were much larger. Moreover, their eyes were covered with a layer of scarlet light. Buzz! 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 Their wings were as sharp as blades as they whistled through the air toward Duan Lingtian and Huan Wherever their wings passed, they would leave behind streaks of saber rays. There was also their pair of sharp claws. Each of their claws was shining with a frightening sharpness, as if they could tear apart everything. These birds. The weakest among them are yellow sun golden celestials, while the strongest are blue sun golden celestials. After Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he discovered the cultivation bases of the hundreds of birds that were charging toward them. Even an indigo sun golden celestial would have no choice but to avoid such a flock of birds. I'm afraid only a violet sun golden celestial or stronger would be able to face them head-on. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. While Duan Ling Tian was muttering inwardly, a voice suddenly rang out. Chi! 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 Before Duan Ling Tian could react, a powerful icy aura surged out from Ku Er's body like a bolt of lightning. It was as though the entire sky had been frozen in just a blink of an eye. By the time Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, the 100 overflying beasts that were charging at him menacingly had already been shrouded by the powerful icy cold aura, and all of them had turned into ice sculptures. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 birds that had been turned into ice sculptures lost all signs of life. However, even though they had turned into ice sculptures, they were still dragged along by inertia until they were less than 100 meters away from Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er before they fell into the lake. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian heard the sound of something falling into the lake. Clearly, it was the sound of the 100 birds that had been turned into ice sculptures falling into the lake. In just a blink of an eye, all 100 birds had been killed. From the beginning until the end, Huan Er did not even lift her hand. Huan Er, the next time we encounter an attack, don't make a move unless I'm not strong enough to fend them off. I haven't had a proper battle since I've raised my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he said, I can handle it. Leave it to me. I just don't want Brother Ling Tian to tire himself out. When Huan Er saw the wry smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, she thought Duan Ling Tian was blaming her. She pouted, feeling wronged. Huan Er, don't misunderstand. Brother Ling Tian isn't blaming you. When Duan Ling Tian saw the tearful expression on Huan Er's face, he knew she had misunderstood his intentions. He quickly explained, I only wanted to practice with the celestial beasts that I can deal with. I don't blame you for attacking. Really? Huan Er asked earnestly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Of course, it's true. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As soon as Duan Ling Tian nodded, bang! A deafening sound suddenly came from the lake under the clouds. Bang! 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 After the first explosion, another series of explosions rang in the air. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a powerful aura emanating from the lake. At this moment, a powerful aura that was not inferior to the flying celestial beasts that Huan had killed earlier could be sensed from the clouds. Roar! Roar! After a while, the clouds beneath Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's feet began to ripple before they began to disperse. At the same time, figures as huge as mountains appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's eyes. These celestial beasts are all indigo sun golden celestials. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 13 beasts that had risen into the air. He thought to himself, even an ordinary violet sun golden celestial would have to avoid them. Those below the violet sun golden celestial realm would definitely die if they encountered them. I didn't expect to encounter such a group of powerful celestial beasts as soon as we entered this little world. As Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the 13 beasts that were glaring at him and Huan Er with bloodshot eyes began to move. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his spot. Swoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as blood spurted out from the bodies of the 13 beasts. In just a blink of an eye, their bodies were riddled with holes. Swoosh! After half a breath's time, Duan Ling Tian's figure reappeared, but he had returned to his original spot. Roar! Ow! At this moment, the 13 beasts that were riddled with holes finally breathed their last before they fell from the sky. This time, a series of splashes rang in the air. This time, it was much louder than the previous splashes. Huan, let's continue in that direction. After killing the 13 beasts, Duan Ling Tian beckoned Huan Er to continue forward. Even before Duan Lingtian became a great overarching golden celestial, it was easy for him to kill the 13 celestial beasts, let alone now that he had become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, he did not think much of killing the 13 celestial beasts that were indigo sun golden celestials. It was just a casual matter. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan continued to move forward. Near the only entrance to the small world, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, regardless of whether they were cultivating or resting, opened their eyes one after another. Their expressions changed drastically. And all of this was because of 3 crisp cracking sounds that rang out one after another. Crack. 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 After the cracking sounds rang in the air, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland clearly saw the 3 celestial beasts' soul pearls. The soul pearls of 3 of the 9 violet sun golden celestials who were the first to enter the little world shattered one after another in just a breath's time. Not only that, but their soul pearls had also turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Chapter 2807. There were 3 people from the Tai-E Celestial Sect, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Now, 3 soul pearls had shattered. The soul pearls belonged to the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. How did this happen? What a coincidence. Not only did the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old die in the little world, but all of them were from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Is it possible that the 9 of them discovered some sort of inheritance or treasure at the same time and the 3 groups of people didn't have enough to share, so 2 of them joined forces and killed the 3rd group of people? You're saying the 6 Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect joined forces and killed the 3 Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Yes. The elders from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect discussed among themselves as they looked at the people from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. It was as though they were certain the people from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect had killed the 3 people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Tai He, the former left guardian of the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the current supreme elder of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, scoffed when he heard their discussion. It's best if you don't have any evidence. Who knows if the 3 people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect were unlucky and died in there. Upon hearing Tai He's words, the elders from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had no choice but to shut their mouths. It was just as Tai He had said. Without evidence, they could only speculate. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Damn it. The 6 Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect are still alive. They're still alive even after staying in there for 1.5 months. I'm sure they must have obtained a lot of benefits. I wonder if they managed to obtain a King-grade celestial weapon. King-grade celestial weapon? That's impossible. King-grade celestial weapons are extremely precious. Even if there are king-grade celestial weapons in the little world, it shouldn't be easy to obtain them, right? I agree. For the past 2 weeks, the elders of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had been hoping that something would happen to the 6 Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect who entered the little world. Evidently, the 6 of them were still alive and well. This made them a little depressed. After all, the person who entered first would definitely have the advantage. Whether it was the opportunity, the inheritance, or the various treasures, they would definitely be the first to come into contact with them. Perhaps, the 6 of them had obtained many treasures from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, including king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Bin is dead. The expression of one of the elders from the Tai-E Celestial Sect changed drastically. At the same time, he raised his hand, revealing a pile of soul pearls in his hand. Wang Bin? Isn't that the young man you accepted as your disciple 2 months ago? Another elder from the Tai celestial sect asked with narrowed eyes. Yes. The elder from the Tai celestial sect nodded. His expression turned even more unsightly as he said, after I accepted him as my disciple, I asked him to leave a soul pearl with me. I didn't expect him to die in the little world half a month after entering. Although Wang Bin's strength wasn't the strongest among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who entered the little world, he's definitely one of the strongest. However, he died in just half a month? The elder from the Tai celestial sect muttered in shock, it seems like strength isn't everything in the little world. Luck is also very important. For example, among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who entered the little world with Wang Bin, there were many who were weaker than him. As soon as the elder from the Tai celestial sect finished speaking, someone from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect chimed in, that's not necessarily true. After all, we don't have the soul pearls of many of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who entered the little world half a month ago. Without their soul pearls, we wouldn't know even if they died. Most of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old had joined the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, only a small number of them had joined the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Most of them hoped to stay in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland for a period of time so that they could cultivate with the three major celestial sects of the wasteland's resources. Most of them hoped to stand out in the future and be accepted by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, most of the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland did not have the soul pearls of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who entered the little world half a month ago. In any case, someone from the Tai celestial sect died. Some of the elders from the Martial Dragon celestial sect gloated when they saw someone from the Tai celestial sect had died. However, before they could rejoice in Li Ji's misfortune, another elder from the Martial Dragon celestial sect cried out in despair, Li Ji. A moment later, a fragment of a soul orb appeared in his hand. The soul orb in his hand belonged to one of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Martial Dragon celestial sect who had entered the Wasteland Grand Contest. That person had become his direct disciple after the Wasteland Grand Contest had ended. And now, that personal disciple of his had actually died. He had died in the little world. Li Ji? Li Ji. Isn't he the person who ranked 11th among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland? He's so strong, but he still died? Li Ji is much stronger than Wang Bin. I didn't expect him to die in there as well. It seems like the little world is very dangerous. Even a Violet Sun Golden Celestial might not be able to escape unscathed. After another Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Martial Dragon celestial sect died, the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland's expression turned grave. At this moment, they realized the little world left behind by a celestial king was not as simple as it seemed. Half a month passed in just a blink of an eye for people from the Devata realms. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. During this time, a few more Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland had died. Up until now, almost all of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who had entered the mini-world and left behind soul orbs had died. Apart from 6 of the 9 people who entered the little world earlier, there were no Violet Sun Golden Celestials. There were 3 people from the Tai celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The 6 soul pearls hovering in the air were particularly eye-catching. All of a sudden, crack! A crisp sound rang in the air, causing the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland to be shocked. Then, they turned to look at the 6 soul pearls hovering in the air in unison. Out of the 6 soul pearls that had lasted for 2 months, another one had shattered. It's someone from the Tai celestial sect. The soul pearl belonged to one of the 3 people from the Tai celestial sect who had entered the little world earlier. Crack! 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 After the crisp sound rang in the air, another 4 crisp sounds rang in the air. The soul pearls of the 3 people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Tai celestial sect had shattered. At this moment, only one of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials who had entered the little world earlier was still alive. Moreover, he was from the Tai-E Celestial Sect. What? What's going on? The high-ranking officials of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, including Bai Ping, the sect leader, had an unsightly expression on their faces. So far, among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were sent into the little world by the Tai-E Celestial Sect, only one was still alive except for those who did not have soul pearls. That soul pearl. It seems to belong to Feng Wuji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's not even 100 years old. Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, said. They're all dead. What? What's going on? At this moment, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were even more unsightly than the high-ranking officials from the Tai-E Celestial Sect. After all the Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were dead. On the other hand, at least one person from the Tai-E Celestial Sect was still alive. Currently, the only Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's still alive is from the Tai-E Celestial Sect. He's Feng Wuji Guang from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I think the remaining Violet Sun Golden Immortals whom we can't determine with our soul orbs are most likely dead. I agree. Even if the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials are still alive, I'm afraid they won't live for long. I didn't expect the little world to be so dangerous. Even Violet Sun Golden Celestials can't survive. The deaths of so many Violet Sun Golden Celestials made the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland realize how terrifying the little world was. If they had known this from the beginning, they would not have allowed the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials to enter the little world. If only we'd let the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials explore the little world for 2 months before we let the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials enter. With this, almost all the genius celestials under the age of 100 from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are dead. 1 month is not a short time. Who would have thought the true danger of the little world is yet to come? Fortunately, the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect are still alive. The 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect are still alive. The high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland sighed as they looked at the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. 2 soul pearls hovered next to the sect leaders of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Chapter 2808. The soul pearls of the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect who had entered the little world were safe and sound. This meant they were safe and sound in the little world. Naturally, they were not completely safe. At the very least, they were safe. The 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian, are still alive. The high-ranking officials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect looked at Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. There were 3 soul pearls hovering in the air next to Bai Ping. There was 1 on the left and 2 on the right. The 2 soul pearls on his right were the soul pearls of the 2 great overarching golden celestials under the age of 100 who were recruited by the Tai-E Celestial Sect during the Wasteland Grand Contest. As for the soul pearl on the left, it belonged to the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian. Since the 3 soul pearls were fine, it meant the 3 great overarching golden celestials were safe. As great overarching golden celestials, they're much stronger than Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Violet Sun Golden Celestials might have perished in there, but it doesn't mean they'll suffer the same fate. A great overarching golden celestial is much stronger than a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. They might be able to enter the little world unhindered, but for Violet Sun Golden Celestials, every step they take will be difficult. That's right. Although the Violet Sun Golden Celestials are almost completely annihilated, the three great overarching golden celestials should be fine. I wonder how they're doing now. After struggling to accept the fact that almost all the violet sun golden celestials who had entered the little world had been wiped out, the senior officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland began to look forward to the performance of the great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old. At this moment, they had placed all their hopes on the great overarching golden celestials. Inside the little world, the originally silent mountain range turned into a group of volcanoes after it suddenly erupted with flames that seemed to be able to cover the sky and cover the earth. The originally verdant mountain range was now not only barren, but also filled with a fiery red color. One could even smell the burning smell in the air. Scorching heat filled every corner of the little world. Thank you. In the sky above this fiery red continuous mountain range, there was a young man with a cold expression. He wore a black robe and seemed to have a coffin face. However, he was thanking a beautiful figure not far away with a lingering fear in his heart. The woman was dressed in a thin white robe. Her beautiful cheeks were as if they were sculpted by the most outstanding craftsman in the world, combining all the features of beauty in order to create them for her. A normal man would find it hard to look away from her at first sight. In addition, this woman in white, other than a faint allure, there was also a purity that contradicted the allure, giving people a feeling that she had not experienced much of the world. She was like a young girl who had just grown up and walked out of her boudoir. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Big Brother Ling Tian. He was the one who asked me to save him. The white-clothed woman's gaze was indifferent in the face of the black-robed young man's thanks. Her ethereal body moved, and she arrived next to a purple-clothed young man nearby. She leaned against his side and naturally extended her hand to hold his arm. Duan Lingtian, I'll remember this favor. If I, Feng Wuji Guang, am able to get out of here alive, I'll definitely repay this favor of yours. Upon hearing the woman in white's words, the black-clad young man shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man. Although he still had a cold expression on his face, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Apart from that, there was also a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Gentle reminder, key left and right, turn back and forth, up and down, scroll up and down, enter key, return to list, shortcut key, enter, the content is uploaded by a netizen. Only storage space is provided. If it violates your rights, please contact us immediately to delete it. Chapter 2809. Bang! With a loud roar, the stone golem stomped on the ground and rose into the air. Sand and pebbles flew in all directions. It was a terrifying sight to behold. After kicking off the ground, it swung its right arm and swept out horizontally. Whoosh! His celestial origin energy surged and condensed before it swept out like a dragon, causing the air to tremble. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be sucked dry as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. This stone golem's seemingly inconspicuous casual wave contains the celestial origin energy of an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. It even contains the profundity of a celestial method and divine ability. A little world created by a celestial king is indeed not simple. After discovering this, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. His celestial origin energy surged as he cast various divine abilities and the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He used his celestial origin energy to form a sword to meet the stone golem's menacing right arm. Swoosh! 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 The celestial origin energy condensed into swords and transformed into a sword array that swept out like a rain of swords. The swords weaved into a net that enveloped the stone golem's right arm as though they were trying to bind it. With the strength this stone golem has displayed, I should be able to suppress him even without using a celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression, thought to himself when he saw the sword net formed by the sword formation was about to touch the stone golem's right arm. However, at this moment, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations appeared. A dazzling jade green light suddenly rose from the stone golem's right arm before it merged with the celestial origin energy and unleashed an even more powerful force. This force was even stronger than the force Duan Ling Tian had displayed. Boom! Rumble. After the jade green light mixed with the celestial origin energy, the stone golem's strength skyrocketed to a terrifying level. When it swept out, it easily destroyed Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. Moreover, it continued to sweep toward Duan Ling Tian without slowing down at all. Not good. After his sword array was broken, Duan Ling Tian finally reacted. His face sank. At the same time, he realized that he had been too careless. However, even if he knew that he had been careless and wanted to activate the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body, it was still too late. He didn't have enough time to block the stone golem's fierce attack. I was careless. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he suppressed the thought of using the 7 orifices exquisite sword. He knew that even if he activated the 7 orifices exquisite sword now, it would be too late. However, even though he knew that it was too late to activate the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he did not show any signs of despair. Because he knew that he would be fine. Brother Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly, Huan Er's voice rang out. As her voice rang out, a cold aura spread out from the void. It was as if the ice goddess had descended to the earth. Wang. 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 The saber rays that were condensed from ice interweaved into a saber net that shielded Duan Ling Tian. Boom! The stone golem's right arm slammed into the saber net, but it only caused the saber net to tremble slightly. In the next moment, the saber rays on the saber net shone with a cold blue light that grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it overshadowed the white and green light on the stone golem's right arm and destroyed it. Chi! 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 A few moments later, the sound of something being sliced apart rang in the air. When the cold blue light disappeared, the stone golem that looked like a huge pagoda was sliced into tens of thousands of pieces in just a blink of an eye. Apart from the black rocks, there were also pieces of flesh and internal organs that had been frozen into ice. Clearly, the stone golem was not a pure stone golem. It had a body of flesh and blood under its stone exterior. Tens of thousands of pieces of rock and frozen flesh and internal organs fell to the ground, stirring up sand and dust. Both Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's eyes did not linger on the desert for long. Soon enough, they shifted their attention to the spot where the stone golem was hovering in the air. At this moment, a green whip that shone with a green light could be seen hovering in the air. The green light on the whip was fading. After a while, the green light completely disappeared as though it had merged with the whip. After the green light merged with the whip, it seemed to have lost its support and fell to the ground. Swoosh! Huan raised her hand and used an invisible energy to pull the whip over. She held it in her hand and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. This must be a celestial weapon, right? Duan Ling Tian weighed the whip in his hand and discovered it was about 3 meters long. It was cold to the touch, and he wondered what material it was made of. However, when Duan Ling Tian held the whip and sensed its aura, he was certain it was a celestial weapon. It's a celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had come across a king-grade celestial weapon. It was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, one of the 3 guarding celestial weapons of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The aura of the whip was similar to the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, but it was inferior to the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain the whip was a king-grade celestial weapon. Earlier, the stone golem's strength had increased by a few levels because it had activated the king-grade celestial weapon. The way it swung its arm was similar to the way it swung the whip. It could perfectly unleash the power of the king-grade celestial weapon, Huan thought to herself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized he had made sense. The stone golem's cultivation base was similar to his, and its celestial methods and divine abilities were not much weaker than his. Moreover, the stone golem had a king-grade celestial weapon. It was only natural the stone golem was stronger than Duan Lingtian, who did not use any celestial weapons. Naturally, it would have been useless even if he had used other celestial weapons. Unless he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, that was comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon, it would have been difficult for him to stay alive, let alone kill the stone golem. Although I've obtained some treasures from the trials, the most I've obtained were Duke-grade celestial weapons. However, I managed to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon after I destroyed the stone golem in the desert, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian looked at the whip in his hand and muttered to himself, if it's this difficult to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon in this little world, I'm afraid the 6 great overarching golden celestials won't be able to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. The 6 great overarching golden celestials that Duan Lingtian was referring to were the 6 great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old that were sent into this little world by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The 6 great overarching golden celestials were only yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials. Although they had Duke-grade celestial weapons given to them by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, they were still yellow-rank celestial weapons. However, there was still a huge gap between them and Earth-rank great overarching golden celestials who possessed king-grade celestial weapons. The latter only needed a single strike to consign them to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, this king-grade celestial weapon isn't a sword. It won't be of much help to me. In fact, it's not even as useful as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that's only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian shook his head and handed the whip to Huan. Huan, you can use this whip. My celestial methods and divine abilities rely on swords, but your celestial methods and divine abilities don't rely on celestial weapons. You can use any celestial weapon you want. This whip is a king-grade celestial weapon. Huan was no longer the same Huan in the past. She, naturally, knew what a king-grade celestial weapon was. She happily took the whip and looked at it fondly. Based on the fact that Huan's mother had left her a divine crystal, it was clear that her mother was not a simple person. However, her mother did not leave her with any high-grade celestial weapons. Brother Lingtian, is this king-grade celestial weapon really useless to you? Don't tell me you said that on purpose because you want to give it to me? She looked at the whip in her hand before she turned to look at Duan Lingtian. A skeptical expression could be seen on her beautiful face. Huan, even if this king-grade celestial weapon is useful to me, it's better for you to have it than for me to have it. Think about it, how much stronger can you become with it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, you should use this king-grade celestial weapon for now. As long as there are more king-grade celestial weapons in this little world, it won't be difficult for you to obtain more king-grade celestial weapons for me. All right. I'll definitely help Brother Lingtian obtain a sword-type king-grade celestial weapon in the future. Huan said with a solemn expression on her face. Half a year passed in just a blink of an eye. Of course, the 6 months referred to the time Feng Wuji Guang and the other Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were not even 100 years old had entered the little world to explore. Crack. A crisp sound rang in the air at the entrance of the little world. The high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were startled awake. Another soul pearl shattered? Is it Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl? The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland thought the soul pearl of Feng Wuji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, had shattered. Even the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect had the same thought. However, when they opened their eyes and looked at Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl, they were shocked to discover that Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl was intact. Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl was unharmed. Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl didn't shatter? How's this possible? If his soul pearl didn't shatter, doesn't that mean? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at the 7 soul pearls hovering in the air beside the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. These were the soul pearls of the 7 great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old. But now, one of the soul beads had been shattered. Chapter 28:10. It's Su Fang. Su Fang is dead? His strength is one of the strongest among the 6 perfected golden immortals. How did he die? The high-ranking officials of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect were horrified when they saw the shattered soul pearl. This was because the shattered soul pearl belonged to Su Fang, one of the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect who had entered the little world. Moreover, Su Fang was stronger than the other great overarching golden celestial. One of the soul pearls hovering in the air beside the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, had shattered. Chai Kongyu's expression was unsightly. Although 2 of the young powerhouses from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect were still alive, one of them was only a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. In his opinion, even if Feng Wuji Guang was still alive, he must be struggling at death's door. After all, even a great overarching Golden Celestial had died in the little world. It was a miracle for a Violet Sun Golden Celestial to survive in a little world where even great overarching Golden Celestials were in danger. It was impossible for him to bring any treasures out of the little world. Even a great overarching Golden Celestial is dead? The one who died is Su Fang. Of the 2 great overarching Golden Celestials from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Su Fang is stronger. Even Su Fang is dead. Doesn't this mean the other great overarching Golden Celestials are in danger as well? Although the great overarching Golden Celestials from the Tai Yi Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect were still alive, they could not help but sympathize with Su Fang, the great overarching Golden Celestial from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Even a great overarching Golden Celestial has died in the little world left behind by a Celestial King. What's his purpose for leaving this little world behind? Is it to trick people? That's right. A little world that only those below the age of 100 can enter, and even great overarching Golden Celestials are in danger. Isn't this little world a trap? That Celestial King is too senseless. If we had known this would happen, we would have just ignored this small world. Why would we spend so much effort to search for young experts under the age of 100 in the entire wasteland? Now, many of the higher-ups of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland felt that the small world left behind by the Celestial King was purely a scam. That's not necessarily true. At this moment, one of the elders from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect said, although a great overarching Golden Celestial died in there, who knows if he was unlucky enough to encounter one of the rare fatal obstacles. If the other great overarching Golden Celestials didn't encounter that fatal obstacle, they might not have died, right? Death trap? It seems that there are some celestial kings who like to set up life-ending checkpoints in the small worlds where they left their legacies and treasures. If you want to leave and come out alive, besides strength, it also depends on luck. So, although Su Fang from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect is dead, the other great overarching Golden Celestials might not die? The eyes of the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland shone brightly when they heard the elder's words. Their hearts that had been hanging in the air also relaxed slightly. I wonder where Miss Huan has gone to. I hope Master Duan will be able to contact her or find her after he comes out. Otherwise, how are we going to explain this to Master Duan? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, asked Tai Tai He through voice transmission. Sect leader, is it possible that Miss Huan went to Tai Yi City? Tai Tai He speculated. Tai Yi City? That's possible. I only asked them to search for her in the sect's estate. I'll ask them to search for her in Tai Yi City now. As soon as Bai Ping finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates to search for Huan in Tai Yi City. The Tai Yi Celestial sect's elder nodded and left. Since a great overarching golden celestial had died in the little world, the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were not in the mood to rest, let alone cultivate. Their eyes were fixed on the soul pearls of the remaining great overarching golden celestials. They wanted to see if the death of Su Fang, the great overarching golden celestial, who was not even 100 years old, was an accident, or was it really difficult for a great overarching golden celestial to survive in the little world? A month passed by in just a blink of an eye. The remaining 6 soul pearls of great overarching golden celestials were still safe and sound. 2 months had passed, and they were still safe and sound. 3 months had passed, and they were still safe and sound. It's been 3 months since Su Fang's death. During these 3 months, the remaining great overarching golden celestials are still alive and well. It seems like Su Fang was really unlucky to have encountered a fatal obstacle. That should be the case. If that's the case, we can finally relax. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were finally able to relax. They felt that it was not impossible for a great overarching golden celestial to survive in the little world. Previously, it was just a guess. However, now, they had further confirmation of this fact. However, Fengwu Ji Guang from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is really lucky. He's still alive even now. It's a miracle that a Violet Sun Golden Celestial like him managed to survive until now. I wonder if there are other Violet Sun Golden Celestials who are as lucky as him. However, we don't have their soul pearls, so we can't be sure if they're dead or not. I think there might be other Violet Sun Golden Celestials who are still alive. When the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland looked at Fengwu Ji Guang's soul pearls, they could not help but discuss among themselves. They even speculated that there might be other Violet Sun Golden Celestials alive in the little world. 3 months had passed, and no more great overarching Golden Celestials had died. The high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland finally felt relieved. Most of them closed their eyes and began to meditate. A small number of them sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Half a month later. Crack. Crack. The sound of something shattering rang in the air. It jolted the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland awake. They stared at the remaining soul pearls with wide eyes. They did not miss Fengwu Ji Guang's soul pearls as well. How's this possible? Jian Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, was the first to regain her senses. Her beautiful face was pale, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She was the first to regain her senses because the soul pearls that had shattered earlier were the soul pearls that were beside her. The soul pearls of 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect had shattered at the same time. This meant that the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect who had entered the minor world left behind by the Celestial King had died at the same time. Both of them died? How's this possible? The high-ranking officials of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, including Lu Yanjun, the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, had an unsightly expression on their faces when they saw Jian Xiu Luo's soul pearls shattering. What's going on? How did they die? Zhou Shu Qiu, who was standing next to Jian Xiu Luo, was dumbfounded. Her eyes were filled with confusion and shock. 2 great overarching golden celestials have died. Both of them are from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. It seems like they were exploring the little world together. Both of them died at the same time. Are the dangers in the little world that terrifying? The high-ranking officials from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect exchanged glances. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. After all, based on the current situation, there were indeed extraordinary dangers in that small world. The death of Su Fang from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was not simply due to bad luck. For a moment, the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were anxious. Fengwu Ji Guang. He's still alive. The high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland thought it was a miracle that Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl was still intact. Inside the little world, snow fell from the sky, covering the land. On one side of the land was a snowfield that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the other side were snowy peaks. This was a world of ice and snow. There's a reaction. In the sky above the snowfield, one of the two people who seemed to have appeared out of thin air took out an item, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a handsome young man dressed in purple. The thing in his hand was a fiery red ring-shaped object. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian and the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Brother Ling Tian. Do you mean you can sense the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring through the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring? Huan asked as she followed Duan Ling Tian closely. The mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is guiding me in a certain direction. I think that's where the mysterious Brother Pei wants me to find the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Ling Tian said. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. When he took out the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, it was clear the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring wanted to leave his hand and head west. Let's go then. Huan Er's eyes lit up. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and led Huan to the west. At the same time, in another part of the little world, the color of the sky had not changed since Feng Wuji Guang had arrived. It was as red as the setting sun, but at the same time, it was dyed red with blood. The ground here was also blood red. The only thing that could be seen were some black and yellow stones that dotted the blood-red ground, making it not as monotonous as the sky. Buzz. 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 The sound of saber humming resounded in the air. Chapter 28:11. It's here. Duan Ling Tian brought Huan along as they flew. Finally, they came to a halt above a glacier and looked down at it. This glacier was formed from the ice on the surface of a huge lake. Using his divine sense, he could clearly sense that the thickness of the layer of ice on the surface of the lake was definitely more than 10 meters. Brother Ling Tian. Do you mean the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring is in this lake? Her eyes followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze to the lake that had turned into a glacier. That should be it. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, if one were to take a closer look, one could see the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand was trembling as though it was about to fall from the sky. Brother Ling Tian. I can sense a powerful aura, Huan said with a solemn expression. Her expression turned grave as she looked at the glacier under her feet. It's under the lake. Its cultivation base should be at the peak of the great overarching golden celestial stage. A peak great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huan Er's words. If they were in the wasteland, Duan Lingtian would not be worried about a peak great overarching golden celestial unless they were from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, in this little world, he did not think he could deal with a peak great overarching golden celestial. Even if his 7 orifices exquisite sword could unleash the power of a Duke-grade celestial weapon, he would not be a match for a peak great overarching golden celestial in this little world. After the stone golem, he had encountered several Earth-rank great overarching golden celestials. All of them were as strong as the stone golem. Even if he were to use the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he would only be able to fight them to a draw. In the end, Huan had to step in and kill them. Later on, he encountered a heaven realm great overarching golden celestial who also had a king-grade celestial weapon. He was no match for the heaven realm great overarching golden celestial. He could not even block a single attack from the heaven realm great overarching golden celestial. Now that Huan had said there was a peak great overarching golden celestial in the lake, he did not even dare to think about making a move. Because he knew that his opponent's strength was sufficient to crush him with ease. It's coming out. All of a sudden, her eyes narrowed. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he stared at the glacier below his feet without blinking. Just as Duan Ling Tian was concentrating his attention, a voice rang out. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the bottom of the lake. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that on the surface of the ice that was more than 10 meters above the lake, fine cracks had appeared. They were like spider webs covering each other. Bang! Another loud sound was heard. This time around, those originally small cracks immediately expanded a step further. They appeared even more clearly in front of everyone's eyes, just like numerous pythons. Bang! After the third loud bang, the cracks on the solid ice expanded into huge gullies. The area covered was also very wide, extending to nearly 1,000 meters away. Boom! Boom! After the third loud sound, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air. At the same time, the sound of explosions rang in the air. On the surface of the vast lake, the ice that had already shattered into pieces suddenly shot out in all directions as if it had turned into a sky full of broken rocks. It was as if something at the bottom of the lake was violently knocking against the ice on the surface of the lake, trying to leave the bottom of the lake. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as a huge hole appeared on the surface of the lake. The remaining solid ice shot out in all directions like shooting stars in the sky. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huan, startling Duan Ling Tian. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the peak great overarching golden celestial at the bottom of the lake must be a powerful being. This was because before this, from the stone golem in the desert, to the few earth realm great overarching golden immortals, and even the heaven realm great overarching golden immortal, they were all giants. However, this peak great overarching golden celestial was not a colossus at all. Moreover, she was alone. A person who looked no different from them. The woman was dressed in a sky-blue robe. She was beautiful and delicate. If it were not for Huan, a peerless beauty, Duan Lingtian's eyes would have lit up. Even so, she was still a rare beauty. After all, apart from Huan, Murong Bing was the only woman Duan Ling Tian had met who was comparable to her in terms of beauty. Even Zhou Shu Qiu was slightly inferior to her. Brother Ling Tian. Is she holding the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring? Duan Ling Tian was still studying the woman when Huan Er's voice rang in his ears. The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring? Duan Ling Tian shuddered when he heard Huan Er's words. He quickly shifted his gaze to the woman's left hand. The woman was holding a celestial weapon that was almost identical to the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring in his hand. The only difference was the color of the celestial weapon in her hand. Unlike the fiery red color of the profound Yang 9 water chestnut ring, the immortal tool in the woman's hand looked exactly the same as the profound Yang 9 water chestnut ring. However, it was entirely blue in color and was emitting bursts of cold aura. It was completely opposite to the hot aura emitted by the profound Yang 9 water chestnut ring. The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Ling Tian was certain the woman was the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, that the mysterious young man with the surname Pei had asked him to look for. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also noticed the woman's red eyes were glowing. After the woman appeared, not only did the mysterious Yang 9 water chestnut ring in his hand emit a fiery red light, but even the mysterious Yin 9 water chestnut ring in the woman's hand also emitted a blue light. The two celestial weapons resonated with each other as though they could sense each other's presence. Why do you have the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring? What's your relationship with Pei Yuanji? While Duan Ling Tian was looking at the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in the woman's hand, the woman had also finished sizing up Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. A hint of coldness could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Pei Yuanji? When Duan Ling Tian heard the woman's question, he was stunned when he regained his senses. He did not react immediately. Brother Ling Tian, could the Pei Yuan Ji she mentioned be the big brother Pei you mentioned? At the same time, Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman with the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and said, I don't know who Pei Yuan Ji is. I don't know who Pei Yuan Ji is. However, this royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, was given to me by a young man with the surname Pei. I only know his surname is Pei, and I address him as Brother Pei. Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully. He gave you the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the woman's body trembled slightly. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. Duan Ling Tian could tell the woman had misunderstood his words. Don't misunderstand. Brother Pei is only giving me the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring temporarily. I'll return it to him after I leave this little world. He gave me the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring so I can enter this little world to look for the other royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. If I'm not mistaken, the ring in your hand must be the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the celestial weapon in the woman's hand that was almost identical to the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. That's right. It's the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. The woman nodded. After a while, she looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian and said, he's smart. He actually found a girl with the bloodline of the Phantom Fox clan to help him retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. You're a Phantom Fox? Huan, who had been standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was shocked and excited when she heard the woman's words. Of course. As soon as the woman finished speaking, her clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. After a while, the silhouette of a huge fox appeared around her. It looked illusory, but it was real. It's really a phantom fox. She looks just like Mother. Huan Er's eyes were filled with a hint of infatuation as she looked at the silhouette of a huge fox that shrouded the woman. Since I'm able to meet a girl with the bloodline of the Phantom Fox clan here, it means we're fated to meet. Before I disappear, I'll give you a gift. As the woman spoke, the silhouette of a fox that shrouded her grew more and more corporeal, allowing Duan Ling Tian to see the silhouette of the fox. The fox did not look any different from an ordinary fox. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that it was different from an ordinary fox. The fox's eyes seemed to be able to intimidate one's heart. Duan Ling Tian only glanced at the fox's eyes before he felt his heart palpitate, and he hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Whoosh! 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 Gentle white rays of light shot out from the silhouette of the fox that shrouded the woman. They did not contain any offensive power as they shot toward Huan Er. However, as soon as the white light touched her body, it seemed to have come into contact with a taboo. It was as though the white light was repelled and vanished into thin air. Why, you're 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 28:12. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. He was one of the rare existences in the Phantom Fox clan. In the eyes of the Phantom Fox clan's members, the Phantom Fox clan's members were extremely fearsome. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a type of totem, and also a type of faith. Yes. Mother also said that I was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Huan Er nodded in response to the woman's shocked gaze. Your mother, who is she? What's his name? The woman asked. Mother's name seems to be Du Xian. She furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before replying. Du Xian? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened again. She asked anxiously, does your mother have 2 small moles at the corner of her right eye? Then, she looked at Huan Er expectantly. You. How did you know? Huan was stunned when she heard the woman's words. She stared at the woman and asked, why you know my mother? In terms of seniority, your mother is my niece, and her father is my older brother. I can't believe you're Xian Er's daughter. I didn't expect her to have a descendant. Moreover, it's a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in our Phantom Fox clan. Good, good, good. The woman muttered to herself in an extremely agitated manner. My mother is your niece, then you are my. Huan was shocked to hear the woman's words. She never thought that she would be able to meet her family in this small world. In terms of seniority, you should call me grandaunt. And you are my grandniece. The woman said excitedly. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The woman who held the royal-grade celestial weapon, the Mystic Een 9 water chestnut ring, was not only a member of the Phantom Fox clan, but she was also very close to Huan She's Huan Er's great-aunt? Moreover, she was his great-aunt. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that this world was too mysterious. He could even encounter such a thing. I never thought that I, Consort Du, would be able to meet Xian Er's daughter before my soul dissipates. Moreover, she's a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. Even though my soul has dissipated, I have no regrets in this life. The woman sighed. As the woman spoke, she revealed her name. Du Fei. Child, what's your name? Du Fei looked at Huan Huan She was still in a daze. Everything that was happening before her eyes was simply too surreal. Other than her mother, she actually had relatives in this world. Huan What a beautiful name. Du Fei nodded and then asked, how did you enter this small world? Where's your mother? Is she okay? Upon hearing Du Fei's question, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Mother left me a long time ago. After that, she began to recount her past experiences to Duan Lingtian. You're only a teenager? When Du Fei learned that Huan was only in her teens, she was stunned. Although her cultivation base was only at the peak of the great overarching golden celestial stage, her divine consciousness was at the level of a celestial king. Therefore, it was not difficult for her to discover that she was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial in her teens? That's true. You're a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. You're naturally talented. Moreover, your mother left you a divine crystal. It's not impossible for you to achieve this at such a young age. After a while, Du Fei recalled that Huan was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox and nodded in agreement. Since your mother abandoned you, something must have happened in the clan. Du Fei thought for a moment before she said, something must have happened in the clan. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Du Fei sighed, and there was a bit of haze between her eyebrows. In her memory, Du Fei's niece had a niece. Moreover, the Du clan's marriage partner was one of the most powerful clans in the Phantom Fox clan. That family would never let go of her niece who had betrayed the marriage contract. If the clan found out that her niece had given birth to a Thousand Phantoms ice fox with a human, they would do everything in their power to get rid of the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. After all, if the Thousand Phantoms ice fox was allowed to grow, the Du clan's position in the Phantom Fox clan would be overturned. This was something the Du clan did not want to see. It was fine if the Thousand Phantoms ice fox appeared in the Du clan. However, if the Thousand Phantoms ice fox appeared somewhere else, they would do everything in their power to get rid of it. What is it? Huan asked. As for the specifics, I won't tell you, because it won't do you any good to know. With your talent, you might be able to help your mother, or even our entire family, after a few thousand years when your cultivation improves. Du Fei sighed. After a while, Du Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Boy, based on Huan's words, it seems like you're a trustworthy person. Huan was entrusted to you by her mother. I guess it's fate that brought both of you together. Huan is a Thousand Phantoms ice fox, so I can't give her the legacy of the Phantom Fox clan's secret technique. At the same time, she doesn't need the legacy since she has the memories of a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. As a human, I can't give you the legacy of the Phantom Fox clan's secret technique due to the clan's rules. As soon as Du Fei finished speaking, the gigantic fox silhouette that shrouded Duan Lingtian disappeared. A few moments later, Du Fei's body turned illusory as well. At the same time, a powerful yet gentle energy surged out of her body and shrouded Duan Lingtian. She could sense that the power coming from Du Fei's body was not aggressive, so she did not make a move. However, she vaguely sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. Great Aunt, what are you doing? Huan, I've actually passed away a long time ago. This body is just a remnant of my soul. It's only a matter of time before it disappears. Why don't I help you, Brother Ling Tian? In the future, your mother and I won't be by your side. You must listen to your brother Ling Tian. As soon as Du Fei finished speaking, her body turned illusory again. At the same time, the energy from her body surged into Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the celestial origin energy in his body surging violently. Du Fei's energy helped his celestial origin energy circulate in his body again and again. Remember this. Due to the clan's rules, I can't teach you the Phantom Fox clan's secret technique. This technique is called the Tai Profound Technique. I obtained it by chance. It's a king-grade technique. With your innate talent, you'll be able to cultivate until you become a celestial king. You have 99 heavenly veins in your body, just like the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. It seems like you and Huan, are fated. Moreover, your innate talent isn't inferior to hers. Du Fei had transmitted her words to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before she continued to speak. Boy, I don't have much time left. Remember, before Huan, breaks through and becomes a celestial emperor, don't let her come into contact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan except for her mother. If anyone from the Phantom Fox clan finds out that Huan, is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, unless that person's surname is Du, you must kill him at all costs. If you don't kill him, Huan-er's life will be in danger. Remember my words well. As for Pei Yuanji, before my soul disappears, I'll leave behind a memory celestial talisman. You can pass it to him when the time comes. Everything I've said to him is recorded in it. If he still cares about you, he'll take care of both of you on my behalf. Du Fei's voice trailed off after she finished speaking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered the energy that had surged into his body from Du Fei had also disappeared. However, at that moment, he had also grasped the operation method of the king-level martial skill, the Tai Profound Technique. Furthermore, he had completely grasped it. If he had not joined the Tai Celestial sect, he would have been stunned when he heard Du Fei mention the king-grade cultivation method. However, he had learned about the king-grade cultivation method from the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Celestial sect. After joining the Tai Celestial sect, he had wanted to change his cultivation method. Although there were several heaven-grade cultivation methods in the Tai Celestial sect, there was only one Duke-grade cultivation method that was above the heaven grade. It was not difficult for him to obtain a heaven-grade cultivation method, but it was difficult for him to obtain a Duke-grade cultivation method. In order to obtain a Duke-grade cultivation method in the Tai Celestial sect, one had to make a certain amount of contribution to the sect. Not everyone could obtain a Duke-grade cultivation method. At that time, Duan Lingtian learned about the king-grade cultivation method. As it turned out, the cultivation methods in the Devata realms were not only divided into yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, and heaven grade cultivation methods. Above heaven grade cultivation methods, there were Duke grade cultivation methods, King grade cultivation methods, Royal grade cultivation methods, and Emperor grade cultivation methods. It was common knowledge that the higher the grade of a cultivation method in the Devata realms, the more powerful one's celestial origin energy would be in a battle. Apart from this, there were many cultivation techniques above the heaven grade. Apart from this, there was another effect. It allowed one to avoid many detours on the path of breaking through to become immortal lords, immortal kings, immortal lords, and immortal emperors. Naturally, it only reduced the number of detours. If one's innate talent was lacking, it would be impossible for one to become a celestial duke no matter how many duke-grade cultivation methods one was given. On the other hand, if one's innate talent was high enough, one could become a celestial duke, celestial king, celestial lord, and even celestial emperor with just one heaven-grade cultivation method. Of course, there was almost no such person, and almost no one would do such a thing. Chapter 28:13. It was difficult for a celestial king to obtain a royal-grade cultivation method, but it was easy for a celestial king to obtain a king-grade cultivation method. It was difficult for a celestial lord to obtain an emperor-grade cultivation method, but it was not difficult for a celestial lord to obtain a royal-grade cultivation method. For this reason, it was almost impossible for people to break through and become a celestial king with a heaven-grade cultivation method. At most, they would become a celestial duke with a heaven-grade cultivation method. After becoming a celestial duke, it would be easier for them to break through and become a celestial king with a duke-grade cultivation method than with a heaven-grade cultivation method. Naturally, if a celestial duke had a king-grade cultivation method, it would be easier for them to break through and become a celestial king. For this reason, one could easily imagine the importance of a high-grade cultivation method. A king-grade cultivation method. It's a king-grade cultivation method. After all, even a powerful sect like the Tai Celestial sect only has one duke-grade cultivation method. Let alone the Tai Celestial sect, there's no king-grade cultivation method in the entire wasteland. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses after circulating his celestial origin energy through his body. He immediately focused on the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, that Du Fei had given him. At the same time, his heart was also shaken. After all, it was a king-grade cultivation method. It was something he did not even dare to dream about before he entered the little world. Grand Aunt. Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze when he heard Huan Er's sorrowful cry. He immediately looked at Huan Er. Huan Er stood there with tears in her eyes. She looked pitiful and pitiful. He could vaguely see a celestial talisman in her right palm. Is that the memory celestial talisman left behind by Senior Du Fei? Duan Lingtian remembered before Du Fei's soul dissipated, she had said she would leave behind a memory celestial talisman for him to pass to Pei Yuanji, the mysterious young man with the surname Pei who had asked him to come here to look for the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. That's right. The mystical E9 water chestnut ring. After a while, Duan Lingtian saw the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. At this moment, the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, was already in her left hand. Brother Lingtian. After a few breaths, she regained her senses and said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Grand Aunt told me through voice transmission that 15 minutes after her remnant soul disappears, the little world she created will disappear as well. At that time, we'll be sent back to where we were before we came in. 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He comforted Huan Er for a while before he handed her most of the items he obtained in the little world and asked her to store them in her spatial ring. In his spatial ring, there were some duke-grade celestial weapons, celestial pills, and materials that he had no use for. As for the king-grade celestial weapons, celestial pills, and materials, he gave them all to Huan Er. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to hand the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, over to Huan Er for safekeeping in case the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect checked his spatial ring. Although that was unlikely. However, he still had to be fully prepared. Outside the small world. Pa. Pa. 2 consecutive sounds of something shattering rang out, causing the hearts of the upper echelons of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland to tremble. The expressions of Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, and the other high-ranking officials of the Tai Celestial sect, darkened. This was because the soul pearls of the two great overarching golden celestials from the Tai celestial sect who were not even 100 years old had shattered. All of a sudden, only one of the three soul pearls remained. What the hell is going on? Is this small world left behind by an immortal king so terrifying? Two more great overarching golden celestials from the Tai celestial sect have died. Currently, only one great overarching golden celestial from the martial dragon celestial sect and Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect are left. Feng Wuji Guang. He's still alive. Did he find a place to hide? The high-ranking officials from the martial dragon celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect discussed among themselves. They were amazed by Feng Wuji Guang's luck and the little world left behind by a celestial king. They felt that it was a miracle that Feng Wuji Guang was still alive. After all, up until now, 5 great overarching golden celestials had died in the little world while Feng Wuji Guang, a mere violet sun golden celestial, was still alive. Inside the little world, the sky was dyed red by the sunset. The entire land was similarly blood-red. The only thing that could be seen were some black and yellow rocks that adorned the blood-red land, causing it to not be as monotonous as the sky. Duke Grade Cultivation Method. Senior G is truly talented to be able to cultivate to the Celestial King stage with just a Duke Grade Cultivation Method. Although he's a Celestial King, he didn't leave this little world behind. This little world was left behind by a powerhouse from the Phantom Fox clan. Apart from being a female powerhouse, the powerhouse is also a 10 Directions Celestial King. A 10 Directions Celestial King is a Celestial King who stands at the peak of Celestial Kings. The owner of the inheritance I obtained is only a 5 Elements Celestial King. Moreover, he's only a follower of the powerhouse from the Phantom Fox clan. In the sky above the blood-colored land, the many blood-colored blade glows seemed to be half exhausted as they all merged into the body of the black-robed young man. The eyes of the black-robed young man flickered as he muttered softly. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw this black-robed young man with a coffin face, he would surely be able to recognize him with a single glance. The black-clad young man was none other than Feng Wuji Guang. After Feng Wuji Guang was rescued by Huan, he accidentally entered this place and obtained the inheritance of a 5 Elements Celestial King. Not only did he obtain the cultivation method of the Celestial King, but he had also mastered the high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Naturally, he could master the cultivation method immediately. However, he needed time to comprehend the celestial methods and divine abilities. Otherwise, their power would be inferior to the low-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered. Fortunately, the king-grade celestial weapon left behind by Senior G can conceal its aura with his cultivation method. Otherwise, the martial dragon celestial sect would have confiscated it even if I brought it out. Feng Wuji Guang sighed in relief when he reached this point. It was clear Feng Wuji Guang had not only obtained the inheritance of a celestial king, but he had also obtained a king-grade celestial weapon as well. Apart from that, my cultivation base has also broken through to the yellow rank great overarching golden celestial. Feng Wuji Guang could not help but feel excited when he sensed the qualitative change in his celestial origin energy. At the same time, there was another person who was excited when he sensed the qualitative change in his celestial origin energy. This person was none other than Duan Ling Tian. This is the celestial origin energy of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After making preparations to leave the little world, Duan Ling Tian began to seriously sense the celestial origin energy in his body. Once again, he discovered that the celestial origin energy in his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was completely different from before. When he was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial, his celestial origin energy was as tough as iron. However, now, his celestial origin energy was as tough as steel. Iron had to be tempered 100 times to become steel. Thank you, Senior Du Fei. After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses from the pleasant surprise of breaking through to the yellow stage, he looked at Du Fei and thanked her sincerely. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned Du Fei again, Huan, who who had yet to recover from her shock, became even more depressed. Huan, it's almost time. Use the invisibility talisman. After a while, Duan Lingtian looked at Huan, and said solemnly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan, vanished into thin air before Duan Lingtian's eyes. About 10 breaths later, Duan Lingtian's vision darkened. When he regained his vision, he discovered he had returned to the void where he was standing before he entered the little world. There were 2 other people who appeared with him. There's actually someone who survived? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he saw the 2 figures standing near him. He did not expect other people to survive in the little world apart from him and Huan, Moreover, there were 2 people. Although Huan had left the little world, he could not see her since she had used the invisibility talisman. Feng Wuji Guang. When Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the 2 figures, he was completely stunned. This was because one of them was no stranger to him. He had met Feng Wuji Guang when he was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, Feng Wuji Guang had saved Huan's life in the little world. Duan Lingtian recognized the other person. He was a great overarching golden celestial from the martial dragon celestial sect. They're out. They're out. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland in the distance had also noticed Feng Wuji Guang's presence. Master Duan. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, whose expression was dark due to the death of 2 great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100, could not help but feel relieved. The little world seems to have disappeared, it's really gone. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi celestial sect extended their divine consciousness and discovered the little world had disappeared. Chapter 28:14. Huan, As the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland gathered around Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions, Duan Lingtian looked into the distance. Huan's figure gradually appeared in the air ere the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were standing. It was as though she had appeared out of thin air. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, and the other high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and turned to look. Miss Huan, She. When did she appear? She was nearby. Did she come over when she saw Master Duan coming out? At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi celestial sect were shocked by Huan's sudden appearance. At the same time, they speculated that Huan had been nearby all along. I thought Miss Huan had returned to Tai Yi City. I didn't expect her to be nearby all along. Bai Ping shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect had also noticed Huan's presence. However, they shared the same thoughts as the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. They thought Huan had been nearby all along and had only revealed herself when she saw Duan Lingtian coming out. No one expected Huan to have just come out of the little world as well. Huan stood in the distance and did not come over. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions were surrounded by the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Master Duan, is the little world very dangerous? The other 5 great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old died in there. One of the elders from the Tai Yi celestial sect asked Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland who were about to ask Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions fell silent. They looked at Duan Lingtian in unison, waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. Feng Wuji Guang. At this time, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Feng Wuji Guang. If you are still grateful to her for saving your life, don't tell anyone that you met her in that small world. Even if Feng Wuji Guang said he had seen Huan in the little world, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland might not believe him. However, he didn't want Feng Wujiguang to cause trouble for them. That was why he reminded Feng Wujiguang. Of course, the reason he reminded Feng Wujiguang was because he could see that Feng Wujiguang was not the kind of person who would repay kindness with ingratitude. Otherwise, he would rather go through more trouble than telling Feng Wujiguang these things. Feng Wujiguang. Initially, Feng Wujiguang thought something had happened to Huan when he did not see her after leaving the minor world. When he saw Huan, in the distance, he was stunned. He was even more puzzled when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Didn't Miss Huan also enter the pocket dimension? Why did the people of the Tai Yi Celestial sect not know about this? When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. I, Feng Wujiguang, am not a person who bites the hand that feeds him. Naturally, the confusion in his heart grew even deeper. He only wanted to find an opportunity to return and ask Duan Lingtian what exactly was going on. However, now was not the time to ask Duan Lingtian. Yes, it's very dangerous. After receiving Feng Wujiguang's reply, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect who had asked him the question. Then, he calmly said under everyone's watchful eyes, I almost died twice in there. Fortunately, I managed to survive. There are indeed king-grade celestial weapons in there, but it's extremely difficult to obtain them. Based on my experience, it's impossible for one to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon unless one's an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian said bluntly, moreover, even an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial would have to master many heaven-rank celestial methods and divine abilities to pass the test if one only has a duke-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial? In the wasteland, there were only a handful of yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100. Earth-rank great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100? There was no such person in the wasteland at all. In fact, in the history of the wasteland region, although such a person had appeared before, there were very few of them. Moreover, such a person had never appeared in the wasteland in the past 10,000 years. Does this mean it's almost impossible for anyone to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon? An elder of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect asked in a deep voice. I don't know if there's any other easy test that would allow one to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon, but all the tests I've encountered so far require strength. Duan Lingtian said. At this moment, Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, walked up to the great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. He asked, Wang Hai, how was your trip in the little world? Sect leader. Wang Hai smiled wryly as he handed over his spatial ring and removed the ownership claim on it. Take a look at it yourself. Chai Kongyu did not stand on ceremony. He took the spatial ring and performed the ownership claim on it. Chai Kongyu frowned. As time passed, the frown on his face deepened. They're all Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, these celestial pills and materials are all ordinary celestial pills and materials. If the little world had sent us out a little later, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to see me, sect leader. Wang Hai smiled wryly. Before I was sent out, I saw a king-grade celestial weapon. However, the person guarding the king-grade celestial weapon was much stronger than me. Before I came out, he happened to discover me and locked onto me with his divine sense. Just when I thought I was going to die, that small world sent me out. He sighed in relief when he reached the end of his sentence. Sect leader, this is my spatial ring. At the same time, Feng Wujiguang stepped forward and handed his spatial ring to Chai Kongyu. Chai Kongyu frowned slightly when he took Feng Wujiguang's spatial ring. He did not think Feng Wujiguang's spatial ring would contain anything good. After Chai Kongyu claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he took a look inside and confirmed his suspicions. There's not even a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Feng Wujiguang, it's a miracle that you managed to survive. Chai Kongyu casually removed the spatial ring and threw it back to Feng Wuji Guang. Feng Wuji Guang, can you tell us how you managed to survive in the little world? After all, 5 of the 7 great overarching golden celestials who entered the little world died. An elder of the martial dragon celestial sect asked as he looked at Feng Wuji Guang. That's right. An elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect chimed in. So many violet sun golden celestials entered the little world, but you're the only one who managed to survive. Can you tell us how you did it? The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were waiting for Feng Wuji Guang's reply. Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E celestial sect and the current supreme elder of the Tai E celestial sect, seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened slightly as he looked at Feng Wuji Guang in shock. Feng Wuji Guang. Why you managed to break through? Could it be that this is the reason why you survived? He managed to break through. Upon hearing Tai Tai He's words, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland extended their divine consciousness and shrouded Feng Wuji Guang. In the next moment, he really managed to break through. Feng Wuji Guang is now a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. No wonder he managed to survive. As it turns out, he's no longer a violet sun golden celestial. He's already a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were certain Feng Wuji Guang had managed to survive the little world because he had become a great overarching golden celestial. Upon seeing this, Feng Wuji Guang did not say anything. What else could he say? Could he say that he managed to avoid many dangers because he stumbled upon the inheritance of a celestial king? Feng Wuji Guang knew it was better to keep quiet about the inheritance of a celestial king to himself. If he said anything, he would definitely be questioned. Feng Wuji Guang, you actually managed to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Congratulations. On the other hand, Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, was much more polite when he congratulated Feng Wuji Guang. After all, Feng Wuji Guang was still a disciple of the martial dragon celestial sect. In the past, Feng Wuji Guang was only a violet sun golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Although he was talented, he was not worthy of Chai Kongyu's attention. However, Feng Wuji Guang had become a great overarching golden celestial before the age of 100. With such talent, he would definitely become a pillar of the martial dragon celestial sect in the future. Even Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, had to take Feng Wuji Guang seriously. If I knew the little world was so dangerous, I wouldn't have allowed them to take the risk. Now, the martial dragon celestial sect has benefited. The high-ranking officials of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect had a grim expression on their faces. The young powerhouses under the age of 100 that the Thousand Spiders celestial sect had recruited after the Wasteland Grand Contest had all died in the little world. On the other hand, the martial dragon celestial sect was left with 2 great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old. In comparison, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect had suffered a great loss this time. The 2 great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old would definitely become a huge threat to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect in the future. Great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he learned that Feng Wuji Guang had become a great overarching golden celestial in the little world. At the same time, some of the questions in his heart were answered. Chapter 28:15. Sect Leader, I didn't manage to obtain any king-grade celestial weapons. However, I managed to obtain some duke-grade celestial weapons, celestial pills, and materials. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to meet up with Huan Er. He looked at Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, and said with a faint smile on his face, I plan to return these items to the sect. Sect Leader, do you want to check my spatial ring? Master Duan, you must be joking. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Ping quickly shook his head. How can I not believe your words? Moreover, if I really intended to check Master Duan's spatial ring, I would have asked you to change to an empty spatial ring before you entered. In Bai Ping's opinion, the two great overarching golden celestials from the martial dragon celestial sect who were not even 100 years old did not manage to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon in the little world, let alone Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian might be slightly stronger than them, as far as he knew, he was not that much stronger. For this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian had obtained a king-grade celestial weapon. I didn't expect 5 great overarching golden celestials to die in there. Master Duan, it's the Tai Yi celestial sect's honor that you're able to come out safely. If I had known earlier that the small world was so dangerous, would never have let you go in that day. Bai Ping continued. As he spoke, a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. Although I didn't gain much from it, at least I gained some experience. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Then, he bade farewell to Bai Ping and Tai He before he flew toward Huan, in the distance. This trip to the small world had come to an end. The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland regretted sending people into the little world. Not only did they fail to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon, but they had also lost so many outstanding young powerhouses. Those young experts were all outstanding immortals under the age of 100 in the wasteland. If they didn't die in the small world this time, their futures would be limitless. But now, almost all of them had died inside. Only 3 people were left alive. Sect Leader Bai, Sect Leader Chai, farewell. After bidding farewell to Bai Ping and Chai Kongyu, Jian Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, left with the group of people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect was the sect that had suffered the greatest loss. This was because all the young experts from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect who came for the minor world had died in the minor world. Although the Tai Yi Celestial Sect was in a similar situation, at least Duan Lingtian had survived. The expressions of the high-ranking officials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect were grim at first, but when they thought about the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, their expressions softened. Sect Leader Bai, farewell. After bidding farewell to Bai Ping, Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, left with the group of people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After the group of people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect left, Fengwu Jiguang's eyes never left Duan Lingtian and Huan. During this time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, didn't Miss Huan enter the minor world? Why don't they know about it? Fengwu Jiguang asked curiously. Because she used an invisibility talisman. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Fengwu Jiguang. An invisibility talisman? Fengwu Jiguang's eyes widened slightly. An invisibility talisman that even the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland can't see through. Only a celestial lord or stronger would be able to inscribe an invisibility talisman, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Fengwu Jiguang's question, and Fengwu Jiguang did not press the matter. However, Duan Lingtian and Huan seemed even more mysterious in Fengwu Jiguang's eyes. Both of them possessed an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord. Who exactly were they? Although Fengwu Jiguang did not know who Duan Lingtian and Huan were, he could not help but feel that Duan Lingtian and Huan were extremely powerful. Duan Lingtian and Huan definitely had an extraordinary background. When I was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, I heard that Miss Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who easily killed an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial from the Zhou clan in the capital. After parting ways with the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Fengwu Jiguang was brought back to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's estate by the powerhouses of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. During the journey, he did not forget to recall the things he had heard in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, I heard that after that incident, someone purposely probed Miss Huan's aura to see if she's really younger than 100 years old. In the end, the result was that Miss Huan's aura didn't belong to someone who was younger than 100 years old. At that time, I felt that rumors were unreliable. Perhaps there are overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are younger than 100 years old in the spirit overarching heaven, but there's no way they would appear in a small place like the wasteland. However, based on the fact that Miss was able to enter the little world, she's indeed younger than 100 years old. The more Feng Wuji Guang thought about it, the more mysterious Duan Lingtian and Huan became. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian and Miss I would have died in the little world. Moreover, I wouldn't have been able to obtain Senior Ji's legacy. If I have the chance, I'll definitely repay their kindness. Feng Wuji Guang thought to himself. If Feng Wuji Guang had not obtained the 5 Elements Celestial King's legacy, he would have said he wanted to repay Duan Lingtian and Huan's kindness, but he would not have the chance to do so. After all, his innate talent was far inferior to Duan Lingtian and Huan. This meant it was impossible for him to catch up to them. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to repay their kindness. However, after obtaining the 5 Elements Celestial King's legacy, Feng Wuji Guang was filled with confidence that he would be able to repay Duan Lingtian and Huan. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Huan were unaware of Feng Wuji Guang's thoughts. They were also unaware that Feng Wuji Guang had obtained the legacy of a 5 Elements Celestial King, Du Fei, a 10-direction Celestial King. Naturally, they only knew that Du Fei was a Celestial King and that the little world was left behind by her. They were unaware that she was a 10-direction Celestial King, the strongest Celestial King. She was only a step away from becoming a Celestial Lord. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan were returning to the Tai Yi Celestial Sex Estate with the main force. Huan, what did Senior Du Fei say to you before she left? Duan Lingtian asked Huan through voice transmission during their journey. Great Aunt, she told me to follow Big Brother Lingtian and listen to Big Brother Lingtian. She also told me to pass the memory celestial talisman she left behind to Brother Lingtian so you can pass it to Brother Lingtian. Huan replied through voice transmission. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Du Fei again, Huan's mood was slightly dampened. Duan Lingtian quickly comforted Huan through voice transmission. Huan your great aunt has passed away a long time ago. When she entrusted you to me, she said she was happy to see you again before she completely disappeared. As for the memory celestial talisman she left behind for me to pass to Brother Pei, you can pass it to me when we return. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he changed the topic to distract Huan. After Huan calmed down, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That day, Brother Pei said he'll show up when I leave the little world to take the royal grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could it be that something happened to him after he went to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, that's why he couldn't return in time? Duan Lingtian felt slightly annoyed when he thought about how Brother Pei had left the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the wasteland for the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It's been so long, but he still hasn't returned. Could it be that something happened to him? Duan Lingtian felt that he would never be able to forgive himself if something happened to Pei Yuanji while he was on his way to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He had never been to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect before. However, one thing was certain. Since Pei Yuanji's cultivation base was at least a 1 basic Celestial King, it would not take long for him to travel to and from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's strength, they should not be able to do anything to Pei Yuanji. Could it be because of the marriage alliance with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Lingtian felt as though he had lost his mind when he thought about this. Wait a minute. Zhou Shuqiu said the marriage alliance doesn't exist and that she made it up. There must be another reason. Forget it. I'll just wait a little longer. Perhaps, Brother Pei has something to attend to and hasn't returned yet? Since he's at least a 1 basic Celestial King, there shouldn't be anyone who can threaten him on his way to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt he was overthinking things. With Brother Pei's strength, even if someone wanted to harm him, they might not be able to do anything to him. I'll return to the Tai Celestial sect first. Perhaps Brother Pei is waiting for me in the Tai Celestial sect. Even if he's not in the Tai Celestial sect, he'll definitely find out from the 13th prince that I'm in the Tai Celestial sect. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to his cultivation base. The biggest gain from entering the little world isn't the king-grade celestial weapons and the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, but it's the improvement in my cultivation base. Initially, I was only an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Even with the help of celestial pills and Huan Er's divine crystal, it would still take me a long time to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. From today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, am an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Chapter 28:16. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned to his residence in the Tai Celestial Sect's estate, he took the memory celestial talisman and the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons from Huan Er and stored them in his spatial ring. In the next moment, Master Duan. Master Duan. 3 familiar voices rang in the air, startling Duan Lingtian. Why are they here? Duan Lingtian was familiar with the voices. They belonged to the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Celestial sect. Master Situ, Master Yang, and Master Yu. Why are all of you here? Duan Lingtian invited Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing into the front courtyard of his residence. Huan had already left the front courtyard and returned to her room. Master Duan, we've heard from the sect leader that your trip to the little world this time is extremely dangerous. Situ Ming said with a solemn expression. If we knew the little world was so dangerous, we would have stopped you no matter what. Yang Chong said solemnly. That's right. Yu Zhongjing nodded in agreement. Almost died? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Didn't I come out alive? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He was the only one who knew how dangerous the little world was before he entered it. He knew he would not be in danger as long as he entered the little world with Huan Er. However, due to various reasons, he could not tell them this. Master Duan, we heard that among the 8 great overarching golden celestials who entered the little world, only 3 of them, including you, came out alive. Yang Chong's expression turned even more solemn. That's right. Apart from you, only 2 great overarching golden celestials from the martial dragon celestial sect survived. Moreover, one of them had a breakthrough and became a great overarching golden celestial after entering the little world. Situ Ming nodded in agreement. It's not worth it. We didn't get anything out of it. Yu Zhongjing said. Situ Ming and the other 2's concern came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel this. It was also because of this that his heart felt warm. Right. Duan Lingtian could not stand the solemn expression on Situ Ming and the other 2 celestial alchemists' faces. He quickly changed the topic and asked, Masters, are there any Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the sect? Now that he had become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and obtained the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound technique, Duan Lingtian hoped to master higher-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Currently, the only divine ability he had mastered was the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, which was a heaven-grade divine ability. His other divine abilities were only earth-grade divine abilities. As for immortal spells, the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, bestowed upon him was only comparable to an earth-grade immortal spell. Immortal arts and divine abilities were the same as cultivation techniques. Above the heaven rank were the monarch rank, king rank, emperor rank, and emperor rank. Now, this was what Duan Lingtian thought. If there were any Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Tai Celestial sect, he would not mind mastering them to replace his current Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if there were only heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he would not bother comprehending them. After all, it would be a waste of time. After spending some time mastering the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and making them stronger than his current Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he might be able to learn higher-grade Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian wanted to learn higher-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. There's only one Duke-grade celestial method in the sect. However, it's a movement celestial method. As for divine abilities, there are two. One is an assist-type divine ability, and the other is an offensive divine ability. Sita Ming said, Master Duan, if you're interested in comprehending Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, the three of us will accompany you to the sect leader. I'm sure he won't reject you. After all, Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are not as important as Duke-grade cultivation methods. If you want the Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities in the sect, there's nothing we can do. However, if you only want the Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities, we're confident that the sect leader will agree to it, Yang Zhong said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's right. Yu Zhongjing nodded. In that case, I'll have to trouble the three of you to come with me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Sita Ming and the other two's words. He did not expect the Tai Yi Celestial sect would really have Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, he had a chance to learn them. He was interested in the Tai Yi Celestial sect's Duke-grade celestial method. Of the two Monarch-grade divine abilities, he was only interested in the offensive divine ability because he had already mastered the heaven-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. There was no need for him to waste too much time comprehending the Monarch-grade divine ability. Perhaps, before he fully grasped that Monarch-grade support divine ability, he would already be able to come into contact with a higher-level Monarch-grade support divine ability. However, before he completely mastered the Duke-grade divine ability, the Duke-grade divine ability might not be as powerful as his elementary devouring tactic. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian naturally had a choice. It was just as Sita Ming had said. When Duan Ling Tian, Sita Ming, and Duan Ling Tian went to look for Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, Bai Ping readily handed over the only Duke-grade celestial method and offensive divine ability to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, even if you come alone, I'll still give you these celestial methods and divine abilities. As for the monarch-level cultivation method in the sect, because of the sect's rules, I can't be biased. So, I can't help you. I can't help you, Bai Ping said bluntly to Duan Ling Tian. He had long heard about Duan Ling Tian's intention to cultivate the Tai Yi Celestial sect's Duke-grade cultivation method. That was why he had spoken up. However, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was not interested in Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in the Duke-grade celestial method in the Tai Yi Celestial sect at all. After all, he had already cultivated the King-grade celestial method, the Tai Yi Profound method. It was the King-grade celestial method that Du Fei, a 10-direction celestial duke, had given to Duan Ling Tian by the owner of the Little World. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, grateful for Bai Ping's words. After all, he was no longer interested in the Duke-grade celestial method. After leaving Bai Ping's residence, Yang Chong seemed to have thought of something. He said to Duan Ling Tian, Master Duan, if you want other celestial methods and divine abilities, there's a chance for you to obtain them. The Alchemy Conference will be held in 2 years. The Alchemy Conference? Duan Ling Tian had a blank expression on his face because this was his first time hearing about the Alchemy Conference. The Alchemy Conference is a grand event jointly held by the Wasteland and the neighboring regions. It's held once every 30 years. During the Alchemy Conference, the celestial alchemists from the Wasteland and the neighboring regions will exchange knowledge about alchemy, Sita Ming explained. Sita Ming said, it's inevitable that some celestial alchemists are dissatisfied with other celestial alchemists and would propose a competition in alchemy. Some celestial alchemists would even use Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities as a wager. There are many Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that are both offensive and defensive. In fact, there might even be some Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that are both offensive and defensive. When Sita Ming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. A triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability with both offense and defense? Upon hearing Sita Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. It should be noted that in the Devata realms, a single celestial method or divine ability was not as valuable as a dual offensive or defensive celestial method or divine ability. For example, the time it would take a person to comprehend two offensive and defensive celestial methods to a certain level was much longer than the time it would take to comprehend one offensive and defensive celestial method to a certain level. The difference in the time it would take to comprehend the celestial method and divine ability would have the same effect in battle. Therefore, if given the choice, no matter who it was, they would choose to comprehend an offensive and defensive celestial technique instead of two offensive and defensive celestial techniques. The latter would have to be comprehended separately while the former could be comprehended together. This would save a lot of time. It was the same for divine abilities. For this reason, the value of offensive and defensive celestial methods and divine abilities was much higher than offensive and defensive celestial methods and divine abilities of the same grade in the Devata realms. The latter was much more valuable than offensive, defensive, and movement immortal methods and divine abilities. The alchemy conference will be held in 2 years? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he asked Sita Ming. Yes. Sita Ming nodded and said, "It's a coincidence. The alchemy conference will be held in the barren land that's adjacent to the wasteland." In the past, the celestial alchemists of the wasteland only attended the alchemy conferences to watch the show. This time, with Master Duan's participation, the celestial alchemists of the wasteland will have a chance to shine. Yang Chong said with a smile, "Master Duan, with your cauldron heating speed, no one in the wasteland can compare to you." That's right. Master Duan, just find a wealthy celestial alchemist and compete with him in cauldron heating speed. You'll definitely win. Sita Ming chimed in. We'll only compete in cauldron heating? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Is that even possible? However, if I want to bet on Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, I'll have to put something up, right? Although Duan Ling Tian was confident in his cauldron heating speed due to the chaos divine flame, he did not let his excitement get the better of him, so he asked Sita Ming and the other 2 celestial alchemists. If he wanted to bet with someone, he had to put something up, right? Chapter 28:17. You're right, Duan Lingtian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Sita Ming and the others. After a few moments, Sita Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Master Duan, at most, we'll ask the sect to use the Duke-grade celestial method and the 2 Duke-grade divine abilities as a bet. After all, with your insane heating speed, you'll definitely win if you compete with others in heating cauldrons. At most, you can share the other Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with the sect. This is a good thing for the sect as well." Sita Ming said. That's right. As soon as Sita Ming finished speaking, Yang Chong nodded in agreement. I believe that as long as Master Duan demonstrates his cauldron heating speed in front of the sect leader will definitely agree to this matter. Let's take a step back and assume the sect is willing to use the Duke-grade celestial method and the 2 Duke-grade divine abilities as a bet. Even if Master Duan loses the bet, the Duke-grade celestial method and the 2 Duke-grade divine abilities will still belong to the sect. Yang Chong said. In the Devata realms, those who had comprehended a celestial method or divine ability to its peak would be able to inscribe the celestial method or divine ability on a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend. In the Tai Yi celestial sect, apart from the memory celestial talisman given to Duan Ling Tian by the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, there were many spare memory celestial talismans for the celestial method and the 2 divine abilities. Even without the spare memory celestial talismans, let alone the 8 trigram celestial duke of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, had comprehended the celestial method and the two divine abilities to its peak. If we win, the sect will be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability that has both offensive and defensive attributes. Yang Chang's eyes shone brightly when he spoke. If I want to bet a double-trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'm afraid I'll have to use the sect's Duke-grade celestial method and two other Duke-grade divine abilities together, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Sita Ming said matter-of-factly, a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability that has both offensive and defensive attributes. If you only have two Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities, no one will bet with you. At least 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand. After all, immortal methods and divine abilities that had both offensive and defensive attributes were not something that a single immortal method or divine ability could compare to when compared to immortal methods and divine abilities of the same level. For example, for the same person, it would take 10 years to fully comprehend a movement-type immortal art or divine ability, as well as an offensive-type immortal art or divine ability, for a total of 20 years. If he were to study immortal spells and divine abilities of the same level, it would only take him 15 years at most. But spending 20 years and 15 years would result in the same increase in strength. Under such circumstances, the value of an immortal method or divine ability that had both attack and speed was naturally incomparable to a single immortal method or divine ability of the same level. Go. Let's look for the sect leader. Yu Zhongjing said without hesitation. Duan Lingtian and the others who had just left the residence of Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, suddenly turned around. Alchemists, what are you doing? Bai Ping asked in confusion when he saw Duan Lingtian and the others had returned. Sect leader. Sita Ming was the first to step forward and said, "It's like this." Sita Ming told Bai Ping about Duan Lingtian's plan to participate in the alchemy conference 2 years later. He also told Bai Ping about their plans. Immortal methods and divine abilities that have both offensive and defensive attributes. Even Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, felt his breathing quicken when he heard the two celestial methods and divine abilities. In the wasteland, only the 3 major celestial sects, including the Tai celestial sect, possessed Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, the 3 major celestial sects only possessed 1 Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. He did not have any Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive, or offensive and speedy. For this reason, even Bai Ping could not help but feel excited when he heard there was a chance to obtain the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Master Duan, are you really confident? Bai Ping asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Yang Chong said bluntly, although you're not a celestial alchemist, you should know how long it takes prominent celestial alchemists to heat their cauldrons, right? Yes, I do. Bai Ping nodded. Among the prominent celestial alchemists in the wasteland, alchemist Xiao Yuchan from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect is the fastest in heating cauldrons. It seems like he only needs 8 hours to heat up a prominent celestial pill cauldron. After that, it's Alchemist Yu's turn. Alchemist Yu, your heating speed seems to be around 8.5 hours? Bai Ping looked at Yu Zhongjing. That's right. Yu Zhongjing nodded. If it was before he witnessed Duan Lingtian's cauldron heating speed, he would definitely be conceited and proud when he heard Bai Ping's words. However, at this moment, he did not feel proud at all. This was because Duan Lingtian was a freak who only needed half an hour to heat up a cauldron. Since the 3 of you are so confident in your heating speed, I'm sure you only need 6 hours to heat up a cauldron, right? After Yu Zhongjing nodded in response, Bai Ping shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Xiao Yuchan from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect was the fastest prominent celestial alchemist in the wasteland who only needed 8 hours to heat up a cauldron. However, Xiaoyu Chan's heating speed could only be considered the fastest in the wasteland. Compared to the surrounding regions, it wasn't much. In Bai Ping's opinion, unless Duan Lingtian's heating speed did not exceed 6 hours, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to be the fastest prominent celestial alchemist in the surrounding regions. 6 hours? Upon hearing Bai Ping's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind. Is sect leader Bai Ping scolding me? On the other side, the other 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi celestial sect, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, felt their lips twitch when they heard Bai Ping's question to Duan Lingtian. What? Master Duan's heating speed is more than 6 hours? When Bai Ping saw the stunned expression on Duan Lingtian's face and the twitching expression on Sita Ming and the other 2's faces, he thought Duan Lingtian must have imagined things too well. Before Duan Lingtian and the other 2 prominent celestial alchemists could reply, Bai Ping smiled wryly. You can't heat up more than 6.5 hours, right? Bai Ping looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly after he finished speaking. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out his prominent celestial pill cauldron. He began to refine the pill. The pill he was going to refine was none other than the overarching heaven pill. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's actions, Bai Ping, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was going to show him the heating speed of the cauldron. Bai Ping did not say anything and continued to watch Duan Lingtian intently. He's heating the cauldron now. After a while, he saw Duan Lingtian taking out a gray prominent celestial fire and heating the cauldron. Half an hour later. Bai Ping, who was watching Duan Lingtian heating the cauldron, was confused when he saw Duan Lingtian had stopped heating the cauldron. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even taken out the herbs he needed to refine the pill. What's going on? Half an hour? That's impossible, right? Even if Master Duan is trying to trick me, there's no need for him to stop heating the cauldron after half an hour, right? It's impossible for him to refine the pill. Bai Ping shook his head. He felt Duan Lingtian had given up on refining the pill. When Bai Ping saw Duan Lingtian refining a cauldron of prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills, his expression froze. A hint of disbelief could be seen on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian refining a cauldron of prominent celestial pills. How's this possible? He only heated the cauldron for half an hour, and he successfully refined the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Although Bai Ping was the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect and had seen many things in his life, he was still shocked. For a moment, he even wondered if he was dreaming. A moment later, after confirming that he was not dreaming, a look of ecstasy appeared on Bai Ping's face. Master Duan. Bai Ping stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a precious treasure. You'll be participating in the alchemy conference in 2 years. You can do whatever you want with the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Thank you, sect leader. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He finally had something he could use as a wager for the alchemy conference in 2 years. Although he could also use the king-grade celestial weapon he obtained from the little world, he could not reveal it to the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Otherwise, the lie that he gained nothing in that small world would be exposed without him having to do anything. Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were not surprised by Bai Ping's agreement. However, they still smiled. Master Duan, I'll go see the old ancestor now. I'm sure the old ancestor will be willing to use the king-grade celestial weapon of the Tai Yi celestial sect as a wager as well. Chapter 28:18. Before Duan Lingtian, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing regained their senses, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, vanished into thin air. Only his voice was left, echoing in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other 3. Master Duan, I'll go and see the old ancestor now. I'm sure the old ancestor will be willing to use the Tai Celestial Sect's king-grade celestial weapon as a stake to support you. Listening to Bai Ping. It was obvious he was going to look for He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, who was also the only 8-trigram celestial duke in the Tai Celestial Sect, to inform him that Duan Lingtian would be participating in the alchemy conference in 2 years and that he wanted to make a bet with someone. After witnessing the Duan Lingtian's insane heating speed, Bai Ping was filled with confidence in the Duan Lingtian. This, Yu Zhongjing was dumbfounded. I really didn't expect the sect master to have such a crazy side. Sita Ming smiled wryly. He had known the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect for many years, but this was his first time seeing the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect lose his composure. If I can bet a king-grade celestial weapon on top of 3 duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, I can even bet a duke-grade celestial method or divine ability that has both offensive and defensive attributes. Yang Chong sighed. A triple-trait duke-grade celestial method and divine ability? As soon as Yang Chong finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. As mentioned earlier, the value of immortal techniques and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive, as well as immortal techniques and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive, were far more valuable than a single immortal technique or divine ability of the same level. In fact, the value of an immortal technique or divine ability that had both offensive and defensive attributes was comparable to 3 or more immortal techniques or divine abilities of the same level. On the other hand, immortal techniques and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive were more valuable than immortal techniques and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive, as well as movement techniques and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive. Even if a person had completely mastered an offensive and defensive immortal art or divine ability, he would still need to master another movement immortal art or divine ability. Even if a person completely comprehended an offensive and speedy celestial method or divine ability, he would still have to comprehend another defensive celestial method or divine ability. However, once he directly comprehended an offensive, defensive, and offensive immortal technique or divine ability, he wouldn't have to comprehend another single immortal technique or divine ability, and he would be able to accomplish it in one go. On the other hand, for the same person with the same talent, it would take less time to comprehend a celestial method or divine ability that had both offensive and defensive attributes than to comprehend multiple celestial methods and divine abilities. It was just like how it was more efficient for a cultivator to comprehend an offensive and defensive immortal art or divine ability than to comprehend 2 divine abilities at the same time. Among immortal spells and divine abilities of the same level, the most effective ones were the movement techniques or divine abilities that had both offense, speed, and defense. The Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method that Senior Feng Qingyang left to me, the Sovereign Heart Sword, is equivalent to an earthly grade celestial method that has both offense, speed, and defense. Duan Lingtian had experienced the Sovereign Heart Sword, an earthly grade celestial method that was similar to an earthly grade celestial method. Naturally, he knew this celestial method was much better than a single celestial method. In fact, it was much better than a single celestial method. Although I'm the last one among the 3 of us to join the sect, it has been some time since I joined the sect. This is the first time I've seen the sect leader lose his composure. He doesn't look like a sect leader at all. Yang Chong shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Well, it's understandable. Sita Ming said with a smile, after witnessing and confirming Master Duan's cauldron heating speed, the sect leader must have blind faith in Master Duan. Since he's sure to win, why didn't he make the bet bigger? Just as you said, if the sect has a king-grade celestial weapon, it's possible to win a celestial method or divine ability that has both offense, speed, and defense. Once the sect obtains a celestial method or divine ability that has both offense, speed, and defense, the sect leader will become the first person in the history of the Tai Celestial Sect to obtain a celestial method or divine ability that has both offense, speed, and defense. His name will go down in the history of the Tai Celestial Sect. This is very tempting to the sect leader. Situ Ming's words clearly explained the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect's loss of composure. Master Duan. After Situ Ming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, the alchemy conference will be held in 2 years. During this time, I don't recommend you to comprehend the sex movement Duke grade celestial method and offensive divine ability. After all, even if you comprehend the movement Duke grade celestial method and divine ability in 2 years, you won't be able to comprehend much of it. 2 years later, you'll be able to obtain a Duke grade celestial method or divine ability that's both offensive and defensive. In fact, as long as you're lucky, you might even be able to obtain a Duke grade celestial method or divine ability that's both offensive and defensive. For this reason, you can focus on alchemy for the next 2 years. You can use the rest of the time to cultivate. Sita Ming earnestly advised Duan Lingtian. That's how it should be. Yu Zhongjing nodded in agreement with Sita Ming's words. That's how it should be. Yang Chong nodded at Duan Lingtian as well. Instead of wasting time on meaningless things, why don't you focus on studying alchemy? If you feel bored, you can calm down and cultivate. Once you've calmed down, you can continue studying alchemy. For the next 2 years, Master Duan, if you have any questions about the Tao of alchemy, you can ask me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Sita Ming was the first to express his opinion. Same here. Yang Chong chimed in as well. Although Yu Zhongjing did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was enough to explain everything. Thank you, alchemists. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. Master Duan, you don't have to thank me. After all, if you're able to obtain a Duke grade celestial method or divine ability that has both offense and defense, as revered elders of the Tai E celestial sect, will be able to bask in the glory as well. Yang Chong said with a smile. Perhaps, Master Duan will be able to obtain a Duke grade celestial method or divine ability that has both offense and defense. Sita Ming said with a smile. He was very optimistic. Yu Zhongjing's lips curled up into a smile as well. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 waited for approximately half an hour before Bai Ping returned. Moreover, his face was filled with smiles. Sect leader, did the old ancestor agree? Seeing Bai Ping's happy face, Sita Ming already had an idea in his heart, but he still asked with a smile. He agreed. Bai Ping nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Master Duan, the old ancestor said he'll accompany you to the alchemy conference in 2 years. Firstly, he wants to see your skills in alchemy. Secondly, he wants to protect you. After all, you've won a valuable Duke grade celestial method or divine ability. If you're not accompanied by a powerhouse, it's inevitable that some people will try to harm you. Bai Ping said. In that case, please thank the old ancestor on my behalf, sect leader. Duan Lingtian hastily said. Naturally, he knew the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect did not only want to protect him but also wanted to see his alchemy skills. He was worried the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect would lose the king grade celestial weapon along the way. After all, the king grade celestial weapon was the only king grade celestial weapon in the Tai E celestial sect and the wasteland. It was extremely important to the Tai E celestial sect. If the Tai E celestial sect lost the king grade celestial weapon, they would not be as powerful as before. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 left after bidding farewell to Bai Ping. After bidding farewell to Sita Ming and the others, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to his residence. Huan When Duan Lingtian discovered Huan was not cultivating, he told her everything that had happened. So, Brother Lingtian, you're going to participate in the alchemy conference in 2 years? Huan eyes lit up. She looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly and asked, the alchemy conference will be attended by celestial alchemists from the wasteland and the other realms. It must be very lively, right? Why? Do you want to join in the fun as well? Duan Lingtian could see through Huan thoughts. He shook his head and smiled. Can I? Huan asked. If Lingtian was going to the alchemy conference alone, she was not worried Lingtian would not bring her along. However, she heard Lingtian's words. Not only would the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect attend the alchemy conference in 2 years, but even the only 8 trigram celestial duke in the Tai celestial sect, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, would attend as well. Huan, if you want to go, you can come with me. Duan Ling Tian said affectionately as he patted Huan's head affectionately. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian heard Du Fei's voice transmission in the little world left behind by the Celestial King, he could vaguely sense something was amiss. Although Huan was a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan, she was bound to become a thorn in the side of the Phantom Fox clan. Otherwise, Du Fei would not have warned him not to let Huan interact with the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, Du Fei had also warned him. If anyone from the Phantom Fox clan found out about Huan's identity as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, as long as they're not from the Du clan, they must kill them. Based on the relationship between Du Fei and Huan, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure it out. The Du clan was one of the most influential forces in the Phantom Fox clan. It seemed like the other clans in the Phantom Fox clan were unwilling to let the Du clan become a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's speculation. Nevertheless, he could vaguely feel the helplessness Huan's mother felt when she left her behind. After all, which mother would abandon their children? For this reason, after leaving the little world, Duan Ling Tian had become even more protective of Huan wants to go. Chapter 28:19. Although the alchemy conference would be held 2 years later, it would not be held in the wasteland. Even if it was held in the barren land, it would still take 3 months to reach the Tai celestial sex estate from the wasteland, even with the help of an 8 trigram celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian learned about this a few days after he returned from Beiping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Sita Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, had told him about this. Just like what Master Situ and Master Yang said, there's no need for me to waste my time on a single duke-grade celestial method and divine ability in the next 2 years. Since Duan Ling Tian agreed with Sita Ming and Yang Chong, he did not waste any time on comprehending the duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. His thoughts had completely shifted to alchemy. If he had any questions, he would ask Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing had different areas of expertise in alchemy. This was a good thing for Duan Ling Tian as well. It could help Duan Ling Tian fill up his shortcomings in various aspects and make his alchemy Dao even more perfect. Half a year later. Master Duan, not only is your prominent celestial fire enviable, but your innate talent in the Tao of alchemy is also enviable. There's nothing else I can teach you for now. Sita Ming smiled wryly at Duan Ling Tian. Me too. Yang Chong smiled wryly at the side. A bitter smile also appeared on Yu Zhongjing's face. Although they had seen Duan Ling Tian's talent in alchemy before, they felt as though they had seen Duan Ling Tian's talent in alchemy in the past 6 months. After all, Duan Ling Tian's talent was only the tip of the iceberg. Now that Duan Ling Tian had shown his true talent, they felt embarrassed. No matter what, thank you for your help all this while. I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this kindness in my heart. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Although Sita Ming and the others had said that they were willing to help him because they wanted to comprehend a triple trait duke-grade celestial method or divine ability, Duan Ling Tian knew that they were willing to help him because they wanted to comprehend triple trait duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. However, Duan Ling Tian knew they were just casual words. Based on their achievements in the Tao of alchemy, if they insisted on pursuing the celestial martial Tao, they could join a sect that was stronger than the Tai celestial sect. They could even join a sect that had both offensive and defensive celestial methods and divine abilities. As long as one stayed in a sect for a period of time and made some contributions, the sect would definitely be willing to teach them duke-grade immortal methods and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive, as well as offensive, defensive, and offensive. However, they did Duan Lingtian. This meant they were not interested in Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, before Duan Lingtian decided to participate in the alchemy conference and even before he entered the little world left behind by Du Fei, Situ Ming and the other two had already taken good care of him. Duan Lingtian could tell the three of them were only doing this because they valued talent. Even if the three of them were doing this because they thought he had a bright future ahead of him, Duan Lingtian was still grateful. At the very least, he did not think the three of them would benefit from helping him. After Situ Ming and the other two left. The reincarnation Emperor Wu is really a genius. During these 6 months, apart from learning from the three of them, I've also spent some time comprehending the memories of refining pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian, after I've comprehended the memories of refining pills, it's as though I've been enlightened. Many of the things that had troubled me in the past have been resolved. Moreover, it's much easier for me to comprehend the things Master Situ and the others have taught me. It feels as though I've completely inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's talent in alchemy. Moreover, to a certain extent, it has even reached the level of the student surpassing the master. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his eyes shone even brighter like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Duan Lingtian's words were based on the changes he had undergone in the past 6 months. He was not exaggerating at all. In the past, he only had his alchemy skills by relying on the rebirth martial emperor's alchemy memories. However, now that he had comprehended the memories of refining pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's talent in alchemy. In fact, he had even surpassed the reincarnation Emperor Wu's talent in alchemy. Now, the way he viewed everything related to alchemy was completely different from before. This feeling of being in control is really good. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes slightly as an intoxicated expression appeared on his face when he thought about his comprehension of the Tao of alchemy. In the past, when he studied alchemy and refined pills, he felt a little helpless. However, at this moment, his body and mind were one. Perhaps, I can finally be considered a true prominent celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There's still 1 year and 3 months before I have to leave for the barren land to participate in the alchemy conference. After a while, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. Although Master Situ and the others can't teach me anything, according to them, there are many books on alchemy in the Tai Celestial Sect's library. Soon after, Duan Lingtian came up with a plan. He would study alchemy on his own to further improve his knowledge. Apart from that, he would cultivate. Now that he was a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the cultivation environment on the Tai Celestial Sect's prominent celestial island was no longer sufficient to provide him with the heaven and earth spirit energy. With the help of the divine crystal and the endless supply of overarching heaven pills, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was comparable to when he was a great overarching golden celestial. He was 60% confident he would be able to break through and become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before he left for the alchemy conference in the barren land. As Duan Lingtian busied himself, he could not help but feel a little puzzled. It's been so long. Why isn't Brother Pei here yet? 3 months later, Duan Lingtian finally decided to leave the Tai Celestial Sect and head to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to look for Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, to ask if Pei Yuan-ji had returned to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I might as well visit the 13th Prince. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Duan Lingtian was certain Pei Yuan-ji had not returned to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom yet. Otherwise, it was unlikely Pei Yuan-ji would not come looking for him. Nevertheless, he still decided to make a trip. After learning that Duan Lingtian was leaving the Tai Celestial Sect, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, called Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Celestial Sect, Tai Tai He, over. Elder Tai, Master Duan is going to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Go with him and make sure he returns safe and sound. Bai Ping instructed Tai Tai He to escort Duan Lingtian back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after Duan Lingtian was done with his business. In the past, no one in the Tai Celestial sect had ever received such treatment. A 7-star Celestial Duke would personally escort Duan Lingtian back and forth. Duan Lingtian was the first person in the Tai Celestial sect to receive such treatment. Master Duan, I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but I was worried I'd disturb you, so I didn't pay you a visit. After leaving the Tai Celestial sect's estate, Tai Tai he said to Duan Lingtian. Elder Tai, there's no need for you to be so polite with me. After all, you're the one who introduced me to the Tai Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai Tai He's words. Then, he asked, Elder Tai, is there anything I can help you with? It's nothing much. I just heard from the sect leader that you'll be participating in the alchemy conference in the Barren Land in a year's time. Moreover, the old ancestor will be going as well. Tai Tai He's eyes glinted as he continued to say, moreover, I also heard from the sect leader that you only need half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron. What? You don't believe me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's not that I don't believe you, but I find it unbelievable. Tai Tai he said with a bitter smile, putting aside the fact that I wasn't there when you first met Master Situ and displayed your pill forging skills, even the sect leader who was there couldn't verify it. The sect leader must have seen you heat up the cauldron that time, right? But even so, he still suspected that the reason why you were able to heat up the cauldron so quickly was because you were prepared. Tai Tai he said. Prepared beforehand? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, was present when he met Sita Ming and the others. He had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. During that time, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's heating speed. Duan Lingtian had forgotten about this. However, now that Tai Tai he mentioned it, he finally remembered. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Since sect leader Bai Ping had seen him refine pills and heat up the cauldron, why did it seem like he was unaware of Duan Lingtian's heating speed? After listening to Tai Tai He's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, sect leader Bai Ping thought Duan Lingtian had heated up the cauldron in half an hour because he had cheated. Moreover, that was not his true heating speed. I didn't expect the sect leader to think that way. No wonder Master Situ and the others asked me to demonstrate my heating speed in front of the sect leader. It seems like they've seen through the sect leader's doubts as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. He had always thought sect leader Bai Ping was a petty person. Chapter 28-20. However, after giving it some thought, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. This was because he remembered Duan Lingtian's words. When he first met Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing had said, I'm not sure if you can refine a cauldron. Even the most powerful prominent celestial fire that Duan Lingtian knew would take about 5 hours to heat the cauldron. No wonder the sect leader asked me if I'll take more than 6 hours to heat the cauldron. It seems like he has taken Master Yu's words to heart. Moreover, he must have some understanding of prominent celestial alchemists. That's why he wants to confirm the time I'll take to heat the cauldron. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. When he saw Tai Tai He's expectant gaze, he could not help but ask, What? Elder Tai, do you want to witness it as well? Is it convenient? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian had seen through his thoughts, Tai Tai he felt slightly uncomfortable. It's not inconvenient at all. It's only half an hour. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and took out his prominent celestial pill cauldron. He did not heat the cauldron immediately. Instead, he used an invisible force to guide it to hover in front of Tai Tai he. Master Duan, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, Tai Tai he was stunned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Elder Tai, can you confirm if I've heated the cauldron in advance? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. He wanted Tai He to confirm that he had not cheated. Master Duan, there's no need for that. Tai He shook his head. You didn't know I was going to watch you heat the cauldron. Naturally, you didn't prepare it beforehand. You mean? When I first met Master Situ and the others, I knew I'd have to refine pills in front of them, so I cheated by heating the cauldron in advance? Duan Lingtian looked at Tai He meaningfully. That's not what I meant. Tai He did not know how to respond to Duan Lingtian's gaze. Elder Iron, you should confirm it. Duan Lingtian said, that way, you can rest assured. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tai He no longer hesitated. He reached out and grabbed the high-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron suspended in the void in front of him. Apart from using his hand to feel the temperature of the pill cauldron, he also extended his divine sense. Finally, he confirmed that this pill cauldron was ice-cold and had not been warmed up beforehand. It's done. After confirming, Tai He released the pill cauldron and returned it to Duan Lingtian. Apothecary Duan, I didn't mean to doubt you when I said those words. I just found it a little unbelievable. After returning the pill cauldron, Tai He glanced at Duan Lingtian with some embarrassment. From his words, it was as if he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would become angry, so he tried his best to explain. I can understand. Duan Lingtian interrupted Tai. Then, he stopped talking and summoned his high-grade celestial fire to heat the cauldron. Half an hour later, he stopped heating the cauldron and began to refine pills. When Duan Lingtian finished refining the prominent celestial pill cauldron, Tai He was certain Duan Lingtian only needed half an hour to heat the pill cauldron. Apothecary Duan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to doubt you. Tai He took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian when he saw the truth. Duan Lingtian, who had just put away the pill cauldron, looked at Tai He deeply before the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Elder Tai, based on my understanding of you, with your character, you won't say anything even if you doubt me. Can you tell me? Why do you want to see me heat the cauldron? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Tai He with a penetrating gaze. Apothecary Duan, Tai He's expression froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It took him a while before he calmed down. However, he still felt awkward, as though he had something to hide. Guardian Tai, even if you don't say anything, I know the old ancestor asked you to test me. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. You know? Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. He was curious. How did Duan Lingtian know the old ancestor asked Tai He to test him? It seems like I'm right. When Tai He had an expression of shock and disbelief on his face, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's solemn face, as though he had succeeded in his scheme. You tricked me? At this moment, Tai He could tell Duan Lingtian was tricking him. He was speechless for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had already sold out the one behind him. Master Duan, please don't betray me when you see the old ancestor in the future. Otherwise, the old ancestor won't let me go. Tai He smiled wryly before he hurriedly greeted Duan Lingtian again. He did not forget to defend the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. Master Duan, I'm sure you can understand the old ancestor's actions. Although the sect leader vouched for you, the old ancestor has no choice but to be cautious when it comes to the sect's king-grade celestial weapon. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he could understand the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's actions. If he was in the old ancestor's shoes, he would have done the same. I don't mind. Elder Tai, let's continue our journey. All right. Tai he sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he led Duan Lingtian away from the Tai Celestial sect's estate and made his way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Elder Iron. Along the way, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Tai Tai He and asked, Guardian Tai, will there be celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect participating in the alchemy conference next year? Speaking of which, I still don't know which province the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is in, and I wonder if the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is participating in the alchemy conference. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question. As far as he knew, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was not too far away from the wasteland. Otherwise, how could Zhou Shu Qiu from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect be friends with Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is located in the General Region. The General Region participates in every alchemy conference. Apart from the General Region, the Barren Region, and the Wasteland, there's also the Cross Region, the Light Region, and the Shadow Region. Tai Tai He replied to Duan Lingtian's question, if everything goes as planned, the celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect will definitely participate in the alchemy conference next year. Tai Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Master Duan, why are you suddenly asking about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in some way? Yes, we're related. Duan Lingtian nodded. I wonder if she'll participate in the alchemy conference. A beautiful figure involuntarily appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had slept with in a little world left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Tai Tai He was a 7-star celestial duke, so it did not take long for him to bring Duan Lingtian to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Due to their speed, they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Naturally, even if there were obstacles, with Tai Tai He's strength, he could easily destroy them with a wave of his hand. In the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In the 13th Prince's residence. Brother Duan. Master Duan. Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, could not help but feel excited when he saw Duan Lingtian again. However, due to Duan Lingtian's current status, Long Fei Yun no longer treated Duan Lingtian as casually as before. Duan Lingtian could sense Long Fei Yun's change in attitude. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly and did not say anything since he knew it would be pointless. In Long Fei Yun's eyes, he was the high and mighty chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian's words were enough to turn the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom upside down. Long Fei Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian was similar to when he was facing the mysterious Brother Pei. 13th Prince, have you seen Brother Pei again? This was the main reason Duan Lingtian had returned this time. Due to this reason, he did not beat around the bush. No. Long Fei Yun shook his head and asked, Master Duan, did you come back to look for Brother Pei? Ever since I met Big Brother Pei with you, I haven't seen him again. The servants I sent to clean his mansion haven't seen him either. It seems that Big Brother Pei has indeed been delayed by something and hasn't returned yet. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but sigh inwardly. 13th Prince, I heard you're now the Crown Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun with narrowed eyes and said bluntly, if you want to be the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, I can help you. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not a high-rank celestial kingdom under the Tai Yi Celestial sect. However, with Duan Lingtian's current status, it was easy for him to make Long Fei Yun, a descendant of the imperial family, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The martial dragon celestial sect behind the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would definitely respect Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. There's no need for that. Long Fei Yun shook his head. My father has told me that he'll pass the throne to me in 10 years. That's great. I don't want to inherit the throne so soon anyway. Long Fei Yun smiled. Thank you, Master Duan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become the Crown Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In Long Fei Yun's opinion, Duan Lingtian had changed. His fate had been changed by the person in front of him. Chapter 28-21. After rejecting Long Fei Yun's invitation, Duan Lingtian left the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and returned to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect under Tai Hi's escort. After returning to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian continued to immerse himself in alchemy. Naturally, there were times when he encountered a bottleneck in alchemy. Whenever this happened, Duan Lingtian would stop studying the Tao of alchemy and focus on cultivating. He would cultivate the King Grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, to advance to the next stage, the Profound Rank Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. In the following year, nothing major happened in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect or the Wasteland. Everything was peaceful. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. It was also the day Duan Lingtian left the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and the Wasteland to participate in the Alchemy Conference in the Barren Land. Creak. In a spacious courtyard, the door of one of the rooms suddenly opened. Following that, two people walked out of the room. They were a young man and a young woman. The young man was handsome with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His otherworldly temperament made him seem like a gentleman. As for the young woman next to the young man, her figure and appearance were flawless. It was as though she was the Creator's most perfect creation. As soon as she walked out of the room, everything outside the room seemed to be overshadowed by her. Brother Lingtian, are we going to look for sect leader Bai Ping now? After walking out of the room, the lovely lady dressed in white looked at the man beside her and asked with a smile. She was even more beautiful when she smiled. The white-clad woman was none other than Huan, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. As for the man next to her, he was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. The sect leader and I agreed to meet at his place at noon today. It's about time. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky when he finished speaking. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Judging from the position of the scorching sun, it would be noon in about a quarter of an hour. Oh, right, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. He looked at Huan, with a burning gaze and asked, Huan, have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation base? Previously, she was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If he made a breakthrough, he would be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Duan Lingtian had been cultivating in the same room with Huan, for more than a year, Huan, was always in closed-door cultivation whenever he entered the room. He had never taken the initiative to wake her up. It was only today that he took the initiative to wake Huan up and prepare to head to the Barren Land to participate in the Alchemy Conference. For this reason, he did not know if she had made a breakthrough or not. I broke through 2 months ago. Huan smiled faintly. 2 months ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he congratulated Huan. Huan, congratulations. You've become stronger again. Brother Lingtian, you're making fun of me again. You know my current strength is lacking in celestial methods and divine abilities. Although I've become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, I'm still weaker than most heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Huan could not help but sigh when she reached the end of her sentence. Although there were many high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories, her comprehension of these celestial methods and divine abilities was not deep enough. Therefore, she could not unleash the full power of these celestial methods and divine abilities. In fact, she was not even comparable to Duan Lingtian in terms of celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, although she had become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, her strength was still weaker than most heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials due to her lack of celestial methods and divine abilities. In fact, she might not even be a match for some earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were outstanding in their celestial methods and divine abilities. Huan, think about how old you are now. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Huan Er's words. Then, he comforted her, moreover, with your innate talent, you'll be able to raise your celestial methods and divine abilities in no time if you focus on comprehending them. You should focus on comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities for the time being. If you encounter a bottleneck, you can continue to cultivate and raise your cultivation base. Duan Lingtian gave Huan Er a suggestion. All right, I'll listen to you, Brother Lingtian. Huan Er nodded obediently. The affection in Duan Lingtian's eyes deepened when he saw how obedient she was. It's almost time. Let's go and look for the sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at the sky again. It was almost noon. He called out to Huan Er before they made their way to the residence of Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Since they lived on the same prominent celestial island in the Tai Yi Celestial sect's estate, it did not take long for them to arrive at Bai Ping's residence. After greeting Bai Ping and receiving a response, Zhang Xian entered the manor. When Duan Lingtian and Huan Er entered the main hall of Bai Ping's residence, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi Celestial sect were already there. Master Situ, Master Yang, and Master Yu. Since Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing had helped him wholeheartedly, Duan Lingtian treated them as his seniors. After greeting Bai Ping, he quickly greeted the three prominent celestial alchemists as well. In fact, he even humbled himself when he greeted the three prominent celestial alchemists. After all, he did not lower himself even when he was in front of Bai Ping. Naturally, Bai Ping, who was standing at the side, noticed this as well. However, he did not mind since he knew the reason Duan Lingtian treated the three prominent celestial alchemists so respectfully. He knew Duan Lingtian was both a teacher and a friend of the three prominent celestial alchemists. Master Duan, Miss Huan Er. Sita Ming and the other two prominent celestial alchemists quickly greeted Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they also greeted Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. We're still missing one person. After greeting the three prominent celestial alchemists, Duan Lingtian glanced at the main hall and discovered there was no one else present. It seems like the old ancestor hasn't arrived yet. There were 6 people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect who had come to the wasteland to participate in the alchemy conference. Currently, 5 of them had arrived. Only one person was missing. That person was none other than the only 8 trigram celestial duke in the Tai Yi Celestial sect. He was also the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. For prominent celestial alchemists, please wait for a moment. The old ancestor should be here soon. When Bai Ping saw the old ancestor had yet to arrive, he began to console Duan Lingtian and the others. If Duan Lingtian and the others were elders of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, there was no need for him to console them. After all, the elders of the Tai Yi Celestial sect were all juniors of the old ancestor. It was only right for juniors to wait for their elders. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian and the others were only revered celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. They were free to leave at any time. Moreover, the Tai Yi Celestial sect had no reason to stop them from leaving. If news of the Tai Yi Celestial sect stopping them from leaving and forcing them to stay in the Tai Yi Celestial sect, no one would dare to accept the Tai Yi Celestial sect's invitation in the future. It doesn't matter. Sita Ming shook his head and smiled when he heard Bai Ping's words. Since the old ancestor isn't here yet, the 3 of us can discuss the Tao of alchemy with Master Duan. Over the past year, under Master Duan's guidance, our comprehension of the Tao of alchemy has improved a lot. That's right. Yang Chong nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Master Duan, if you haven't improved in the past year, I'm afraid you'll have to learn from us for a while. Although Yu Zhongjing did not say anything, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with anticipation. However, after about half an hour, Sita Ming and the others could no longer bring themselves to smile. In just half an hour, Duan Lingtian, Sita Ming, and the other 2 prominent celestial alchemists discussed the Tao of alchemy with each other. Every word they said was like a sword that pierced through the hearts of the three prominent celestial alchemists. This half an hour was torture for the three prominent celestial alchemists as well. This was because they were shocked to discover that, in just 1 year, Duan Lingtian's achievement in the Tao of alchemy had left them far behind. In fact, they did not even have the right to eat his dust. Bai Ping stood at the side. Apart from shock, there was only shock left on his face. In the past, after he confirmed Duan Lingtian's speed in heating cauldrons, he had purposely looked for Sita Ming and the other two prominent celestial alchemists to learn more about Duan Lingtian. He found out that Duan Lingtian was only good at heating cauldrons. He was weak in other aspects and was even inferior to them. More than a year ago, he heard from Sita Ming and the other two prominent celestial alchemists that Duan Lingtian's achievement in other aspects had caught up to them. They did not even have anything to teach Duan Lingtian and were no longer qualified to guide Duan Lingtian. However, today, in just half an hour, he realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. His innate talent in the Tao of alchemy was terrifying. Master Duan, more than a year ago, I had a feeling that you were suddenly enlightened. Your already shocking innate talent in the Tao of alchemy seemed to have received a heaven-defying boost overnight. Sita Ming looked at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on his face. Initially, I thought it was an illusion, but now, I'm certain it's not an illusion. That's right. Yang Chong nodded in agreement. The shock on his face did not disappear as well. Master Duan, your current skill in the Tao of alchemy is definitely top-notch among the prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. In the 6 southeastern regions. Based on this, one could see how high Yang Chong's evaluation of Duan Lingtian was. I've spoken to the person who won the first place in the alchemy conference. Even the first place in the prominent Celestial Alchemist Conference isn't as good as you, Master Duan. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.